I don't know when humanity discovered the power of its soul's nature and made it possible for the soul to materialize with the name edida. Society has since then been built around the power of the soul, which is invulnerable to conventional weapons, and that's why humanity began to stratify drastically and seriously. Chinsung, a student with a limited soul rank and even limited fighting power, makes everyone look down on him and has to endure scorn for 10 years. His childhood was a terrible mess, but in reality, it was thanks to that childhood that he awakened to his absolute power with a terrorist level that no one knew about. His life has been greatly disturbed by the times he lost control due to that hidden power. How will he survive and rise to the top when faced with a corrupt society? In this world, a person's soul from birth possesses endless potential called edida. That is the essence of the soul and a gift that heaven has given to humanity. During the process of growing up, at some point people will realize the edida of their soul and be able to summon their edida. Edida began to be used by people every day and appeared in every conversation. Humans can summon edida in the form of objects at any time. For example, this guy is summoning a sword and that is his edida. From then on, people began to be curious about the edida of the friends around them, and the question that often appeared was what his edida was. When this happened, people began to divide their ranks. For example, these two people were still laughing and talking happily, but one of them called edida a brick, while the other was completely indifferent. Turned cold. Edida's clay brick corresponds to the E level, which is an inferior level. Human souls, which were once equal to each other, are now divided into hierarchies. In the end, people were classified, and those with higher edida ranks did not want to be friends with those with lower edida ranks. As a result, schools also degenerated into tools to help the country's position, by placing people with higher edida levels at the forefront of wars. This is also one of those schools, Hyundai Special High School. Right now at this school's basketball practice field, a group of confused students are surrounding a student wearing a gray shirt. The guy was attacked by thugs but was not afraid and showed a dangerous smile. Strong body with flexible speed easily avoids the siege of the other group. Immediately this guy summoned his edida, which was an extremely eye-catching large iron axe. As soon as he finished, he attacked him while laughing and saying that you 10th graders can only do this, so why struggle any longer? Those thugs had an advantage in numbers, but when they saw the gray-shirt boy's edida, they all stopped in bewilderment. But once he stabs the javelin, he must follow the javelin. He then summoned his edida, which are two specially designed sticks in his hands. Clearly, edida, the big axe, and edida, the two sticks, are not on the same level, so the orange-haired thugs can only resist helplessly. One slash from that axe made him step back in pain. The gray-haired guy with an axe in his hand easily swept across a crowd of people without ever encountering an enemy. The situation was extremely unfavorable, so the red-headed leader of the thugs immediately turned to the corner of the yard, looked at another guy and shouted angrily, "Chinsung, this bastard. Don't just stand there and watch, do something." The person being yelled at, named Chinsung, is a guy with thick glasses frames and a tired face. Having said that, if I participate, it won't help anything. Hearing those teasing responses, the red-haired thug shouted angrily, "This useless bastard, we'll talk after the fight." Then on the football field there were continuous sounds of collisions and screams of pain. In the hallway at the end of the classroom, the boy Chinsung was now being beaten up by the class bullies. "Are you going to keep doing nonsense like that? It's all your fault that we lost." The bullies calmly put all the blame on Chinsung's head. "I can't believe we have to be on the same team as this useless bastard. What do you expect from the guy who ranked last in the whole school? You're stepping on it like that." Chinsung listened to the scolding and smiled weakly in response. "Haha, sorry, just like he said, what do you expect from a guy who ranked last in the whole school like me?" Seeing his smile, the redhead became even more angry that he yelled at this bastard. Go to hell, boss." He threw a punch, but Chinsung was lucky to avoid it. Quickly dodging, Chinsung let out a breath and asked again, "Calling me dead, isn't it too much? Why should I just give up?" "Because we are tired now, we will only hit you 10 times for each affected member, but how dare you avoid it? Who gave you permission?" Looking at their aggressive appearance, Chinsung thought to himself that if you're tired, shouldn't you go rest instead of standing here and beating me? "If I let you beat me, you'll be punished." Looking at the cupboard that had just been beaten and deformed, Chinsung sighed. If this continues, he will be beaten throughout the break. There is no other way. Immediately, the boy threw away all his face and ran away, calling for help, making the bullies also stand there in bewilderment. "Oh my God, how dare you run away and catch that bastard right away." Some other members of the class who noticed the commotion not only did not defend him, but also gloated and laughed when he ran away. They felt that he ran away like a low-class fly. Sung tried everything, but in the end it seemed like he was caught by them again. Looking at the guys with buffalo heads and horse faces surrounding him, Sung kept sighing tiredly and opened his mouth to tell him not to use edida. It's very painful. They shook hands and laughed. We'll control ourselves. We'll beat you just enough to keep you from sneaking around with Mr. Jong-ho, and you know we're banned from using edida at school, right? Then another beating took place right at the end of the classroom, and the victim was none other than Sung. The other students sitting next to you, watching the play, often smiled disdainfully and wondered why a senior level was in your class. It's a shame to have to be in the same class as this trash. Why is he still in school? After all, he's just a useless subordinate. Finally, the beating stopped. Sung hugged his chest in pain, but for some reason, he still stubbornly opened his mouth to continue speaking. Hey guys, I don't think it's because of me that we lost. Dealing with your group made the others mad. This bastard, how dare a boss like you dare to argue with us over and over again? Right at that moment, homeroom teacher Jong-ho walked in and loudly announced, "Sit down, today I have good news for you guys." The teacher came in, so the bullies returned to their seats but still complained for not beating them enough. "Teacher, why are you so happy today? Are you finally married?" The jokes brought with it the excited laughter of the students and the angry voice of the teacher. "Stop it, everyone be quiet and watch." In the bustling noise around, Sung dragged himself back to his seat and thought to himself, what's going on, and he felt so uncomfortable. The homeroom teacher repeatedly tapped the board with his hand to signal the students to stay quiet and pay attention. "Our school is finally recognized by the government." Hearing that, a boy sitting with his legs up on the table laughed and shook his head. "Listen, teacher, with this tone of yours, which province does the law come from?" With golden hair and a red shirt, he is Dong Ji-dong with basic fighting ability. Common bully in school. Hearing that, the homeroom teacher stopped and walked down to the students. "Dong Ji-dong's break is over, please put your feet down." Dong Ji-dong angrily slapped the table. "Or can we stop doing these things, teacher?" The homeroom teacher looked at him coldly. "I'm not the one to decide, so it's best to get used to it. And this is all thanks to the excellent performance of their third-year seniors. From today onwards our school will become the initial testing ground for the military system. This means that everyone here will receive a military rank based on their performance," the teacher said with an extremely excited and proud tone. Hearing the teacher mention the army, the laughter in the class stopped and they were all quite surprised by this information. "Now everyone is that comrade, do you understand? The teachers of each class have received military ranks starting from lieutenant to platoon leader, so from now on you will call me the platoon leader of platoon 10. Dong Ji-dong once again wondered, "We are the 10th platoon because we are the 10th grade. What the hell are you turning the students here into? Stop nagging, this is a government proposal, so do your best." During training the students will have to salute like in the army, and now there will probably be a ton of people trying to recruit our students there. All of you together mean that you are all soldiers now. Sung, who had been sitting quietly listening and thinking, now raised his hand to speak. "Teacher, what if we don't want to follow the military style?" The homeroom teacher looked at Sung with dark eyes for a moment before answering. "Of course, the school will not force you. If you don't want to do it, you can ask the government to transfer you to another school. But Sung, I hope you will think carefully about this opportunity. I'm sure you know the reason." The teacher's somewhat vague voice seemed to imply something, causing Sung to not understand anything and was about to ask for clarification, but the boy sitting at the front desk took the opportunity to interrupt. "Teacher, why did we suddenly turn into a military school?" "Yes, at least tell us the reason clearly." The homeroom teacher smiled and nodded. "I already told you, isn't that why third-year students are very special? The 5-year-old students helped our school be designated a military school and all received the rank of sergeant." As he spoke, the teacher poured out a pile of badges symbolizing soldier status from a cardboard box and distributed them to the students. All of the school's third-year students are the bright future of Korea and they have been recognized by the government. Only the top second-year students can become corporals and the remaining second years are all soldiers. Rank evaluation will be done by your platoon leader at any time, and find me when that's okay. I will help you guys as much as I can because your future depends on this. The teacher gave everyone badges but somehow passed by Sung and forgot about him. Because your badges are not attached to your uniform, you have to keep them carefully, and later there will be a student handbook for you to stick your badges on. Wait a minute, it should be called a military handbook, right? The teacher kept talking and Sung kept trying to raise his hand to ask about the badge, but the teacher still didn't respond. At this moment, the teacher continued to announce that in the entire school, including the second-year students, there was only one student who could not receive the second rank. Hearing the teacher say that, Chinsung somehow felt that the teacher was talking about him, so he silently withdrew his hand. Then the homeroom teacher glanced at Chinsung with eyes full of contempt and disgust. That person is you, Chinsung. You will start as a trainee soldier. The boy's whole face was pale and completely surprised by this decision of the school. A moment later in the teacher's room, Chinsung came here to meet the teacher. Teacher, why did you call me here early? The teacher glanced at the pile of documents and replied, nothing. I think we should talk about your future. I won't say any more. What do you think about transferring to another school? Chinsung was confused and asked again, are you transferring schools? School seems difficult for you, and I know that when our school turns into a military academy, all the school's requirements for students will increase and you won't last long, Chinsung. Chinsung hesitantly explained, teacher, you have to look at the potential hidden deep within me, but maybe I will naturally do well. What do you think? Hearing that, the teacher was startled and turned his head to look at me. What did I say? And then the teacher burst out laughing, haha Chinsung, you're really funny, acting like a clown. This disdainful look from the teacher made Chinsung's face turn cold because the teacher had been laughing at him since the first time he saw him. Chinsung, since the ranking system was put in place to classify students, her school life has been extremely difficult. You know, I can't pay attention to isolated students. Just as Chinsung thought, the teacher thought he didn't know what to do other than being beaten, and he didn't want to have such a trash student in class. Maybe he thought he would voluntarily drop out of school because he was bullied every day and there was no reason to need such a useless pressure class edida. Chinsung pondered for a moment and then opened his mouth. I'm curious, do you think souls have a rank? Then both the teacher and Chinsung suddenly hugged their stomachs and laughed. Haha, are you kidding me? Of course I am. Received the answer, Chinsung clenched his hands and said in a serious voice. I know, but I don't think it's true. Your whole face is gloomy, like it's completely transformed into a different person. The bell rang signaling class time, and the teacher with sloppy slippers also walked to his classroom. Now our school has been converted into a military school, so every sergeant please report your troop numbers. The orange-haired girl took roll call of her team members and immediately reported, Platoon 10 Squad 1 total 10 present 10 and absent. Platoon 10, Squad 2 total 11 present 11 and absent. Seeing everyone report one after another, Chinsung found it very funny and didn't understand why he had to act like the army was playing a fake like this. The second platoon finished reporting, but after a while the third platoon still hadn't reported, making the teacher wonder. At this moment, Dunji Idong with a troubled face raised his hand and shook his head. Teacher, do we really have to do this? Dunji Idong, Sergeant of Squad 3, don't ask too much, just do it. Oh my god, out of 10, 2 are absent and 1 is having a bowel movement, and I hope that guy disappears. There were 8 people present in my platoon and all reported. The angry announcement from Dungji Idong Station gave the other members of the class a chance to laugh and gloat. On Dungji Idong, your squad only had 9 people, then they pointed at Chinsung and kept making fun of you because you weren't even counted as a person. Teacher, do we need to count this guy practicing letters? I don't think we need to. Perhaps because he was too used to everyone's disdain, Chinsung did not object at all, and the teacher signaled everyone to be quiet. Okay, so there is no problem with the number of troops, right? Today, instead of going to class, we will have a yard event and have government inspectors mixed in with us. They are very mysterious and even the school does not know where they are. They will observe how the students react to the sudden change in environment. The teacher's habit of being long-winded makes the students quickly raise their hands. Let's get to the point, teacher. Hearing that, the teacher angrily shook his head. The kids all ran in front of the car with their lights. Okay, we will divide into teams to fight each other, including years 2, 5-2, and 5-3. The matches will be chosen by the inspectors and they will also observe the whole process. Hearing the announcement, a student couldn't help but scornfully retort, aren't the third years going to fight each other? They're the strongest, but they don't care about us second years. When it came to fighting, Chinsung couldn't arouse any interest, just sat there sadly, tapping his head and deciding to be a spectator to kill time. On the podium, the teacher looked at Dungji Idong and asked him if he owned a luxury class edida, right? When mentioning his edida rank, Dungji Idong seemed uncomfortable but nodded and asked, yes, so what? So what is my overall fighting ability? Being asked constantly makes the guy angry and scream, why do you keep asking so many questions? I can defeat my opponent without having to worry. The teacher nodded yes. The first match will be my team versus Platoon 1 third-year students. Every word that fell into Dungji Idong's ears made him panic and stand up screaming, what is that? Now everyone and the third squad go down to the field. The third team has 20 minutes to prepare for the match. According to teacher Dungji Idong's announcement, they were completely confused in the wind and felt hopeless. The other members of the class were happily laughing at the pain of others and gradually walked away. Try your best, Squad 3, trainees, don't get killed, what a pity the warriors will fight against it. Out points. Not only did the members of the other platoon look down on them, but even the members of Platoon 3 were in despair because there was no way they could win, they would lose anyway, or should we just go down and figure it out? Why go? But are you stupid? How can we deal with a bossy guy? Every word of gossip echoed in his ears, making Deng Jiaidong even more angry and clenching his fists. Then he slowly walked towards Chinsung while he put his face down on the table and prepared to go to sleep because he didn't want to fight the 53s at all. Hey, trash, look up here. Suddenly startled, Chinsung smiled. Did you call me, Sergeant? In return for Chinsung's smiling face, I was slapped on the head until I was about to face him. You trash bastard, the way you bark is driving me crazy, you know that? You want to be hidden before the competition, right? Deng Jiaidong's voice was full of undisguised malice. Do you know that Senior and Sungho, Platoon 1, 3rd year, is a monster? However, as he spoke, he pulled Chinsung's collar and threw him hard on the pile of tables and chairs next to him. Even if our class's top apps compete against each other, it's still difficult to win, but with a top-ranked guy like you talking about it, isn't the result already obvious? Chinsung immediately smiled and nodded. That's right, if we lose anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm present or not, right? Immediately Deng Jiaidong angrily grabbed his collar again. If there was a piece of shit we would be as pathetic as you. If my appointment falls through, can you bear the responsibility, trash? Chinsung coldly turned his head away and protested that I don't think it's tall enough to be the top, don't worry. Chinsung's appearance made Deng Jiaidong so angry that he gritted his teeth and asked again, what did you just say? Nothing. Sergeant. I didn't say anything. Deng Jiaidong noodle punched Thuan's face a few times to relieve his anger, but in the end he was able to control himself. You cheap bastard, I can't beat you because you still have to go out there. Chinsung immediately smiled and prepared to stand up. Luckily, what's the difference between being beaten by warriors and being beaten by high-ranking soldiers? Deng Jiaidong suddenly showed a mysterious smile as he stared at Chinsung's figure. I know, I will let you become the sergeant of Group 3. Can you do it? Deng Jiaidong's menacing voice made Chinsung only have to smile and flatter. Of course I will do everything you ask. Very good, he said while using his hand to grab Chinsung's collar. From now on you will be my meat shield, is that clear, trash? Then Chinsung, both helpless and reluctant, was dragged straight to the field opposite the other 5th grade seniors. Following the teacher's announcement, all the students gathered at the soccer field. A sudden test with combat form and mysterious observations from the leaders. The first match of Squadron 3, Platoon 1 changed the leader of Platoon 1 along with his teammates on the field, which was Sungho. Squadron 2, Platoon 10, the captain of Squad 3 is Deng Jiaidong. Are both teams ready? The teacher patted the 2 students on the shoulders and asked. Sungho, no Captain Sungho, just show off your skills freely. The recruiters are watching from there and please prove to them your ability. Sungho nodded and he will do his best while cooperating with his teammates. Very well, I'm sure I will do well and bring honor to our school. Now, members of each team, please quickly take your positions. Following the slogan, the 3rd-year students on Fuang 2's team slowly entered the field. Seeing their heroic and strong appearance, the 2nd-year students of the Deng Jiaidong team did not have the slightest interest in fighting because they would definitely not be able to win. But no matter how much you don't want it, the seemingly unequal competition between these squads will begin right now. Each captain will receive a bracelet, and this bracelet will use Edida's power to protect the wearer from shock. During the announcement, Deng Jiaidong boldly grabbed Chinsung's collar and dragged him away. I will hold this to last a little longer, as he said. He took off Chinsung's bracelet. The bracelet is quite sturdy but will break when impacted with a certain force, and when the bracelet breaks, you will be eliminated. Chinsung helplessly said, Captain, please don't hold me like that. I feel like a dog. Stop nagging, you're just a shield, and in the battle, considering the experience difference between 2nd and 5th years, the 10th class will have an additional condition. They have to last 5 minutes to be counted as one. This condition causes the students of the Deng Jiaidong team to have a headache because they are not sure they can last that much, not to mention that there is also an F-level guy in the team with wrestling skills, so how can they compete? The rules of the match are also quite simple. Just destroy your opponent's bracelet or survive for 5 minutes to win. Looking at Chinsung's watch, he thought to himself that if he won, would the teacher consider his request to transfer schools? To be honest, he didn't want to transfer schools at all. Under the referee's direction, the captains of the two teams approached and awkwardly saluted in military style. Okay, great, then let's start the battle. As soon as the referee's voice ended, Chinsung was suddenly dragged backwards by Deng Jiaidong's collar. He groaned in protest, but in return it was just Deng Jiaidong's angry scream. I told you just now to shut up and believe this rubbish. Now we only need to stay for 5 minutes. Seeing the captain step back, the other members panicked and asked, Deng Jiaidong, order us to go. What about the formation? The seniors are coming, what should we do? Very quickly, this 10th grade student was surrounded by his seniors while team leader Deng Jiaidong never gave any orders. Shut up, no orders. Team 3, everyone, just protect me. If we can last 5 minutes, we will win. So in order to protect the captain, the remaining team members were quickly beaten by their seniors without being able to resist. The strength and combat experience between the two sides were not at the same level at all. In an instant, a bracelet belonging to the 10th grade team was captured by the seniors. Then in the blink of an eye, the second car was stolen, making the situation of the 10th graders even worse. In Captain and Sungho's team of third-year students, there is a beautiful girl but her strength and speed are extremely terrible. At this moment, her sharp eyes looked into the distance and caught a figure of someone. Noticing that look, Deng Jiaidong was so scared that he was completely frightened. Then that senior immediately flew towards Deng Jiaidong and Chinsung who were standing here. Deng Jiaidong panicked and grabbed Chinsung's collar to stop him. Trash. I said stop him. Chinsung is so miserable. How can I do that? Captain, how can I stop him? Ah damn, I can't see any of this worthless trash. In the loud and frightened sound of the chicken, the older sister was already approaching very close with murderous intent. I mean, it's not like we should run the other way or anything, Captain. Just when Chinsung turned to talk, he saw the happy face and satisfied smile of the homeroom teacher. He gave him a thumbs up and whispered, I will handle the transfer for you, don't worry. Looking at his appearance made Chinsung uncomfortable and immediately shook his shoulders that had escaped Deng Jiaidong's arm. At the same time, the other sister also rushed forward, but to her surprise, Chinsung's hand reached out at a fast speed and caught the other sister's arm. Looking at his reaction, his sister's eyes flashed with unbelievable surprise. Opposite that was Chinsung's cold and calm eyes, different from usual. Sensing something was wrong, the third-year teacher immediately summoned her edida, a silver armor glowing with beautiful light. The armor covers the entire body with extremely flexible shoulder joints and legs that do not hinder the actions of the person facing it. The woman in her armor looks like a female warrior coming out of the future world. Chinsung couldn't help but smile admiringly. Oh, my armor looks great, both appearance and function are edida. The other sister frowned in annoyance. Don't act stupid. You just reacted to my speed, right? The gun didn't answer but pointed into the distance. What's more important is that my captain is running away. Then he looked down at the clock to check the time. But as soon as Chinsung saw the number on it, he gritted his teeth because he still had 3 minutes left. Now he must stop her at any cost for 3 minutes. Chinsung's mind is working at full capacity in the hope of finding a way to hold her back. Hello sister, can I call you a Naha? I'm not flirting with you or anything, haha. Chinsung's awkward and somewhat stupid smile made the other sister freeze. Oh no, look at your face, it's so strange. You make me angry, so I'll call you senior. You keep jumping, giving the third-year sister a headache and she loudly interrupts. If you want to delay the time, it's useless. Summon your edida. But thanks to fate we met, we had to introduce ourselves. Seeing that Chinsung was about to continue speaking, the older sister angrily cracked her knuckles with a voice filled with murderous intent. If he continued to refuse to summon edida, then I'll fight you too. God, I believe you, wait a bit, wait for something quickly and take it out. Yours seems to be the most valuable compared to your members. The sister's words made Chinsung miserable. Why are you so hasty? You should know how important a cool head is. The second-year boy in front of him kept talking, making his older sister, who was trying to stay calm, get angry. This is the question I always told you when I was being lectured. Immediately, the older sister rushed forward with scary eyes without hesitation. Seeing that, Chinsung immediately panicked. Okay, I'll show it to you, but don't be so scary. Now can I take it out? He smiled mysteriously and began to count 1, 2, while on his hand the magical light that summoned edida appeared. The other 53-year-old sister had judged that Chinsung's edida was very powerful and had a very high rank, so she also stood still and looked serious, not daring to underestimate her. Unexpectedly, a dagger appeared in Chinsung's hand. It's just an ordinary dagger with an edida rank that forces the general combat ability to be 1 and nothing special at all. Chinsung excitedly showed off his beautiful little knife while the other sister stood frozen. Everything was completely opposite to what she expected. The older sister had a headache and raised her hand to scratch it, then opened her mouth to say something. "Hey senior, where is your pain? You should go to the nurse. Let's see if you are the boss in that rumor," my sister asked. Chinsung quickly nodded and the other sister also remained speechless, not knowing what to say. "But don't underestimate me, this dagger is the lowest level among normal daggers." "Oh, senior, I'm sorry, where are you going?" The 5'3" sister replied coldly. "I thought you had value for the way you reacted so quickly, but maybe you were just lucky." "Wait, please don't go, you're the one who wants to see it the most and you can't just leave disappointed like that. But if you keep going, I'll sneak up behind you and attack. This is my final warning. Do you listen?" The high school aunt angrily shook her head. "I have no reason to waste time with you in this time-limited battle." But just in time to tell me to turn back, Chinsung appeared right behind me with a dagger in his hand. His eyes calmly and coldly looked at the older sister in front of him, thinking that she would continue to ignore him, but she was indeed an honest senior. The 5th and 3rd sister opened her eyes wide in horror at the sudden turn of events, and a dagger had completely approached that beautiful face. Instinctively, the older sister raised her hand to block the knife, and the shrill sound of the knife rubbing against the crustacean emitted echoed throughout the square. After personally blocking a blow from Chinsung's edida, this older sister had some judgment. At that moment Chinsung held the knife and smiled stupidly. "Haha, she's as tough as she looks, her armor is amazing." The surrounding audience burst into laughter at Chinsung's flattery. Haha, it really made the senior confused. He really couldn't do any damage. I only saw 2 Chinsungs on the field, still bewildered by the difference between the dagger edida and the silver-armored edida. The 3rd-year sister turned around to leave and said back, "Even if he had good reflexes, all of edida would be like that too. I've already confirmed that your edida doesn't have any special effects, so let's stop here." Chinsung sadly rubbed his head and sighed silently, saying that it should have lasted a little longer. Currently, there are still 2 minutes left and the match has not ended yet. On this side, Deng Jiaidong quickly backed away when he saw that senior coming, and he still did not forget to curse, "This trash bastard, you don't even accept it." His scolding words fell into the hands of her senior, making her frown in discomfort. How could a weak guy like you turn his tail and run away to say something like that? On the inside, he was extremely scared. On the outside, Deng Jiaidong still tried his best. "Senior, I'm just being gentle with you. You should stop there." Hearing that, a smile appeared on my lips, because that senior didn't need to be gentle with me. "Moreover, let me see how your performance is, and if you want to be better than in Sungho, then prove it more, young man." Deng Jiaidong was forced to step back and silently cursed in his heart. What a terrible day today was. Just at that moment his foot stepped on a small stone on the ground, and suddenly he felt the huge remaining part of the stone buried under the ground. Oh, this stone appeared at the right time, and that big stone deserved to be scattered everywhere. An opportunity suddenly appeared that made Deng Jiaidong smile dangerously. The senior didn't feel anything different yet, so he still approached him and asked him when he would prove himself. The satisfied smile on Deng Jiaidong's lips became deeper and deeper and became clear in everyone's eyes. "If the senior wants it that way, I will show you right here." He immediately bent down and used his hand to touch the small stone, causing a mysterious green light to appear. Faced with this situation, the 3rd-year sister was a bit stunned and had no time to react. In the distance, Chinsung was the one who most keenly sensed the difference. That difference came from Deng Jiaidong's edida class. Couldn't he have hidden it? Chinsung immediately shouted a warning that it was dangerous. "Senior, wearing armor." And in the distance a giant stone lying on the ground was gently pulled out with his power. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and a miraculous scene happened before our eyes when the giant rock gradually automatically rose from the ground, lifting Deng Jiaidong's whole body up. "Now pull it out and throw it." This is his hidden edida class with the skill level to pull out something that is stuck and throw it. If an object is stuck, then it can be used as a weapon. Looking at the giant rock, everyone was amazed and began to worry whether the 3rd-year senior could withstand it or not. Contrary to everyone's confusion, the senior sister was strangely calm and opened her mouth to say, "So you're not running away anymore, you're waiting until edida appears so you can use the platform." "That rock?" Deng Jiaidong lifted the giant rock with both hands and an echoing voice, "Haha, you're truly a trustworthy senior. Now go away." He immediately threw the giant rock with all his might towards the senior's small body. "Please become a path that I can trample on to express my edida essence. Are you a good 3rd-year student?" Deng Jiaidong must win. Dun Jiaidong's crazy smile and confident voice rang out, but he didn't notice that a mysterious black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. "Excuse me for a moment, second-year student." Hearing the sound coming from right behind Dun Jiaidong, he stood still, startled and quickly glanced back. But before he could regain his composure, the person who appeared behind him gave him a straight blow, causing him to hit his face on the ground in pain. Lying all over the ground, Dun Jiaidong screamed in horror, "Damn it, why did Senior 5-3 sneak in and attack like a coward?" On this side, Dun Jiaidong was restrained, and on the other side, the rock was approaching and preparing to hit the third-year sister, but was stopped by a protective barrier. Although this rock was stronger than what the older sister thought, but thanks to Edida, he was able to endure it a little longer. "I will definitely catch you." I don't know who said that strange sentence, and at the same time his eyes suddenly opened wide in surprise when he saw something scary. "I only saw that the giant rock in front of my sister suddenly broke into pieces." It turns out that the person who just appeared to block Dun Jiaidong and destroy the giant rock was the captain of the 5th squad, Ban Sungho. Seeing that, the older sister did not appreciate it at all and was so angry that she gritted her teeth and opened her mouth to question. "This should have been a good opportunity for me to show my dignity. Why did you interfere, Captain?" And Sungho replied coldly, "That attack was a bit dangerous. I was just doing my job to protect the team members." Hearing that, the older sister's eyes showed even more dissatisfaction. "You mean I shouldn't have been able to handle that rock?" And Sungho shook his head. "Chudi, sure you can handle that rock, but this bastard won't do just that." As he spoke, and Sungho turned around and saw Dun Jiaidong rushing up again with a baseball bat in his hand. "I will definitely catch you." And Sungho uttered the words like a mantra again, and immediately he grabbed Dun Jiaidong's arm and pulled him around in the air. "Surely I will catch you" is in Sungho's edida power with minus class and a plus combined combat ability. This skill allows you to surely catch any target. Any destination you want, within a fixed distance you can move freely and time will be forgotten. Seeing that, Chinsung stood in the distance silently praying for his captain without forgetting to exclaim, "My God, you're so stupid, Captain, why would you attack someone?" At this moment, right after defeating Dun Jiaidong, and Sungho stood up and stared at Chinsung with his brooding eyes, making him startled. Chinsung was so scared that he spoke confusedly. "He surrendered, I surrendered," but strangely, the captain of the opposing team and Sungho did not immediately attack but only came closer and asked, "Before that guy activated edida, you warned Chudi, how could you do that?" Because our captain was a bit unable to control his anger, so I decided to do it. Because I don't know what he will do." Chinsung's explanations made Sungho wince and shake his head. He was truly a master liar. As he spoke, he slowly approached, causing Chinsung to keep stepping back. Ignoring Chinsung, he kept saying to surrender, but Sungho once again used his ability, "I will definitely catch you," and grabbed Chinsung's arms. The strong thrust caused the dagger to slip out of his hand and fly into the sky. Then when the dagger fell again, Chinsung used incredible speed to grab it in Sungho's surprised eyes. Immediately he swung his sword to attack and his annoying voice rang out, "Please listen when other people are talking." Chinsung's momentum became fierce with the dagger in his hand, causing Sungho's arm that was tying him to quickly let go. Immediately the 5-3 guy backed away from Chinsung. His eyes were filled with caution and curiosity, staring at the second-year student. "That student, who are you?" As soon as Sungho spoke, he immediately took a stance to prepare to attack with a fierce murderous aura. Chinsung felt that it was a murderous aura. "No joke. I am a member of Squadron 2, Platoon 10, Squad 3, named Chinsung, possessing edida level power." "I understand," Sungho said while Ida looked at the clock in surprise and wondered why the time hadn't ended yet. His strange reaction made Sungho confused as he looked away at the second-year student. "Well, your attention towards me is a bit scary. Why do you keep staring at me? Look, there's a crowd over there. It seems like they're all very excited, looking at me in panic, Senior." Chinsung tried to move Sungho's attention away and at the same time kept praying for time. Time passes quickly, and Sungho immediately realized your intentions, so he didn't even ask, "Are you planning on wasting time?" "I hate people like that so much." Chinsung immediately shook his head and retreated. "What do you think I can do alone? No matter how much you say you hate me, I don't care." And Sungho continued speaking. "Why don't you try to win me over?" Hearing that question, Chinsung just wanted to laugh. "What's the point of trying so hard? I'm just forcing it, so there's nothing I can do." And Sungho shook his head again. "This is not a warning, but advice." There. Everyone said that in this conference, the scout leaders would select students who did not perform well and those who lacked skills would be expelled. And Sung-ho's reminder immediately made Chin-sung realize this. That's why the homeroom teacher had such a happy expression. Then Chin-sung did not step back anymore but stood up straight and with a serious face called out to his senior. "Senior, I don't want to be kicked out." And Sung-ho nodded in approval, "So please do it properly." Chin-sung's aura at this time became very strange with a bowed facial expression that no one could clearly see. "If senior is my opponent then I don't know if he will be okay after the match or not." As soon as he finished speaking, Chin-sung's eyes widened as if they were about to bulge out, along with strange veins appearing on his body. A strange red light suddenly enveloped his mind. Chin-sung. It was like he was entering a state of rage right now with a hidden skill that had not yet appeared before others. Chin-sung's edida level is the same level as a normal dagger, nothing special, but at this moment his edida was also covered by a bright red light in the area. No one can see it. A strange smile appeared on Chin-sung's face. In the blink of an eye, Chin-sung's physical strength was tripled compared to his original physical strength and he could see his opponent's critical point and tell his story. Even edida of the opponent. In this state he can identify the most effective way to destroy his opponent with his current skills. And only when he completely destroys his opponent's edida or takes their life can he stop it. In this state Chin-sung is haunted with a murderous desire for edida. The killer is truly classy. Chin-sung's current state is hard to see with the naked eye like a hidden skill but his aura is completely different. In Sung-ho's feeling, the harmless second-year boy in front of him had become many times more dangerous than before and a strong stream of killing intent also hit Sung-ho in the face. He was cautious and then hesitantly spoke up, "I see that a pressed dagger is not all that edida has." At the same time, Sung-ho also uses his edida skill. "I will definitely catch up with you," and within a certain distance he can teleport there. Chin-sung's strange red eyes stared at Sung-ho and then he spoke, "It turns out your skills are mediocre. Your abilities are worse than I thought." His words immediately made Sung-ho startled and stood still, not daring to act anymore. "No way, why is it possible that you can see someone else's edida?" In return for that question was Chin-sung's strange smile. While laughing, he pointed the dagger straight at Sung-ho like a serial killer. "Haha, sorry, I can't control it anymore. You will stop me, right brother?" Chin-sung's voice became crazy and somewhat unconscious, making him sound like a devil coming out of hell. His murderous aura was so strong that it made Sung-ho squint his eyes and he keenly recognized Chin-sung's feelings as if he were older than his actual age. "I know senior will be fine and I can trust you, right?" Chin-sung said as he twirled the dagger in his hand very expertly, "And don't forget that the two of them are still on the field under the watchful eyes of many people around them." It seemed like they didn't notice Chin-sung's strange name and just wondered aloud why the other two were standing still looking at each other like that. "Hey, why don't you move? I came here to see what he was doing." "Hit that." Outsiders didn't notice anything unusual, but facing Chin-sung and Sung-ho felt an immense pressure that made drops of sweat roll down his cheeks. In Chin-sung right now it seems like he doesn't bother to defend but can't find any openings to attack at all. And Sung-ho was not alone in feeling the difference. In the distance, his senior Chu-di was also sweating continuously, facing the strange energy source. What that strange energy source was in the end was very different from the last fight. This atmosphere made the older sister not think she could leave Sung-ho alone to face that second-year boy. Something very strange was going on. The warning bell in her heart rang louder than ever when she saw the ghostly smile on Chin-sung's face. The older sister's body and voice both trembled and immediately ordered, "I asked all members to immediately attack." Then the group of them rushed at their fastest speed towards Chin-sung with his team captain. The situation suddenly became very chaotic and it seemed all three people were a bit bewildered when facing each other. In that blink of an eye, Chin-sung didn't have time to react so he was immediately pushed to the ground and his senior sister pressed on him. He smiled and glanced back. "Haha senior, you're too heavy." And Sung-ho also stepped closer and asked what this meant. "Chu-di." Chu-di immediately coldly replied, "In the same way as you protect the whole team, I also want to protect my teammates." And Sung-ho thought she was upset about what happened earlier so he sighed and shook his head. He didn't need to protect her. But before he could finish his sentence, Chin-sung's voice rang out, making him stunned. Surely the senior didn't need protection, right? And Sung-ho's eyes were full of surprise and only at this moment did the scene just now appear in his mind again, that is when the girl Chu-di did not come to attack fiercely but instead Chin-sung immediately made a reaction. He used a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye to attack everyone with the dagger in his hand. That chaotic and fast situation made Sung-ho momentarily forget it. He thought it was just a normal protest, but when Chinsung reminded him, he immediately recognized the attacks. Your work is not in vain. He was so bombarded with attacks that he couldn't react. Realizing everything, Sung-ho gently adjusted his tie and shook his head. Now I'm really not sure anymore. However, as he spoke, a smile appeared on Sung-ho's face. But anyway, Chudi, release your edida before it breaks. Hearing those words, Chudi's sister was startled and asked what he said. Immediately the armor covering her body suddenly shattered, causing her eyes to widen with experience. Oh my god, so that fast attack, that attack group did this much damage. Not only Chudi's edida armor but also the bracelets of the people who had borrowed from Chinsung earlier were also broken. Why were everyone's bracelets destroyed? Could it be by accident? It couldn't have been by chance. The person who caused it was none other than that 10th grade boy Chinsung. Sung-ho stepped closer and called out to Chinsung. The boy looked at him with tears in his eyes and smiled shyly. Haha, everyone's teamwork is great but it's so heavy. Seeing Chinsung's bewildered smile, the senior fell into deep thought. Seeing him call his name without saying anything, Chinsung asked again. Sung-ho suddenly moved his eyes away and asked if he was back to normal. Chinsung gave a bitter smile and signaled to the senior on his back. Senior, it's been 5 minutes, can you move away? It's too heavy. Then Sung-ho turned around and left and said again that next time I want a match without interference. What does next time mean? I'm fine just this time, there won't be a next time. You should do a few things before that, this is some advice. Chinsung didn't understand anything and reached out to call after him. Wait a minute, senior, I said there won't be a next time. The match ended, so everyone rushed out of the field, leaving Chinsung alone with a wavering feeling. He tiredly lay down on the ground and sighed wearily. The teacher who was the referee was also extremely confused, but had to announce that the second-year students of the 10th platoon, 3rd place, of Dongji Idong's team had won. Time gradually passed and a little while later, at the principal's office, a stranger appeared here, making the principal smile flatteringly. Oh my god, why is the advisor in this shabby place? Opposite the principal is the person who just walked in with an elegant black suit. Haha, I came here secretly. Anyway, is the file I requested yet? It's an extremely beautiful young man with shiny hair and a tall figure. Hearing his question, the principal immediately took out a file and respectfully held it up. Here, they're all here. Then the young counselor started flipping through the resume and suddenly stopped at the resume of a familiar person. Is this the famous Sung-ho at this school? That's right, Sung-ho is an excellent student even around the world. Isn't he the pride of our school? Ha! Because he was an extremely outstanding student, this advisor also stopped for a long time to study Sung-ho's profile. Sung-ho didn't have any award history in middle school but he always won every match in high school. Did he notice? The counselor wondered strangely. The principal then opened his mouth to interject that if the boy's edida date was a little better, he would probably be a lot luckier. The counselor heard this and immediately shook his head. No, if it's just because of AB grade then it can't be. Go this far. At that moment, the advisor's eyes slightly stopped because he discovered that there was a file of an intern. Is there an intern in this pile of files, principal? Hearing the principal's question, the principal's heart dropped because he thought the advisor was upset when he discovered the intern. Yes, there was a student ranked lower than the second year and we placed him in the combat class after he argued. One side listened to the principal's explanation and the other side gently tapped the advisor's forehead, thinking. He himself asked a few things about the interns, but this is quite interesting. Is this student's past resume in the back? The principal immediately nodded yes, but there's no need to read it. As soon as he finished speaking, Sung-ho created a profile and read it carefully. The special case of Chinsung losing his parents at the age of 8 and perhaps because of that shock it made his edida. I can't wake up. He's been taken advantage of by someone and his uncle for a long time. Until he was 10 years old when robbers broke into his house and he received a large amount of damage to his body and the two of them had to go to a mental hospital. As a result, Chinsung immediately awakened edida. That day, the counselor immediately glanced at the principal and asked the principal, wouldn't edida appear at the age of 8? Yes, there is a slight change. Usually edida will appear at the age of 8 years old, but he is a special case. With the principal's resume and the principal's explanations, the advisor's doubts became even heavier. An edida awakened late in a special situation but only under pressure. His fighting ability is still at the top level since he was 10 years old. The principal quickly nodded and then shook his head. I'm not sure, but the boy has been at the top level since joining our school. The principal did not understand the mystery in this matter, but the advisor keenly realized the problem. If the fighting ability was only a limited class, then it was a bit careless for him to hide the ability for what purpose. After taking a long break without finding an answer, the counselor immediately spoke up and told the principal, "I want to meet student Chinsung privately." The principal is extremely confused. "I think the boy will soon advance in rank because he is only in the junior rank, advisor. But advisor, do we need to meet?" The principal wanted to advise him, but the counselor stood up and shook his head. "Principal, are you talking too much? Why did you let our school be a military school?" Immediately the principal was scared by this question. The question was so dangerous. It was a secret government project, a military plan I didn't know and I didn't want to know either. He immediately panicked and waved his hand. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked too many questions. I'm sorry, advisor." Then the advisor smiled mysteriously. "We were prepared to receive ridicule from the north, but..." As he spoke, he looked at the two files of Chinsung and Nsungho. "With this system we had hoped that having students would help us change the past. Chinsung's morning routine goes like this. You'll be on time, uncle, when the alarm goes off at 6 a.m. Then he dragged his tired body and eyes that couldn't open to change clothes and personal hygiene. Looking at his sleepy, disheveled appearance in the mirror, Chinsung told himself to try his best today. Then, after a while, he left the house at 6:30 a.m. It's a beautiful day today, and the reason Chinsung came to school so early is because lately he's been taking on all kinds of different cleaning tasks and even other odd jobs. Many people at school recognized Chinsung after he won the last match. They kept watching Chinsung curiously like they were watching a rare animal in a zoo because he was the only intern at this school. Every time Chinsung encounters a situation like this, he tries to smile through it. "Haha, I'm already so famous, why are you talking too much?" But he looks dumber than I thought. I think the people of the first platoon are a bit too caught off guard. They keep whispering to each other right in front of Chinsung without hesitation. "Nothing. And isn't his edida just a blunt knife? That thing is so useless, but how can he resist Nsungho for 5 minutes?" Yes, the gossip that happens these days doesn't happen once or twice. Chinsung just tries to ignore it and do his job well. Now he is patting down the chalk on 2 rags and constantly complaining about this school. Why does it not use whiteboards instead of this thing after receiving government support to become a military school? Not only cleaning the board and cleaning rags, but also cleaning the hallway to make it shiny. Suddenly, too many people asked for help or forced to help, so things turned out like this. Seeing Chinsung obediently clean up and enter the classroom, the bullies in the class opened their mouths to praise. "You really did your job well, why didn't you do the same to us from the beginning?" "Yes, I'm also quite impressed with your cleaning ability." As they spoke, they patted Chinsung on the shoulder. But of course Chinsung taking on the cleaning job didn't make them take him seriously at all, but there were still teasing and disdainful words in their ears. After the platoon challenge with the seniors, Chinsung's image in everyone's eyes also gradually improved, although it did not seem very positive. While Chinsung was tired and sleeping on the table, someone's hand slammed on the table, causing him to startle and open his eyes. Seeing the person walking towards Chinsung and apologizing, "Did you call me?" In your heart you whispered, thinking, "Is he going to hit you again?" Opposite Chinsung is Dunji Idong's unsightly face. "Last time I couldn't get the math document to bind, so I asked you to go get it for me. Go now. I need to copy the answers." Chinsung immediately nodded in agreement but also wondered if he didn't hit him. Well, now I remember, maybe thanks to that, the people around him have gradually forgotten about hitting Chinsung. Instead of bullying him by poisoning him, they constantly asked him for help with small things like handing in homework or returning textbooks to the office. All the work around the classroom was like a mountain piling up on Chinsung's shoulders, making him tired. At this time in the classroom the bell rang, making the students excited. Looking at the chaotic students in the classroom, the homeroom teacher loudly signaled to calm down. "Everyone, you guys know today is your last day to join the club, right? Joining the club is a mandatory activity for second-year students, so if you haven't yet, please join quickly." Chinsung sullenly listened to the teacher's instructions and then looked at the list and sighed. After all, which club should you join? Will anyone let you in? At this moment, Chinsung was called out by the teacher, who took attendance and said that if he did not join any clubs, he would have to have a private meeting with the teacher to explain the matter. When the kids in the class heard the teacher's advice, they had the opportunity to laugh with each other because they thought that no club would accept a poor guy. Maybe they would let him take the test. Input to see how weak he is. All they wanted was to make fun of Chinsung, and he was so used to it that he didn't pay much attention. But when he saw the introduction lines of the clubs on Chinsung's list, he surprised to the point of gasping. "Oh my god, what are these things? Emergency Rescue Club, Squad Battle Club, Edida Practical Weapons Research Club, Tiger Fighting Skills or Advanced Martial Arts or Advanced Attack Skills also include classes in the art of war. All the clubs are related to the military or how to use Edida, or more accurately, how to fight. Since the school converted into a military school, the clubs have also converted accordingly. Everyone in the class has received a list of clubs and is rushing to register to join the club they are interested in, and the club that gets the most attention right now is probably the Battle Club. Platoon. It is a highly rated club and attracts many current students, including Chinsung's classmates. Everyone gradually walked out of the classroom, leaving only Chinsung sitting quietly at his desk, staring at the list. You're having a headache and really hope that some club will avoid the Edida level restrictions because you're just forcing it. These war clubs all value Edida rank and are not places where groups of people can connect with each other, so one by one Chinsung singled out the clubs. From your choice. When he finally saw a line of words, Chinsung stopped. The club was not related to the usage of Edida and was created for the sole purpose of just physical enhancement. Chinsung's boredom with school is a bit exciting because there seems to be a suitable club for him at last. A club with no Edida rank restrictions, and since it looked like a simple physical training club, Chinsung thought there wouldn't be many people joining. Although it's a bit strange that there's only one club using their own famous gym and there shouldn't be any problem, right? Because this club was listed as not being related to Edida's usage, Chinsung thought as he walked to the place where the club was located, but it seemed that the place was very chaotic because there are too many people. Everyone kept standing crowded together, which was completely different from Chinsung's expectations. Oh my god, why are there so many people here? Did I come to the wrong place? In front of Chinsung were lined up many people with a chaotic crowd that made it difficult for him to get in. Looking closely at the notes on the introduction paper again, he was sure this was the place. At this moment, the surrounding students were also startled to recognize the senior student in the class above. He's a senior but is actually an intern, so should I approach him to rudely ask about him? They found out about Chinsung and started talking to each other. Is a first-year student. First-year students are not required to join the club, so why are there so many of them here? Chinsung silently wondered. At this moment, the crowd started screaming again when the club president stepped forward. Naturally, the excitement of the surrounding people often made Chinsung wonder even more who the club president was. And when he saw the club president's face clearly, the introduction paper in his hand immediately fell down. This is crazy, why is he here? I have to run. Right at the moment Chinsung was about to leave, the club president saw Chinsung at the same time. Immediately, under the surprise of the first-year juniors, the president turned around and called out to Chinsung. The group of first-years standing behind were howling excitedly because they had also met in Sung-ho with their own eyes. Oh my god, he looks so handsome from the outside. Senior, I'm your fan. Chinsung felt confused and opened his mouth to say hello, are you the president of this club? And Sung-ho smiled as if he didn't look at the guy in front of him and nodded. I didn't expect that you also joined this club. Hearing the club's announcement that the students could come in and prepare, Chinsung turned pale and thought to himself that he had to run now. It would definitely be very troublesome if he had anything to do with this senior brother, but it seemed that Senior and Sung-ho guessed his intention and immediately asked where he was going. Chinsung gave a forced smile. Haha, I think I went to the wrong club location. I'll try to find it and come back to see what happens. And Sung-ho pondered and then asked if there were any other members in this club. Why don't you still join? You didn't come here because you thought there would be less people here, right? Suddenly, being told something that hit him in the heart made Chinsung's heart extremely chaotic. Haha, but just now I saw there were too many candidates. And Sung-ho still persists in coming here. This is not a club that anyone can join if they want. Chinsung shyly shook his head. I'm sure you know well that I'm very low level, so I guess I can't get in, so that's it. Immediately a strong hand grabbed Chinsung's collar. The guy was so startled that he was dragged inside. Now I will give you the entrance test, take the test with the other candidates, then go wherever you want. And Sung-ho's determination made Chinsung cry without tears. Next, club president and Sung-ho coldly swept through a room of candidates. All the candidates are here, right? This year is too crowded, so let's start doing the test. Check input. It's very simple, you just have to follow the exercises that I will do until the end of the class to pass. One set will include 30 push-ups, and then 30 push-ups. Listening to the question, the students were all surprised. Some were eager to try it right away, and some were excited because the president's voice was so seductive even for his health. That was terrible, and if all the students can do 10 consecutive games without stopping, they will pass. Chinsung was dragged in here with a headache and can't stop complaining. Let's just pretend it wasn't you. Listening to the test, it is really simple, but when practicing, there is no such thing as simple. Very quickly, some students were eliminated for various reasons. Number 2's slowness is too bad, number 5 and SX's posture is really bad and they will be eliminated too. You guys have to do like me, can you see clearly? The chairman's eyes observe everyone while his hands and feet are constantly moving as a model. A few minutes passed and many of the students, who were extremely confident, lay panting as if they were dying. Oh, I can't do it anymore. Everyone's groans made Chinsung become even more timid because 30 push-ups, and then 30 touch-ups can be counted as one game. He had to do at least 10 rounds and he did it very easily and there was no discoloration on his face, no shortness of breath or too much sweat. One side is comfortable and not tired while the other side the new students are constantly moaning. This contrast makes Chinsung standing in the middle wondering how strong the monster inside the president is. Which one? Another student fell to the floor and gave up. You guys have all given up, right? So the first group is all eliminated. And Sung-ho coldly announced. Then his sharp gaze glanced at the rest. Now we will start with group 2 right away. I'm dead, what should I do? I don't think I can do it. It's scary, but it's cool. When the roll was called, the rest of group 2 started to hesitate, so she immediately pushed this senior to the front. It's too much of a senior to let a girl like me go first. Chinsung was helplessly pushed forward by the other 2 boys. He had no choice but to step up and stand facing in Sung-ho. Senior, you're not tired at all. Are you sure you're human? Senior, the fact that we're 1 year apart must be a lie, right? And Sung-ho thoughtfully held back the lazy person in front of him and sighed. He shouldn't have said that, Chinsung. Okay, let's stop talking. Group 2, let's get started. So, despite Chinsung's fierce objections, he was still dragged by his senior to take the test. Chinsung pushed up while breathing like he was about to die and thought to himself that he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Normally he trained himself physically to be able to fight off bullies. So he thought he would be quite good at subjects like this, but when he did it, he realized he was really tired. However, this man in front of him is not something that a normal person can do. Look at his calm face as he has been continuously moving up until now. And these 3 people are so tired that their souls are shaking. After completing a few laps, Senior and Sung-ho opened his mouth to praise, but it made the other 3 guys scared to death. Group 2 did quite well. Should I increase the speed? Chinsung screamed in pain. No, you can't do that, Senior. Then time passed and 2 people in Group 2, except Chinsung, were eliminated and sat on the side eating cakes to replenish their stamina. Since they were eliminated, they could only sit and watch, but the more they looked, the more surprised they became that the senior had not been eliminated yet. At this point, isn't his physical strength already at least top-notch? Is it true that his overall fighting ability is at a critical level? How can he persist for so long? Even Chinsung himself didn't know why he was able to be so persistent and he thought it was probably because he had been exercising at home. Seeing the person in front of me performing the action while complaining, and Sung-ho opened his mouth to remind him to stay focused and orderly. Well, after a few games between the 2 of them, a first-year guy asked, if I remember correctly, this is already the 7th game. Oh my gosh, it's true that in Sung-ho Senior is so different and amazing, but the pressing Senior is not inferior either. What are those 2 in the end? Not only were the boys and girls outside watching in amazement, but Sung-ho was also very pleased with Chinsung's performance because he himself did quite well. Now Chinsung was so tired that he didn't even open his mouth to respond. Looking at Mr. Sung-ho's tired, almost to death appearance, smiling, I already knew that the reaction speed I saw last time was not just a coincidence. You will be able to catch up. Then immediately Sung-ho accelerated to the point of menstruation, making the surrounding students excitedly scream, oh my god, the speed is so terrible, can the pressing senior be able to keep up? Looking at the energetic appearance of Senior Chinsung, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Was this senior telling the truth? Then he followed suit and immediately sped up to catch up, and in return, he was met with open mouths of excitement. Oh my god, it's truly a miracle that the press level is catching up with the people at the national level. This test suddenly became unusually intense, making the surrounding students excitedly cheer and cheer. He could do it. Even if his seniors forced him to, he could do it, just a little more. The seniors pressured him to definitely do it. Don't give up, try to persevere a little longer. I don't know if Chinsung heard everyone's encouragement or not. I just saw him clenching his teeth and trying hard. Non-stop. I don't know who spoke up and now it's move number 28 and number 29 for this turn. At this point, An Sung-ho smiled and sincerely praised, "You did a great job, Chin-sung." As soon as the number 30 was reached, Chin-sung collapsed exhausted to the ground amid everyone's cheers, cheering for his senior to force him to do it. Oh my god, was he the only one who passed among all of them? Everyone is not like that. Chin-sung now feels like his whole body is hollowed out and no longer has any strength, his limbs are numb and almost feels like he's about to die. The first years quickly opened their mouths to praise. "I'm very impressed with you, senior, congratulations on passing." "Well, it's not bad. This is a rare time to receive praise." At that moment, An Sung-ho walked closer and bent down to extend his hand to him, welcoming him to the Chin-sung club. Chin-sung smiled and used his small, pretty, white hand to hold that sturdy hand. "Thank you, handsome senior, I'm going to rest now." Hearing that, An Sung-ho immediately smiled and grabbed his hand tightly, pulling him back. "There's no rush, you can come starting tomorrow morning." Hearing that, Chin-sung felt frustrated and weakly protested, "Hey senior, didn't you hear what I just said? I'm very tired." "Why is it tiring? The effectiveness of exercise can be doubled when someone does it with me. I've been waiting for someone who can measure up to my level for a long time." Chin-sung immediately pushed his hand away. "If we were at your level, if we played one more game, you'd be dead. I thought you hated people liking you." Senior An Sung-ho completely ignored his words and showed a devilish smile. "I spent a whole year just to add one member Hohu." Looking at this smile, I don't understand why Chin-sung has a bad feeling. "Oh my god, I just want to join some quiet club but this club is wrong." That afternoon in the classroom Chin-sung stood absent-mindedly cleaning up tables and chairs with a bored face. To be honest, he didn't want to go to the new club at all. Because just by being there, all the attention is on you. Also because you got into the club with An Sung-ho, the damn club with only An Sung-ho. So he was always bullied even when he had to receive jealous questions every day. Those words are like, "How did you get into the club with your senior, so please say something. And if you don't go to the club, he'll keep following you and calling your name until you agree to go with him." Okay, why is there such a handsome and annoying person in the world? Should I break my own arm? Chin-sung thought to himself. At this moment there was a voice calling from next to him, but he still didn't pay attention. "That's okay, he'll take me to the infirmary and take care of me, and as long as I'm cured, he'll drag me on and I won't be able to break my arm. Or would it be better if I kept being shunned like this?" Just when he turned around, he discovered that an older sister had been standing there looking at him coldly, making Chin-sung startled. "Hey, you called me, you scared me, oh my god." The older sister opened her mouth and asked him if he was a student in this class, and Chin-sung was a bit confused and wondering if there was a beauty like this in his grade. "Oh yeah, I'm studying in this class." Hearing that, the older sister immediately took out a badge and showed it to Chin-sung. "I think they said you used this to introduce yourself." My eyes suddenly stared at the badge and realized that this was the symbol representing a corporal. His sister saw that he was confused and asked him if he didn't have a military rank. Chin-sung was embarrassed and broke his head, not knowing how to answer. At that moment, the older sister's voice suddenly became cold and serious, causing Chin-sung to act instinctively, immediately announcing his military rank and name. "Squadron 2 Platoon 10 Squad 3 Trainee Chin-sung." He thought he heard the command, so he immediately closed his eyes and raised his hand to salute. It wasn't until a moment later that Chin-sung suddenly realized his own stupid actions. Damn, this school forces you to practice this so much that it has become a habit. The other sister also looked at him with curious eyes and then reached out to shake hands. "You're a trainee soldier, but it's okay. It's nice to meet you. I'm Corporal Kim Esida-on. The gun is fine." Smiled and shook hands, wondering why you called me. "Oh, you said you're in Platoon 10, right? I'll be joining Squadron 2 of Platoon 10 early tomorrow morning." Your sister's answer made Chin-sung a bit surprised. "You were transferred here, right?" Chin-sung smiled, then turned around and walked out the door. "So from now on we are teammates, please take good care of me. Now I have a few things to do, so I'll excuse you." Before he could walk out the door or even let him finish his sentence, the older sister grabbed Chin-sung's backpack and pulled it back. "Wait a second." Chin-sung was immediately forcefully pushed into the corner by his sister. Kim Sedian's two hands were on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to escape. Looking at the beautiful face next to him, Chin-sung bewilderedly asked the corporal if he needed to be there at this time. Kim Esida-on shook her head. "Not that I needed guidance." Suddenly being stopped right at the end of class made Chin-sung's insides cry endlessly because An Sung-ho could find him at any time. There was no other way. Chin-sung mustered up the courage to sing and wait. "I have a very urgent matter right now, can I ask someone else?" The other sister strongly shook her head no. I feel quite comfortable with you. Chinsung's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, questioning, didn't you just meet me? Kim Sedian didn't say anything, just coldly looked at him with scary eyes and ordered me now. This sister's aura was so overwhelming and powerful that Chinsung had to raise his hands in surrender. Okay, let me show you. Where do you want to go now? Take me to Sergeant Insung's place, ho. Oh my god, why is there such a coincidence that Chinsung opened his mouth with a smile that he should have said from the beginning. Why didn't you tell me earlier? In fact, I was about to go there. Suddenly at the door there was a face right next to Chinsung and whispering his name. The Tong was immediately startled and screamed as if he had seen a ghost. As soon as that tall, handsome guy entered the classroom, he opened his mouth and asked his junior, Chinsung, I hope you don't intend to miss practice. No, I'm planning to go there. As soon as he finished speaking, the other sister walked over, stared at Insung-ho and asked if he was Sergeant Insung-ho. Insung-ho also moved his eyes to look at the woman in front of him and nodded, you're in block 2, you should respect your superiors, right? Seeing that, the other sister smiled arrogantly, I heard that there is a level ranking here, are you strong enough to be my superior? It seems like you and I have a hard time deciding between wins and losses. Feeling the fighting spirit from the girl in front of him, Insung-ho seriously adjusted his tie. Do you want me to confirm that for you, newbie? So the fire between these two people burned fiercely, pitting each other against each other while Chinsung had a headache and avoided it. It was truly like sitting in the house and drawing from the sky, cows and buffaloes fighting each other, flies and mosquitoes to death. Suddenly the other sister asked a very strange question, Sergeant Insung-ho, are you dating anyone? No, I don't. Chinsung was next to me, eating melons and watching the show, surprised that he suddenly asked that question. He doesn't have a lover, but isn't that right? Ignoring your noise, Kim Sedian gave a mysterious smile, it seemed like that, of course I really hate your type, and Insung-ho coldly replied, I don't care. Do you like you? Never mind, I don't care if it's your girlfriend or your lover, if you don't want to be bothered then make something up. What do you mean? Insung-ho asked. Kim Sedian pointed for Insung-ho and answered, my family is quite conservative and conservative. I said it because I had good intentions for you, so don't ignore it. The two of them kept answering each other's questions, but Chinsung stood there in confusion, not understanding anything, what was going on in oh my god, who am I, where am I? Suddenly, the older sister turned around and walked closer to Chinsung, smiling. Fortunately, he doesn't like me. Do you want to date me? The sudden question made Chinsung blush. Why did he suddenly ask like that? Because we're the same height, that's great. I like someone who has the same eyesight. Chinsung was startled by her sister's rude actions and backed away like a young girl being flirted with. Oh, I don't know anything. His sister seemed bewildered by his reaction so she stared without blinking. A moment later, he smiled sweetly and praised him for being so adorable. Novice Edida, and what is your combat rank? Chinsung shyly replied that it was all just coercion. Kim Sedian shook his head in disbelief, don't lie. What are you lying about? What are you doing? I'm telling the truth. There's no way anyone can have both of them at the top level, but wouldn't that be too much of a waste? Now I have you. Don't joke like that. Kim Sedian was also confused by Chinsung's words and at that moment the other man spoke up, interrupting their conversation. We're planning on going to training together, so you should be able to go now, girl. A moment later, Chinsung was doing pull-ups while groaning in fatigue. Next to Insung-ho, he practiced and supervised without letting any rope loose, while the other girl, Kim Sedian, stood as a judge. At first I thought this was your reason to hide from me. It turns out you really went to practice. I have a different view of you now, in turn. Chinsung fell to the ground tiredly and unsteadily replied, just thinking why did she follow us here? Chinsung was so tired that he raised his face with tears and nose and prayed to his heart to save me. The other sister shook her head in confusion. Since when did you and I become so familiar that you asked me to save you? Chinsung immediately got angry and silently cursed in his heart, so what about that time when you asked me for directions? Hohu, you two are really too much. Looking at Chinsung's life without any regrets, the other sister asked Sergeant Insung-ho why he trained him to this extent. After all, he's just a rookie. Insung-ho pondered and replied that even though there was a difference in level, if he had a teammate to practice with, that would be more than enough. Receiving this answer, Kim Sedian gave a smile that could see through the world, then she walked closer to Insung-ho. I don't know why you tried to help him like that. Did the sergeant discover something about himself? The sharpness and precision of the woman in front of her made Insung-ho's face become wary. Why don't you tell me what secret he has, Sergeant? Why don't you answer me now, Sergeant? And Sung-ho shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Aren't you the one who has certain expectations for Chin-sung? Kim Se-deon smiled strangely. So you mean you won't tell me? If that's true, then I'll go ask him myself. In turn, you heard us talking, won't you answer me? Chin-sung smiled stupidly. I think you're misunderstanding something. I'm just a high school student, so no matter how charming you are, it's useless, girl. After hearing his words, I didn't understand why the other two had cold faces and no one said a word. And Sung-ho angrily furrowed his eyebrows and then forcefully pulled Chin-sung's collar and dragged him away. It looks like we've had enough of pretending to be stupid. Let's start practicing the next one, Chin. Sung panicked and struggled, waiting to follow you, so angry, brother. The next day in the classroom, all the students arrived and the teacher stood on the podium and announced with a serious face. Okay everyone, today we have a new student transferring to our class. New student, please come in. As soon as the voice fell outside the door, a figure entered. The sound of footsteps hitting the floor made everyone unable to help but look in that direction. The person who just transferred into this class is a girl with beautiful long hair and a confident face. She is none other than Kim Se-deon, who met Chin-sung yesterday. Oh, she looks so beautiful, but is there still a new transfer student coming to the school at this hour? Teacher, where will I sit? The teacher looked around the classroom and replied that there was an empty seat at the back of Platoon 1, but let me introduce myself first. Kim Se-deon silently walked around the classroom, looked at the intern boy she had just met yesterday, then immediately walked down there. I don't like Squad 1, I like Squad 3 more, the teacher called out loudly. Wait a minute, I haven't introduced myself yet. Let me introduce myself, please let me sit with the 3rd platoon, but now the 3rd platoon doesn't have any seats left for me. In everyone's surprised eyes, the girl walked down to Chin-sung's table, making the boy sitting next to Chin-sung not understand anything. Then Kim Se-deon smiled and said something that made everyone speechless. I like to sit there next to this trainee boy, can you go sit somewhere else? What is that? Hello, second year first grader. Even if you suddenly say that, this is still my seat. The guy was a bit stunned but clearly didn't want to give up his seat at all. Seeing him reject, Kim Se-deon's hand slammed down on the table and she gave a scary smile. So what do you mean you're not going to go sit somewhere else? The other guy was scared by her aura and immediately stood up to make room. Haha, I'll go sit somewhere else, thank you, you're so kind. Just as Kim Se-deon was about to sit down on the chair, a voice from the front attracted her attention. Hey girl, who are you to act like this here? I'm the one in charge of Squad 3. Please start by telling us your name and rank. Kim Se-deon crossed his arms and smiled. Is your military rank higher than mine? I heard that the highest rank is Corporal for second-year students and I am also a Corporal here. After saying that, she immediately stopped paying attention to that red shirt guy and raised her hand to tell the teacher that she would sit here. Looking at the chaotic situation in front of him, the teacher sighed because another strange child had entered this class. Okay, just sit there as you please. The person feeling the most tired right now is probably Chin-sung, as he continuously raised his hand to rub his eyes. Kim Se-deon's active eyes suddenly turned dark as he looked at the boy next to him. In turn, you don't like me? Why are you so indifferent about this? I'm sitting here because I thought we were on good terms yesterday. Do I need to do anything more about this? We don't have to get along, right? Facing the scary older sister, Chin-sung shyly smiled and shook his head. Haha, it's not that I don't like you, I don't mean anything. At this moment, the teacher standing in the classroom loudly called Kim Se-deon's name again. Kim Se-deon, shouldn't you at least introduce yourself to everyone in the class? Hearing that, the older sister tiredly shook her head. I was already sitting. But okay, I'll sit here and say it. Her careless appearance immediately made Dong Ji-dong sitting in front scream angrily. Hey, isn't it the basic courtesy of new students to stand in front of the class to introduce themselves later? Kim Se-deon angrily objected. I don't want everyone to still be able to hear me clearly even though I'm standing here. But, hello everyone, nice to meet everyone. I am a new transfer student to Kim Se-deon and will become part of grade 10 from today. The girl's behavior caused everyone in the class to gossip among themselves because she behaved very rudely and did not follow any rules. She must have been very shy and reported it when she was at her old school. Kim Se-deon's introduction continued to echo in the classroom. I am a corporal and my edida is a white jade elf. Suddenly when she said this there was a loud noise in the classroom. Stopped silently. My edida is a white jade elf. Even though my family pushed me to transfer to this school, I still hope we can all improve together. From now on, I hope to meet you all. Help. The girl had just introduced herself, but no one responded because all the students, including the teacher, opened their big mouths and stared at her like they were looking at a rare animal. There was silence for a moment and then the sound of screaming echoed throughout the class. What is the white jade elf of the Kim Bok-nok family? Really, is she telling the truth? Please keep order, don't make a mess. Oh my god, this is so amazing, I can't believe we have a white jade elf in our class. Everyone's noisy noise still echoes. Kim Se-deon seems to be very familiar with this reaction. To talk about the white jade elf, it is the only edida that is passed down from generation to generation. Edida originally cannot be passed down, and since it first appeared, there has not been any edida that is the same, because things engraved in the soul cannot be the same. But in the world there are still people who hope that they can pass on their edida to the next generation so that edida will continue to grow, making edida become more delicate, sharper, more dangerous, and more terrifyingly powerful than ever. In the flow of history, there was a family that successfully tested edida's genetic ability. That is the Kim family, famous for being the defenders of King Suaro, a family full of mystery and with a strong mystical color. All members of the family line focus on endless ideological education and fighting for many generations. To protect their bloodline, they only have to associate with their relatives, so all the members of the family, all children, are born with white skin. Since that mysterious research, the Gold and White Jade family has successfully obtained an unusual edida, that is edida the White Jade Elf with the World Soul level of A. However, the White Jade Goblin can only appear and be passed down on the bodies of descendants in each generation. The population of this family decreased significantly and almost ceased to exist in the world. And the child was born in the last generation when a sword-wielding goblin appeared. That child possessed physical abilities and potential abilities far beyond that of an ordinary woman. The White Jade Elf finally has the ability to obtain top-level swordsmanship as Kim Se-deon. She was a person born from the finish line who was recognized by her family and God as a prodigy. That's what people know about this family, but in reality, Kim Se-deon is raising his voice and asking if he can sit down after the introductions. The teacher hesitated and nodded. Okay, you can sit now. From today onwards, Corporal Kim Se-deon will become the 3rd Squad's counter-force. Everyone please be in order. Naturally, the teacher's announcement made Dong Ji-dong angrily scream, but how could a new transfer student become a vice-captain? Hearing the question, the homeroom teacher angrily scolded him to shut up. The homeroom teacher's overreaction when he learned of Kim Se-deon's status as a White Jade Elf made Dong Ji-dong angry, but he could only silently grit his teeth. Shin-sung doesn't know much about the mysteries of this family, but looking at everyone's reactions, he can't help but admire that this girl is quite famous, isn't she? Hearing the question from Mr. Kim Se-deon answered very clearly, I'm famous because I'm this beautiful. But you yourself are quite unique because the title of a forced intern in this school is not normal, right? Suddenly, while talking, he was stabbed with a knife. Shin-sung suddenly didn't know how to answer. Oh my gosh, stop talking nonsense, I'm your ally. Looking at your reaction, Kim Sung smiled happily, and I don't want to stop. You're so cute. Up there, Dong Ji-dong with the familiar red shirt was so angry that he clenched his teeth. How could a girl who just moved and be like that? Then, as time passed, Kim Se-deon's participation in the class also arose. Different stories arose. Hey, I think we should change the squad leader of the 3rd Squad, right? Kim Se-deon is better at everything than Dong Ji-dong. Dong Ji-dong, that bastard Kim Se-deon, has a higher edida rank than him in total combat ability. Maybe even better than him. He constantly gives out strange orders in team battles that make others confused, because he wants to appear talented but is actually very dumb. At first I thought she was too cocky, but she was really smart and good at giving orders. The two of them talked while walking but didn't notice Dun Ji-dong was sitting next to him and heard those words. Moreover, her charisma in battles is so cool that I fell in love with her. That's right, it would be great if Kim Se-deon were the squad leader. Anyway, she will definitely become the squad leader soon because we need someone with talent. In the far corner of the cafeteria, Dun Ji-dong listened to every word of discussion and was so angry that he squeezed the glass in his hand. His face was full of sadness and his eyes were burning with jealousy and extreme hatred. Kim Se-deon was all because of her. In the classroom, the bell rang signaling that it was time for lunch. Just as Shin-sung was about to stand up and leave, the girl sitting next to him called him back. Oh partner, let's have lunch together today. Shin-sung quickly raised his hand to refuse. No, I still have to clean the classroom. But I don't have anyone to eat with. Kim Suk firmly grabbed his collar. You're lying. Now you're the most popular person in school. How come there's no one to eat with? The other girl angrily crossed her arms. I hate it when people approach me about things like that, they just keep peeking and never actually come to talk to me. That's your problem. I'm very busy. I have to clean the blackboard, clean the classroom floor, and go get supplies for the next class. Kim Esidon stood there listening to Chin Sung's list and then grimaced. Just hearing that, one person doing all those tasks seemed too much. I bet even the squad leader couldn't do it all by himself. Is that the case? Chin Sung nodded helplessly. You could say the same. There's no way you wouldn't do the tasks that were originally assigned to other squad leaders. Not only that, but what did you do to the whole class? Kim Esidon's voice suddenly became strange as he stared at Chin Sung. Ahaha, I only do it because I've already completed other tasks. Wouldn't it be more complicated for many people to do it? Don't misunderstand. Kim Esidon's eyes opened wide and it seemed like she didn't believe his words at all. Her lips pursed tightly and she asked again if there was a misunderstanding. Okay, then follow me. Suddenly, Chin Sung was grabbed by the collar and dragged, causing Chin Sung to panic. Where are you going? I told you, I'm busy. Where do you think we're going? We're going to visit those bastards who keep giving you things they should be doing themselves. Why wait a minute to meet them? I told you it's okay. In the dining room, two classmates were sitting and eating together. Kim Esidon walked over to start a conversation. Hey, I have something to ask you. What's wrong with Kim Sedian? What do you want from me? That's right, you're the one usually responsible for cleaning the 4th platoon's classroom, right? Why do you force the new recruits in our platoon to do that? The redhead immediately smiled haha because he was of that rank. Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Sedian's hand stopped his mouth and her cold voice rang out, I don't want to hear your excuses. From now on, let's all do what we're assigned. It's a shame that you bully someone weaker than you and I really don't want to be in that situation. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Kim Esidon's threatening voice and terrifying aura made the red-haired man startled and swallow a mouthful of saliva. If I catch you doing this again, you will remember the consequences, understand? The other party was so scared that they reborn and nodded. I understand. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? You have to apologize to him. Kim Esidon pointed to Chin Sung and said, yes, I'm so sorry in turn. Okay, since we've agreed then I'm sorry to bother you while you're eating, newbie, let's go to the next person. Hearing that, Chin Sung immediately wondered where we were going. Haven't we already resolved it? Is everything over? Where do you think we're going? We're going to see the homeroom teacher. After talking for a while with the teacher finally smiled and nodded. Oh, so something like that happened to Chin Sung, so from now on I will let you be in charge of dividing the cleaning work. Clean up, Kim Esidon. Yes sir, thank you for agreeing. So from now on I will divide the work among our platoon, do you understand? From today onwards you will take care of the board and you will take care of cleaning the floor. The other two were suddenly stopped and assigned to work, so they protested in bewilderment. Why do we have to clean up and where is that high-ranking guy? In exchange for questioning themselves, the mop hit them straight in the throat, causing pain for both of them. Are you guys going against the cleaning manager's orders? Kim Sedian's powerful and threatening appearance made the other two panic and quickly shake their heads. No. At this moment, the sour voice of Deng Ji-dong rang out right next to the hallway. Here is our deputy squad leader. Seeing him walk towards Kim Sung smiled Deng Ji-dong. You also want to clean up? Hearing her call your name directly, Deng Ji-dong got angry. You should at least call me squad leader instead of squad deputy captain. Okay, so what do you want, captain? Seeing her arbitrary attitude, Deng Ji-dong became even more annoying. Why do I have to want something to come see you? I'm just talking to my subordinates. Kim Esidon glanced thoughtfully at him for a moment before shrugging and shaking his head. Well, that's true, but since you annoy me I'll just have to become squad leader, right? Deng Ji-dong angrily shouted. What did you say? If you don't want anything, I can come in here, squad leader. Deng Ji-dong immediately stopped. Wait until class is over, go to the rooftop, I have something related to the squad to discuss with you. So what's the matter? Kim Sedian didn't think much and nodded in agreement. At the same time Chin Sung hid behind the door and heard the two of them talking. Very quickly, the class passed and the school bell rang and the students walked out of the classroom one by one. Chin Sung hid in the back and watched Kim Esidon and Deng Ji-dong. Went to the rooftop because he keenly sensed something unusual. As expected, she was going to the rooftop following that guy's invitation. Just walking up a few more stairs, Chin Sung stopped because just standing here he felt something. Then Chin Sung's eyes became thoughtful and he spoke to himself. Looks like our squad leader will be very busy today. Standing behind the terrace door outside, Kim Sedian's voice is heard. So what do you want to discuss with me? Opposite her was Dunji Dong with his smug smile. Are you pretending not to know, or are you really that stupid? Even if you don't want to, you should understand by now, right? As he spoke, from behind he continuously walked out. Many people were staring at Kim Sedian and didn't look very friendly. Kim Sedian smiled confidently. Our platoon leader is really amazing. It seems like you're quite famous, right? Clearly, thanks to his connections, Dunji Dong has gathered quite a few supporters here and will be detrimental to Kim Sedian. You are still a member of my platoon after this discussion, and I have no intention of laying a finger on you. So you mean you can't discuss things like this without so many people here to help? Our platoon leader has always been this shameful and cowardly. Once again, when he was told something that hit his heart, he got angry and then smiled horribly. Along with that laughter in the late afternoon, the group of people gradually approached and surrounded Kim Sedian. You mean you want to teach me? Kim Sedian asked in bewilderment. Faced with Ms. Dunji Dong's incomprehensible appearance, she was furious. You really need a good lesson. I'll make you regret acting so arrogantly, Kim Sedian. Kim Sedian pondered and wondered what the problem was with me. Your problem is that the area commander should listen to the sergeant's orders, but a squad leader like you doesn't respect me at all. Hearing those questioning words, Kim Sedian could not help but smile contemptuously. So tell me if you are stronger than me or smarter than me. Her words made the other guy even angrier and gritted his teeth. Aren't skills here determined by rank or something like being physically stronger than me or making better decisions than me with a smart head? To be my superior, shouldn't you be better than me in at least one of those two aspects? If everyone is so useless, who do you want to command? Every word she said stabbed a knife straight into the black heart of trash Dunji Dong, making him angry to the extreme. This damn piece of trash, everyone, take Edida out. Following his words, order the guys behind to immediately summon their Edida weapons. Kim Sedian squinted at everyone and silently calculated. There are a lot of Edida melee weapons and these don't have any special skill range. In short, these Edida are all high-level Edida. Low-level. Dunji Dong also understood that, and he opened his mouth at the same time. For someone who possesses special Edida like you, these things look pitiful, right? Kim Sedian calmly shook his head. It's not like you're the one who feels that way, and I don't have the free time to care what other people's Edida level is. Yes, but enough nonsense for now. So what do you guys want? Just seeing her finish speaking, they held Edida in their hands and gradually walked forward. The voice of the obnoxious Dunji Dong echoed on the rooftop, answering Kim Sedian's question. If you cause a commotion like Edida on campus, you will be punished. Especially for a high-ranking Edida like her, for that reason alone, she will be punished. And these weak guys can use their Edida as they like without being detected because the power of these Edida is very ordinary. Because of that reason, this guy Dunji Dong summoned 15 kids like this. As he rested, he looked at Kim Sedian's hand and smiled even more triumphantly because Kim Sedian's Edida needed a blade to fully reveal his strength. It's true strength, but she doesn't currently carry anything similar. So when compared to a strong character who cannot fully use his Edida power, with trash that can use Edida, perhaps the trash will win. Dunji Dong's voice rang out again. Even she wouldn't be able to handle these people one by one. I'll make you regret disobeying me, you goblin. Kim Sedian knew why these people were so confident in taking her down, but she was not afraid and still stood there pretending to be thoughtful. And Sung Ho is very famous in our school. You guys don't think anything when you see in Sung Ho. The words she said made Dunji Dong confused and asked, what nonsense are you spouting? Kim Sedian slowly walked forward and explained, you know my Edida rank, right? Now the question is this. My Edida rank is one thing, but what are my overall combat abilities and rank? As soon as the question was asked, the boys holding weapons as they walked forward were suddenly scared and stopped. That's right, sometimes the overall combat level may not be lower than the level of Edida, and in Sung Ho is an extremely typical and outstanding example. Seeing that his allies were showing signs of panic, Dunji Dong quickly spoke up to reassure them. It was all fake. Why did you all flinch when faced with a fake sword without a sword in hand? There are a total of 15 people who own Edida over there. Don't be fooled into rushing up. Hearing what he said, Kim Sedian was disgusted and breathed a sigh of relief. You should have analyzed like this during the Civil War, right? Have you forgotten what we learned in class? She scratched her head and smiled, making Dunji Dong crazy. Suddenly, from Kim Sedian's hair, a glowing horn grew. According to statistics, a person with rank A can fight against 100 people below rank A. Suddenly, her white Jade elf Edida was summoned with rank A and her overall combat ability is quite good. And hidden skill A, the user's body can manipulate the white jade goblin with intermediate swordsmanship expert skill. With a horn on Kim Sedian's head smiling, from level A onwards they are all considered to possess disproportionate strength. One person must know how to fight one-on-one against countless people. Just received rank A, and let's just say that her strength is only half that without weapons. Do these people have any chance of winning? That's right, in the end, where did they get the courage to dare to provoke a person who possesses the extremely rare white jade elf and edida, so that until now when faced with in fact, everyone was trembling and clutching their weapons in panic. The oppressive atmosphere made Dunjiaidong angrily stomp his feet on the floor. Why are you guys flinching? She doesn't have any weapons for her edida. Let's catch her quickly. Everyone rushed to catch her for me. A young man standing closest to Kim Sedian followed the command and slowly walked forward. He mustered all his courage but his shaking hands betrayed his true feelings. Finally, the boy took a deep breath and rushed forward to attack and shouted, "She doesn't have a weapon, we can do it." The wooden baseball bat that was his edida appeared powerfully from the sky and smashed down while Kim Sedian calmly stood there, not dodging and smiling strangely. Suddenly she opened her mouth to praise, "I like your curiosity, but aren't you approaching it too honestly?" I just saw that right when the baseball bat was about to hit Kim Sedian's face, he stopped dead in his tracks, unable to move another millimeter. The young man's entire face was pale and filled with fear and he couldn't help but scream, "Why can't he?" It turned out that one of Kim Sedian's arms promptly grabbed the wooden baseball bat and completely stopped the young man's fierce attack. Suddenly the girl turned around with a powerful thrust and panicked singing. In the blink of an eye, that young man was thrown into the distance by Kim Sedian, rushing towards the other guys remaining on the rooftop. With just one gentle blow and a seemingly weak arm, this petite girl defeated 3 tall men with weapons in hand. One hit the target but things didn't stop there. Taking advantage of the group's bewilderment and not having time to recover, she immediately shot up like an arrow towards the enemy. The first unlucky person was easily sent flying, then the second and third. The beautiful girl with silver hair looked like a strong wolf among a flock of weak sheep, continuously beating the other 15 guys without any resistance. Finally, the chaotic sound stopped. One of her feet stepped heavily on the stomach of a guy lying unconscious on the floor. "So do you dare to look down on women anymore? Look, even if Edida's power cannot be fully revealed, defeating these trash is still just a normal thing." The young man who had rushed to attack Kim Sedian first was now clutching his chest and silently saying to himself, "Without a sword, is she still that strong? We are nothing when faced with a level A edida." His voice is full of sadness and extremely low self-esteem. Hearing those words, Kim Sedian walked closer and sat down next to him, shaking his head. "You gave up too early, that's why you can't be an A-level student." The other boy immediately shouted in protest, "What do you know? From the moment you were born, you were chosen. Do you think I don't try to train? How can someone like you who was born at the finish line understand that?" Facing him was the calm face of Kim Sedian. Can a person born a genius with abundant edida understand the sadness of a person without talent? Kim Sedian lowered her face and hid her expression behind her hair, making it difficult for others to see clearly. Then she slowly answered, "Yes, you have no other choice but to rest like that, but the problem is when it starts. My overall fighting ability is just dike level." Kim Sedian's explanation left the young man completely bewildered. "What's the matter?" Immediately on the other side, the hateful Dunjiaidong responded, "Don't lie, there is no one in this country who doesn't know about your family. How come your combat rank is only? Is it okay? If you want to play a psychological trick, you have to come up with a believable reason. Who would believe that someone like you has no talent?" Kim Sedian shrugged and smiled. "I agree with a level A edida, but the overall combat ability is only at level A, which is useless. I don't want to fight with a sword, but my edida wants me to do what I can do. I have to accept it. You guys think that you can just have a strong edida. Feel free to use that power without any training or effort." Faced with her questioning, the other people were bewildered and couldn't believe it. "You trash people must not accept the efforts I have put into my abilities. There are many geniuses in this world, but do you know that the scariest thing is a genius who still tries and strives? Force or not. And no matter what you guys think, it doesn't affect me. If you don't try and only get jealous, you'll always be a waste. The efforts I put in are still being proven at this point." As I said, Kim Sedian's hands clenched slightly and in the palms of those hands were calluses from practicing holding a sword. Practiced for many years. Each of her words were like sharp daggers stabbing straight into the hearts of those trashes, causing them to go crazy and collapse. Then, under the guidance of Dunjiaidong, they attacked again. Going crazy, stop, shut up, don't talk anymore. Kim Esidon coldly shook his head. Even without a sword, you guys are still not worthy of competing with me. All the crazy efforts of these guys on the rooftop were meaningless and could not last long in front of Kim Sedian. In the end, only this captain remained. Kim Sedian coldly looked at him and asked if you saw that I intentionally left you last. Deng Jiadong clenched his teeth in anger. I guess even if it's a trash can, it's still just trash. Kim Esidon shook his head. I can't use it to take care of you again. Hearing that, the other guy smiled even more happily and loudly provoked him. Yes, it can't help you. Come and eat me, you goblin. Immediately, his confident appearance made Kim Esidon realize something was different. Could it be that this guy still has his trump card hidden, but let's just ignore him and destroy him. It's best for you to curl up. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl with the horn on her head rushed forward at an unbelievable speed. Her fist opened, carrying an impact force aimed straight at Deng Jiadong's stomach and attacking. At this moment, the other guy not only didn't try to dodge, but also smiled with great satisfaction and secretly cheered in his heart, haha, you're trapped, Kim Esidon. I know you'll avoid punching me in the face no matter what. But, you know you will be punished if you use edida to fight in school, but I will take the full force of that stab with my face. While thinking about him, he immediately used his face to block Kim Esidon's fist, surprising her. Imagine your surprised expression if I tried to get Kim Esidon to punch me in the side of the face, Deng Jiadong said to himself in his heart. Then at the very least she will be suspended or maybe even forced to drop out of school, and that's a small price to pay for screwing you over, huh? This was almost Deng Jiadong's entire plan, but everything did not go his way at all, because at this moment, someone's hand immediately blocked Kim's fist. Sedian. The whole space and time seemed to freeze, and the person who just appeared was Chinsung. After successfully blocking his fist, he smiled and said, wow, this is so dangerous. When he saw his face clearly, Deng Jiadong immediately wondered if that trash was you. Chinsung smiled. Your pretty little nose shouldn't be broken, squad leader. Not stopping there, Chinsung stood up and from his palm spread out a strange object that he crushed. Seeing his actions, he wanted to investigate and immediately shouted angrily, you trash, how are you here? But before he could finish his sentence, Chinsung stomped on his hand, making him scream in pain. Sorry, I missed my step. Are you okay, squad leader? I really missed my step. At this point, Deng Jiadong once again raised his face to look at Kim Esidon and asked if she had brought this trash here. Kim Esidon shook his head and pointed at Chinsung. Why did I have to do that? He followed me himself. Seeing their incomprehensible expressions, Chinsung immediately became somber and cried like an actor. It's so sad that I'm not welcomed anywhere, oh my god. He turned his face away, not knowing that behind him, Kim Esidon was thoughtfully looking at his back. She had originally partly resolved the situation with the desire to change her impression of Deng Jiadong. But from behind the terrace door all the way to here, a subordinate who is considered by everyone to be trash like him rushed here in just a blink of an eye. He opened the door and rushed here to stand between Kim Sedian and Deng Jiadong. Even before her punch, the more Kim Sedian thought about it, the more surprised and unbelievable he felt. And the most important thing is that this guy completely blocked her powerful punch with his bare hands, a guy with the edida rank, which is a pressure level and whose combined fighting ability is also a pressure level. How can someone like him do it? Chinsung, what are you? Kim Esidon wondered in his heart while Chinsung still stood watching the sunset. While thinking, the girl's hands unconsciously clenched together when a sharp pain came from there. She quickly opened her palm and saw several pieces of plastic inside. At this moment Chinsung turned around and smiled. Squad leader, the sun is going down, why don't we end this scene and go home? Deng Jiadong hugged his chest angrily and shouted loudly. Who the hell are you to want to end this? You two are very good. If I reported to the teacher as squad leader, you two would definitely die. Chinsung immediately put on an innocent face. What did I do wrong? I just protected you, isn't it a bit bad to reward me like that? Kim Esidon also nodded in agreement. Yes, this trainee warrior boy just protected your ugly face, stop your nonsense. Hearing that, Deng Jiadong laughed even more madly as if he was sure of victory. Who said that? I recorded this part just in case. With the hidden camera footage, I will. He said and smiled very proudly, but suddenly fell silent when Chinsung spoke up and pointed to the ground. When you say camera, do you mean this hidden camera here and there? Hearing the warning, Deng Jiadong was immediately startled and opened his eyes to clearly see the object that had fallen on the floor. There were fragments of fragments that could be guessed that its origin was a camera. Minnie. While this guy stood silently and petrified, the conversation of the other two rang out again. Is it a camera? I thought it was some kind of decoration, but I saw you bring it up here. Sorry, I saw something stuck on the wall. I thought it was a shock absorber, so I didn't think it was yours to prepare in advance, squad leader. Chinsung explained with a harmless smile. And over here, Kim Esidon used the tip of his foot to gently kick the broken piece of the camera and shook his head, rubbing the broken camera. Then your plan seems to have gone up in smoke, right? But what I want to know the most right now is why did you block my punch? She said while holding Chinsung's collar tightly. I helped you, but why do you treat me like that? Mr. Kim Esidon's question hasn't been answered yet, but there are people who have answered it for him, because he's just a pusher, but being able to block punches and break cameras installed by rank A is really good. It's just luck. Seeing that the other group of people had woken up from being beaten, she grabbed Chinsung's collar and thought for a moment, then immediately pulled Chinsung's collar and dragged him there. Hey, if you want to go somewhere, let me go first, don't drag me around like that. When the others heard the girl calling them, they became solemn in case they didn't understand anything. Kim Esidon sat down opposite them and loudly reminded them, stop whining that edida, you guys are low class and learn from our apprentices here. At this point, it's not too late, so please think clearly. Faced with her sincere reminder, the group of people were bewildered for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Of course, the girl didn't expect them to answer, so she immediately turned around and pulled Chinsung away. Kim Sidian admitted that she really looked like Senior and Sung-ho. That's nonsense. Are you saying I look like that pig-headed guy? The two of them argued as they walked and then slammed the rooftop door, leaving Deng Jiaidong still standing frozen in place. He silently cursed the word damn in his mouth while his accomplices around him were all sullen. The scene shifts to some dim dark night. With the moonlight reflecting on the wall, we can see the silhouette of a child holding a knife gradually approaching the person lying screaming on the floor. You monster, you are a monster, you are a monster, please forgive me, please forgive me. The echoing screams broke the night but then stopped, causing the space to sink into silence. The child with his bloody body stood quietly in the middle of the room and said to himself, Uncle and I are both in the same boat. But isn't it? Immediately, Chinsung lying on the bed was startled to wake up from a terrifying nightmare. He tiredly held his head and sighed. What a hateful dream it was. Early in the morning in the schoolyard, Chinsung walked next to Kim Esidon with a tired and sullen face, and this attracted her attention. Hey intern, what's wrong with you today? Chinsung immediately smiled and shook his head. It's not that I'm just a little tired, haha, but where are we going? I don't know, because the teacher only talked to the squad leaders, but since they were going to the first aid classes, maybe they were there. But why do we have to go outside the school? I don't know anymore. Don't ask too much, just follow. So their group of people flocked together until they arrived in front of a building, where squad leader Deng Jiaidong ordered them to stop. At this moment, a few more people walked up next to me and opened their mouths with a not-so-kind tone. Oh, we're here. Are you a Honda High School student? Haha, it's not too late for me to see the kids of Honda High School for the first time, right? As soon as 3 strangers, 2 men and 1 woman appeared, they continuously smiled bitterly. Of course, for someone as annoying as Deng Jiaidong, he was angered by these people. He boldly stepped forward to face the group of people and asked, who are you? The brown-haired guy immediately replied that I would rather watch Kim Sidian than you. I heard that she is a very beautiful girl and an outstanding genius. Hearing this crazy guy mention that name made Deng Jiaidong even more angry. Kim Esidon is the deputy squad leader of my team, but if you want to say anything, you can tell me here. The other group of people suddenly burst out laughing. Damn, is this the ranking system I've heard of before? Their school forces them to play military roles. It's so funny. The strangers' teasing gestures and contemptuous tones constantly hit Deng Jiaidong's mind. I am a student at Hyundai 5 Special Training High School, 2 squads, 10 platoons. Third, I ask again who you are. How do we meet you, officer? Deng Jiaidong angrily scolded these scolds. What are you saying? Just as the tension reached its peak, another hand gently placed on the other person's shoulder. Oh my god, don't make a fool of another school like that. The person who spoke stepped forward and then looked at Deng Jiaidong and smiled. Sorry, our children are a bit emotional and hot-tempered. That voice belonged to an extremely handsome boy with clean clothes that made people unable to take their eyes off him. After speaking, he extended his hand to shake hands with Deng Jiaidong and introduced himself. We are from Siocheng High School. Nice to meet you from Hyundai. Deng Jiaidong frowned and pushed his hand away. Stop acting and explain, you trash. The accomplice standing behind angrily retorted but was immediately stopped by the handsome guy. Haha, calm down, everyone, don't be so hot-tempered. At this moment Kim Se-dion's cold voice rang out. Lieutenant, stop, don't you see our training points going down? She walked next to the two and said. And so did you Seocheong High School? The handsome guy opened his mouth and asked in a surprised tone if she was Kim Se-dion. Nice to meet you. My name is Lee Se-young. Kim Se-dion glanced coldly at the outstretched hand of the guy in front of him and did not react. Our team came here to attend the first aid class, but why are Seocheong's kids here instead of them? How can you explain this to me? Hearing Ms. Lee Se-young's questioning, she smiled with a deadly smile and patted her chest. Haha, we are the first aid class students you are looking for. Seocheong High School 5-2 first aid class we are looking forward to today. After initially getting to know each other, the group of people glanced at the sign of this building and began to tell us the information they received. We didn't know why it was called a bank. And this bank looks pretty good. Having said that, the group of people opened the door and entered the bank, and facing it was a tall security guy wearing a mysterious black suit. Looks like it was reserved for us since customers became scarce. Inside, the man wearing a black suit saw the children coming in and he also came forward to speak. You are students coming to practice, right? Oh my god, they are so big and tall. Is this the strength of the security guards? Everyone looked around and kept admiring each other. At this moment, someone stepped forward and opened his mouth to say hello. Hello, we are second-year students in the 10th platoon of the 3rd platoon at Hyundai High School. I'm the leader of the Kim Se-dion group. The two guards smiled. Oh really? Are you the owner of that mysterious elf Edida? Kim Se-dion slowly nodded. If there is anything you need to do today, please let us know. The security guard immediately laughed. Haha, I like you so much that I want the bank to hire you when you grow up. Shin-sung stood next to him in deep thought and walked into this bank. They were all being treated like children on an internship trip. The security guards here completely disregarded the fighting spirit of the children. Anyway, there aren't many students who can work at a bank, but kids need points. Leaning against the corner of the wall, Kim Se-dion took off the sword strapped to his back and suddenly apologized to Lee Se-young. You can call me Lee Se-young. The guy immediately smiled and walked closer. Okay, now divide your class into 4 and put them in temporary teams. We will give the bank a good impression. I'm not even sure if the teacher is here at this time or not. The two captains were chatting and looking at their teammates. In the distance, the other members were still excited when an uncle asked them if they wanted some cake or drinks. Seeing them laughing and joking, Kim Se-dion sighed thoughtfully. This bank is quite lax and even our team members are like children who have not yet grown up. Both sides let go. Loose and not serious at all. Although Kim Se-dion's chin was like that, as soon as someone walked up to her and asked her if she wanted some coffee, she was a bit stunned. Lee Se-young originally thought that Kim Se-dion was very serious and mature, but when he saw this expression of hers, he felt that something was wrong. Really, I can drink anything, the girl asked, placing her sword against the wall and leaving at the same time. In a certain corner of the wall, Shin-sung was the one observing the entire surrounding space and commented that everyone was very relaxed. It seemed like not much was happening. At this moment, the handsome Lee Se-young walked over, smiled and said hello to him. With the sudden appearance, Shin-sung was a bit startled and the other guy continued, Hello, are you the person who was with Kim Se-dion before? Looking at the handsome face in front of Shin-sung, he secretly guessed that this was high school student Seocheong Lee Se-young, but how did he know that he was next to senior Kim Se-dion? At that moment Shin-sung with his dangerous eyes realized something, so he immediately smiled and gave his thumbs up. You want me to help you ask about Kim Se-dion? After all, that's a professional. That's my subject. Handsome guy Lee Se-young quickly waved his hand and shook his head. Seeing that, Shin-sung took out his pocket and reluctantly continued saying that he wanted me to go buy bread, but I didn't bring money today. What's wrong? I don't need bread either. I don't need bread either, so what is it? Shin-sung wondered. Lee Se-young smiled. Don't think nonsense, I just happen to be interested in you. Or do you want something to drink? There are some vending machines over there. Although it felt a bit strange, Shin-sung nodded and walked to the vending machines. He was wondering if he should report to the sergeant or the squad leader, but it was probably fine. A can of water from the vending machine rolled down and Shin-sung picked it up with his hand. He took a long drink because he was also thirsty. The chilled soft drinks here are really refreshing. Seeing Lee Se-young's expression standing next to him smiling and asking Shin-sung, he seems so carefree. Are you the hidden master of Hyundai High School or something? His words startled the heart that was drinking water to the point of spitting out the water. Haha, I just pretended to be carefree. Listening to Shin-sung's explanation, the handsome guy looked serious and thoughtful because Shin-sung stood alone with his classmates and seemed incompatible, but why did he such carefree? Facing Lia Xionghua's curious eyes is Chinsung's naive smile. Being carefree is my motto in life. Really cool. What is your level of comprehensive fighting skills? This question has been asked so many times that up until now Chinsung has completely not felt embarrassed but confidently answered that it was urgent. Are you lying? Lia Xionghu was bewildered. I'm not lying, my edida is also the pressing champion. What are you teasing me? No, why should I lie about this? Just ask my classmates, won't they know? If it's true, then it's even more strange. Why is he so carefree? Lia Xionghu wondered, while he threw the soda can forward and wondered what he wanted to say. With just a simple throw, the can of soft drink hit the wall, bounced back, and miraculously fell into the right trash can, making Lia Xionghu gasp in surprise. Oh my god, how did you do that? It's amazing. What's wrong? I just threw the can. Chinsung didn't understand anything and Lia Xionghu showed an excited and worshipful face, which is really cool. Okay, I'll try it too, I'll hit it. The handsome man excitedly imitated Chinsung's appearance from earlier and threw the can but unfortunately missed it. Oh my god, it's so difficult. Looking at his throwing posture, Chinsung standing next to him can tell that he doesn't have good reflexes either. Hearing that, Lia Xionghu gave a bitter smile. I'm very weak at fighting, that's why I chose the emergency route. But Chinsung, did you really say you're a tough guy? So can you answer me why a pressure officer like you can survive in combat class? Asked Lia Xionghu as he picked up the can and put it in the trash can. Chinsung smiled and said, I'm being carried by Kim Esidan and I'm lucky. I don't know if Lia Xionghu believes this answer, but Chinsung did not want to continue this topic so he immediately avoided asking about something else. And hey Lia Xionghu Ida, what is your skin? That's my edida. Just in the blink of an eye, Lia Xionghua's right arm turned into an extremely sharp blade. Edida's hand skills became a sword. With the rank of Seitsong, he can transform his hand into a sword. Chinsung curiously walked closer, looked at the mirror for a moment, then exclaimed, your edida is so good, isn't there so much potential for development? Lia Xionghu sullenly took back his edida and replied, I've heard those words of encouragement all the time but he's never leveled up once. Chinsung looked at the guy for a moment and then continued, making Lia Xionghu startled and stunned. He wanted to transfer to the combat class, so he was curious about how I survived. Lia Xionghu was a little shy when being told that, but he nodded yes. Chinsung suddenly became pensive as if he had something to think about. After a while, with an unclear expression, he answered, first aid is much better, he can save people, which I think is much better than an edida who only knows how to fight. Lia Xionghu rubbed his neck and smiled, but perhaps his thoughts could not be the same as Chinsung's thoughts. At this moment Chinsung stepped closer and patted Lia Xionghua's shoulder and smiled. Of course, be more confident and carefree. While saying so on the surface, Chinsung's heart is now quite jealous because if his edida can save people, that would be great. Perhaps there is a story behind this feeling. That hasn't been mentioned yet. Okay, let's go back to our guard position. At this time, outside the bank, the teachers of the two schools had just come to meet each other while the children had already entered the bank first. Seeing the teacher of Hondai High School just walked up to the two remaining teachers of Siocheng High School, he took out a scorecard from his pocket and suggested that they should grade the students now. Oh, but we haven't seen anything yet. The teacher immediately shook his head and smiled. Okay, let's just mark it. Just give high marks to the normal kids with good abilities. After all, they won't be able to train anything in the bank. This is just a formal training session. The homeroom teacher of the Tong's class smiled and nodded and said that he had learned a lot from the teacher in front of him, so they agreed to grade first even without even observing the students. Let's finish grading and then go have coffee. I know there's a really good coffee shop nearby and I even know how to make coffee. So the teachers didn't show up at the bank and the students were still strictly standing in their positions guarding the test. These two boys were complaining to each other because they were too tired to stand in front of the door. Even though nothing happened. Or if the sergeant pulls hammer and blows and loses, then buy a drink. The blonde girl nodded and that's fine. The two of them immediately pulled hammer and paper together while three dark shadows entered from outside the door. Hey, someone is coming. Let's pay attention. Oh my gosh, look at their outfits, they're dressing up. Appearing right at the bank is a group of people in combat uniforms, tightly covered like a carefully trained army. The children thought it was a dress-up game and were talking excitedly to each other while the bank security guard seemed to have sensed something. Immediately seeing the costumes of the people who had just approached, the security guard rushed away, shouting loudly. The students quickly get away from the students. Two people standing guard at the door watched the security guard run in without understanding anything. Get out of the way quickly, Suddenly at this moment a sharp blade appeared from nowhere and slashed down at the guard. Fortunately, he promptly summoned his edida to block that slashing attack, but the guard's edida was just an increasingly hard nunchaku with a rank of not more than outstanding. A fight suddenly broke out between the security guard and the stranger with the giant sword, and the students were completely scared and did not dare to move. Their whole faces were 3 meters apart and they were still standing there talking to each other. Monsters? Is this a training lesson? These idiots refused to run away, and the mysterious person who just appeared to attack the security guard with glowing eyes slowly spoke up. It was all in vain. The security guard fought back and angrily shouted at the students, "What the hell are you doing? Run away." But as soon as the security guard finished speaking, blood immediately spurted out before the wide eyes of these useless kids. Panic screams rang out when a murder happened right in front of the bank, and the person who was hacked to death was the bank security guard, with a group of mysterious people invading like a terrorist army. The leader of the terrorist group is a man with a huge scar covering half of his face and a giant sword in his hand, smiling devilishly and announcing, "Korean comrades, please give me permission." The other security guards of the bank who noticed the incident all came together to question who you are. The terrorist leader smiled, "You seem strong, can you make me happier than the last comrade?" Or when the security guard heard the leader's voice, he immediately realized it was a Korean voice, and the two people loudly asked, "Isn't your voice a Korean voice? Are you a Korean spy?" "Haha, spy, I just came here to beg for some money." "If you don't want to be beheaded, then fill this bag quickly," he said, throwing a large bag on the ground. Facing that, the captain of the security team grimaced with anger but did not dare to act. Finally, the captain had to grit his teeth and order the other guards to take position. Immediately the group of people formed a horizontal line like a shield in the hope of blocking the terrorists' attack. When the terrorist leader with the crooked face saw it, he coldly spoke up, "Comrades, didn't you hear me tell you to fill the bag? When I called you comrades, please be obedient, okay?" The captain of the security team shouted loudly and cursed back, "Shut up, you bank robber bastard." When the leader heard that, he immediately smiled a terrible smile with a bloody sword. "Oh my God, I don't know if my Korean comrades are hard of hearing or have blurred vision. You weak bastards, why do you keep rushing at me like a moth to a flame?" As he spoke, his huge sword, red from blood, rose high, constantly emitting a terrifying aura. Behind Kim Esidon, he silently observed and solemnly realized that all of them were no match for this terrorist leader. His energy was much greater than that of ordinary people. And just like he said, everyone was just like moths rushing into the fire. Immediately, the captain of the security team ordered his teammates and also summoned Ida to carry his steel in front of him, quickly block his sword and press him to stop him. There were students behind him. "Behind us." Kim Esidon sensed that the situation was not good and quickly shouted back, he would die in vain, but it seemed it was too late. Immediately, the terrorist's giant sword slashed down powerfully. "You guys are blocking my way, let's get out of here." The horrifying scene in front of him really made Kim Esidon dizzy, and the situation certainly wouldn't be good. The screams of pain echoed throughout the hall along with the blood that was stained like a strange river. With just one powerful slash, the guard's shield was broken in half and the defense they had built was destroyed. Tan. The startled students unconsciously stepped back and wondered aloud to each other if they were all dead. That's right, they all sacrificed, and that guy took down a calf-level defensive shield with just one slash. That defensive shield was a pretty strong edida, but his attack passed through it easily. Easy way. Easily defeating the obstacle. The leader seems a bit bored. "This is all there is. You guys are so obsessed with peace that you're unexpectedly weak. Is it okay for a bank full of money to use useless security guards like that?" Looking at his proud posture and terrifying aura, Kim Esidon guessed that his comprehensive combat skills must be at least level A, so the situation was very dangerous. She quickly shouted loudly to reassure everyone, "Let's all quickly calm down and quickly escape." The students were so scared that they couldn't stand, but for the sake of their lives, they tried to run away. "Everyone quickly run to the table and hide." The other terrorist stood there watching the students running around and sighed in admiration. "You guys have decided to become bank employees, so should I pull out the waiting slip from the machine?" Although she screamed for everyone to run away, Kim Esidon knew that was not a good plan, so she stood and prepared to fight. Everyone should summon their edida, and from now on, sergeants command their teams. The terrorist smiled evilly and stood next to the cash machine and gently asked, "Can I have some money?" Everything happened so fast and so scary that despair engulfed the students' minds, making them not dare to fight at all. The person who seems the most calm here is Kim Si-dian, as she continuously gives reasonable orders. Everyone should not lose the will to hold on until the police or teachers find them. Me. The terrorist leader walked over and kicked the bag from before, then smiled again. Let's not be so cold when sending goods. Shouldn't we help each other? Kim Si-dian did not answer, but she herself fell into her own thoughts about what she should do. With her abilities, she's not sure she can fight him alone, not to mention the bastards behind him look very strong. The terrorist leader's playful and teasing voice still rang out. My pockets were empty, so I wanted to seek some help. Is South Korea's bank always so cold to its customers? Oh, what's your name? You seem to be a brave comrade. When asked, Kim Si-dian immediately answered his name. You're so brave, why didn't you answer my previous question? What do you think I should do to get money from the bank employees? Kim Si-dian silently thought she had to buy time just a little bit, because you guys robbed banks in those clothes, so it didn't seem like you were spies. Were you guys like a group of people? Escape from Korea. Your goal is not for money, as simple as that, right? Faced with that question, the leader smiled. You guys keep spying on this and that, I guess I should introduce myself first. Hearing those words, Kim Si-dian suddenly stood still, startled because a criminal dared to reveal his identity. The leader opened his arms in a proud tone and began to say, I don't know if you've heard of us, comrades. We are the Army of Great Disasters. Hearing that name, Kim Si-dian's whole heart felt like it was falling into a cold ice cellar and her mouth burst out with the word pite. Why does it seem so terrifying in Kim Si-dian? Then it must be said that at some point the place is unknown, history is unknown, clothing is unknown, regardless of race, regardless of class and regardless of rank. They are a group of terrorists working against humanity all over the world. Wherever the Army of Great Disasters Peter passes through, not even an ant can live there. A ruthless gang whose only characteristic is that no one survives when they see them called Pite. The group of students were also very scared because this guy named Pai is really famous. Oh my god, there are people in Korea too. The leader, with a cold face, kicked straight into the large bag and loudly reminded me, I said we are the Fire Marshal Army, why do you call me Pai? These Korean comrades are too Europeanized, even though if you understand, then give me the money. If at first the students still dared to protest, but since the name Pite was uttered, they no longer had the slightest intention of fighting. If it was Pite, then put in the money and we'll just give it all to him. But at this moment Kim Si-dian's silver hair began to glow. When the terrorist leader saw that, he smiled happily and was really surprised. The girl in front of him had now grown a very special horn on her forehead. After summoning his edida, Kim Si-dian's aura became much calmer and stronger, so he signaled everyone to stay calm. He never said he wouldn't harm us after I gave him the money. Do you think we have any other choice? The terrorist looked at her like he was looking at a new product and his voice was appreciative. I understood that hair that week, so that's what it was. Kim Si-dian stepped closer and nodded. From his demeanor it seemed like he knew my family, so that's easy, let's fight. Now if this guy's soldiers also rush in, there is no hope left and the only thing Kim Si-dian can do is to trick him into a duel because it seems he is the thief. Head. Looking at the stubborn girl in front of the leader, he laughed. Haha, very good, very smart, I'm sure you're thinking whether I was tricked by you or not. Kim Si-dian shrugged his shoulders to show he didn't care. I'm just a student, you won't agree with me, right? Okay, I like to be brave, but it's not surprising. If you come from that crazy goblin family, then you must be crazy too, right? You talk too much, are you going to fight me, terrorist? The terrorist smiled and praised the challenge, it was so cute. After speaking, he pointed the tip of his sword at the floor, making a sound. Okay, then I'll accept that challenge, goblin. Okay, come on, girl. Why do you dare let me attack first? You must be very confident, she said so on the outside, but in her heart she was relieved because luckily her challenge earlier worked. He won't be able to keep his word in front of his subordinates, and if she can defeat him, she can survive. Therefore, now she must defeat and win to survive. While silently thinking, Kim Si-dian reached behind her back to grab her sword, but she suddenly realized there was nothing there to prevent slipping. Chief, I'm dead, where's my sword? Ah, I put it down while I was resting, so why did I bring up that bad habit right now? The girl belatedly realized she had made a fatal mistake and now things are getting worse. Already, just when she was lost, the guy's cold voice and giant sword approached. Girl, where were you looking while you were fighting? If you watch out and don't attack me, I will go up first. His powerful and sharp attacks sprayed out while Kim Si-dian quickly bent and dodged. Another slash and she managed to avoid it, but it seemed the ceiling above her head wasn't so lucky. One slash caused the ceiling to collapse, dropping giant chunks of the wall down below. Fortunately, the girl used her fastest speed to pass by, otherwise she would have been crushed into a pile of shredded meat. While dodging Kim Esidon, she gritted her teeth because if she was hit just once, she would be dead. Look at the power of his slash. But thanks to that blow and the ruined bricks, she now has something to use, Kim Esidon thought to herself. She immediately picked up a giant piece of wall, using it as a weapon, and attacked the terrorist. At the moment of danger, the terrorist's eyes opened wide but he immediately reacted. Where is your courage from before, girl? His blade gently swayed and easily destroyed the giant wall in Kim Esidon's hand. The situation is extremely dangerous and unfavorable for Kim Esidon when he has to fight alone against a strong person like a terrorist without a weapon in hand. I've been using several moves for a while but haven't succeeded yet, making the terrorist no longer happy. You keep flying around like that. Are you sure you're an elf and not a flying squirrel? Immediately, a few more slashes were made with his giant blade, but they were all dodged by Kim Esidon. The other students were hiding on the side, secretly observing the match and silently cheering because their teammates could fight that terrorist. I don't understand why these idiots didn't hide but instead emerged and loudly cheered for Kim Esidon while she was completely at a disadvantage. Hearing that pig leak in another corner, Chinsung raised his head and sighed because now was not the time to cheer and he didn't know what he should do. Lia Seungkwa sat next to him, smiling and praising him, and now he knows why Kim Esidon is so famous. She's really fighting the boss. Pites. The others thought things weren't so bad, but Chinsung realized the real problem, so he put his hand on Lia Seungkwa's shoulder with a serious face. The situation was completely uneven. Don't be happy. So happy. We have to run now, run right now, but wherever we go, we're surrounded. Hearing that Chinsung pointed towards the ceiling, now it's best to go up there and clean the cabinets under the table wherever they are hard to find. We have to prolong as much time as possible and try to resist until a teacher or police comes here. On one side they are discussing with each other and the battle on the other side is still going on very fiercely. At this moment, she hurriedly dodged, but Kim Esidon received a cold kick from the boss, causing her to scream in pain. A strong blow and he was blown away and collapsed against the wall. The other terrorist held his bloody sword and slowly walked next to Kim Esidon. It's time to end this cat and mouse game. What do you think, girl? The attack just now was quite strong, so now the girl was spitting out blood because of internal injuries. The students saw this scene and started to panic. Did Kim Esidon lose out of everything? They don't have anyone stronger than Kim Esidon. Girl, that's all you have, facing the blade right in Kim Esidon's face and still smiling. Maybe so why don't you check on me? The terrorist flashed a savage smile and scolded that even at this point, he was still a troublesome woman. Just as he was about to cut down and end everything, in the distance Chinsung screamed so loudly that it made him cry. Everyone was startled, everyone quickly dispersed. So when Lia Seungkwa was still bewildered, Chinsung grabbed the guy's collar and pulled him away and tried to shout loudly to distract the robbers. The other students were momentarily stunned but immediately ran away. They are using all their strength to run and find a place to hide because if they are caught, they will die. This situation also seemed to give the terrorist a headache and these students made up their minds quickly. What do you think, comrades? What is your order? It's simple, arrest all the comrades of that rat bastard. All the masked people standing behind immediately raised their hands in military salute and replied in unison, please obey my orders, comrades. Let's just say that comrade is different. But those stupid male comrades who don't budge when this goblin girl stalls for time will go somewhere, and they will eventually be caught. This bank is not very large. While he stood there lamenting that Kim Esidon would raise his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and think, this guy had ordered his men to arrest all the students, so that meant he had no intent to kill them? If so, then there is still a chance that she can still buy a little more time. Thinking so, she immediately stood up without flinching. Seeing her appearance, the leader couldn't help but praise her. I like her toughness. She has proven that she is a girl with less than I thought. So do you want to join us? Kim Esidon immediately shook his head in contempt. What the hell? No way. You should think more carefully. There's a long line of women waiting to go with me. Kim Esidon grimaced. How could I believe a terrorist robbing a bank without any evidence? The other guy burst out laughing when he heard that. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Kim Yu-chung. Hearing this name, Kim Esidon's whole body stood still and turned to stone, not daring to move. That's right, I am Kim Yu-chung, the son of Korea. Kim Esidon's heart feels like it wants to stop beating at this moment because the name Kim Il-chung is truly an extremely heavy name that makes others afraid. Korea's greatest leader, Korea's greatest politician, and Korea's greatest military commander. He is the person with the strongest edida in Korea and is a true monster with those titles. At this moment he stands facing Kim Il-sung and is inviting you. There are a lot of things to worry about becoming the son at such a young age, and I need a talented wife by my side. His teasing words could not reach Kim Il-chung's ears because now she was in chaos with questions in her mind. There was no way why Kim Il-chung would go to such a student training session yourself. Seeing her unconsciously step back, he stepped closer and smiled. Girl, why did you suddenly step back? This is why I usually don't reveal that name because everyone will be scared. Sarah's whole body suddenly trembled, not knowing if it was excitement or crazy fear. She suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, couldn't Kim Il-chung be able to exchange for the reward? It must have been a lot because he was a criminal. Fam is world famous. I can buy rice cakes for my friends with that huge bonus. Looking at the crazy appearance of the girl in front of the other guy, she laughed extremely happily, echoing throughout the room, oh my god, haha. In this situation, she was still so jealous. At the same time, his eyes stared at the girl in front of him and thought, so this is the reason they don't want me to come here myself. Isn't this what they are aiming for? The order to rob a bank with a student inside, doesn't that mean you want to exploit that student's fortune? I came here for nothing. After resting, he opened his mouth to continue. Girl, the winner has been decided, so shouldn't you be obedient while I enjoy you? Opposite Kim Il-sung, she kept backing away. Finally, when her foot touched something, she confidently answered. It was surprising that the winner was decided so early. I almost died when I jumped back to this place. Immediately, in the eyes of terror, she kicked her leg slightly, causing her sword to fly up. He quickly grabbed the familiar sword with his hand and smiled. I still have a lot to learn, but to use my edida properly, I need a sword. Blue light with an elf shadow covering his body and a sword in his hand. Finally, after so much hardship, Kim Il-sung can fully reveal his abilities. In the hallway, the students were trying to run away while the soldiers of the disaster army were calmly walking behind. Very quickly, several students were caught by them and tried to struggle but were unsuccessful. The students who were caught were all dragged to a room and locked there. At this time, in the bathroom at the end of the hallway, two people promptly hid inside. Those two people are none other than Lee Seung-kwa and our guy Chin-sung. Oh my god, it must be because this is a bank that the bathroom is so clean. Chin-sung even had time to exclaim while Lee Seung-kwa couldn't hide the worry on his face. Chin-sung, should we go up higher? This is only the 5th floor and other children are going up higher. Hearing the panicked voice of his handsome friend, Chin-sung shook his head. Calm down. It's okay. Now just breathe and don't panic. Chin-sung's smiling face and joking tone made Lee General feel extremely confused. Chin-sung, are you okay? What do you mean, I'm normal? Unclear and unusual, Lee Seung-kwa thought to himself, because now if he were caught, maybe both of them would end up like those guards, but he still looked like he had looks completely fine. I thought so, but in the end Lee Seung-kwa did not open his mouth to say his doubts, but shook his head and said it was nothing. Anyway, if we stay here, we'll be caught who knows when. Don't you think we should quickly run away? Can we go higher? Lee Seung-kwa is next to us asking questions while Chin-sung is silently calculating. If she were Kim Il-sung, she would be able to resist for a while, but in the end, she wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Thinking of that, he immediately pushed Lee Seung-kwa's arm away and shook his head. There's no use running away. This bank is very small and we only have to fight them. His tone made Lee Seung-kwa startled. What, don't you see those security guards over there? Even trained adults can't fight them. Do you think bosses and enforcers like us can do anything to them? Hearing these words, Chin-sung sighed and slowly continued. Lee Seung-kwa, do you think souls have ranks? Why are you suddenly asking what's going on? Chin-sung's completely serious tone continued to echo. I overheard a while ago that Kim Il-sung's fighting ability used to be level 1 when she was young, but now her fighting ability is level A. Don't you think that edida cannot be the ultimate standard to judge people? There's nothing to be sad about because of your rank. Faced with these words, Lee Seung-kwa was completely stunned. At the same time, the elevator door suddenly rang outside and a person from the disaster army stepped out into the hallway. I don't understand why Lee Seung-kwa suddenly got cold goosebumps down his spine and hesitantly asked, Chin-sung, the reason you said that at this time is because... His footsteps suddenly approached and it seemed like the soldier had heard some sound. Lee Seung-kwa keenly sensed something unusual, so he panicked and retreated back inside. I thought they were here. What should we do now? We have to hide. But without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Chinsung continued to speak. Lias Yongqua, you have a much better edida than mine. If you put all your effort into it, you can add all sorts of wonderful improvements to it. The soldier followed the sound and walked to the bathroom door. Don't talk anymore. They'll find us, Chinsung. It seemed that Chinsung deliberately made a noise to lure the terrorists, and at this moment he put his hand on Lai Sungqua's shoulder. Now listen here, Lai Sungqua. From now on, just trust me and do what I say. The bathroom in the bank is sparkling clean without a speck of dust because it is cleaned thoroughly every day. The terrorist wearing a tight mask walked in and immediately opened his mouth to threaten in a clear Korean voice. We bastards heard you, stop hiding and leave. My leader doesn't like slow kids here or there. Chinsung suddenly popped his head out and smiled. Oh my god, your earthbending is really good, can you teach me? Don't you dare make fun of me, the leader will understand if your legs or arms disappear during the capture process. Hearing that, Chinsung calmly walked out without panic. Now that his leader is gone, he really talks a lot. Why was he so quiet in the lobby? Chinsung's teasing words made the angry terrorist rush forward and Chinsung immediately summoned his dagger. The ordinary dagger he held in his hand emitted a strange red light. Then the boy calmly pointed the tiny dagger at the tall terrorist in front of him. Seeing this scene, the terrorist was also surprised and confused. Oh my god, what is that? Are you going to tell me that something like that is your soul's essence? Is that so trash? Saying this, his legs immediately glowed. Don't talk nonsense anymore and quietly accept being arrested, you trash. Blink of an eye with his glowing legs he won't move at an unbelievable speed, and this is his edida. Inflammation of his legs accelerate from 0 to 100 within 1 second. Chinsung took precautions and did not forget to warn Lai Sungqua, who was in the toilet, you have to run like what I said before, remember clearly. In front of the terrorist rushed in at a fast speed and his voice also rang out, where am I going? I will arrest both of you and not a single one will escape. In an instant, Chinsung's eyes turned red like fire and his edida soul power was activated with the name Absolute Assassination. His overall fighting ability was level 1 and his ability of the body will increase 3 times normal. Chinsung's entire body immediately seemed to transform into another person, continuously emitting a fierce, ghostly murderous aura. Entering this special state, every movement of the terrorist in front of him, which was originally fast, became extremely slow. You can calmly see each of his muscle movements and react accordingly, easily avoiding the terrorist's speed attack, and he didn't forget to open his mouth to tease him too slowly. The speed that I was originally proud of was despised by this boy, making the terrorist so angry that his whole body trembled. Next, consecutive slashes from the dagger in Chinsung's hand carried such intense power that they attacked the terrorist, leaving him unable to resist. During the pitiful screams, Chinsung's tone became crazy and strange, ha ha ha, sorry, so sorry, so sorry. By the time the terrorist stopped Chinsung's hand, he was covered in blood and the mask was broken into pieces. You are truly a crazy bastard. The terrorist's words temporarily silenced Chinsung's laughter and he looked at him with thoughtful eyes. Somewhere Chinsung's eyes moved towards this guy's feet. Oh sure, accelerating from 0 to 100 in 1 second is very convenient. In his special state, Chinsung can see other people's soul characteristics and clearly see their rank. The fact that he kept calling out the soul's name made the terrorist extremely panicked. What's my soul's name? How can you see my soul's name? Chinsung did not answer that question but just raised the blood-stained dagger with a savage smile. Haha, what would happen if I cut off your heel? What would happen if the thing you needed to activate your edida was destroyed, huh? Perhaps your rank will drop. Immediately, with his body covered in blood, the terrorist was pushed hard to the floor by that crazy young man. What should I do? Should I crash here? There are too many possibilities. I can't choose. Lai Sungqua stood next to me, extremely scared at Chinsung's crazy appearance. This is one of the side effects of edida Chinsung, that people will be engulfed in the desire to kill. Lai Sungqua doesn't know that clearly, he only knows one thing, that now Chinsung is very scary, very scary. Hearing his name being called, Chinsung, who was originally torturing the terrorist, raised his face and looked towards Lai Sungqua. Lai Sungqua was trembling with those devil-like red eyes staring at him, or his legs were about to collapse to the floor. What do you call me, Lai Sungqua? Why are you calling me and why are you shaking like that? Is there something that makes you scared? Lai Sungqua tried to control the fear in her trembling heart and took 7 steps out to the pool of blood. His voice trembled along with his body. Chinsung, please stop and run. Hearing those words, Chinsung immediately smiled innocently. Haha, you're wrong. Who do you think is the person who needs to run now? Let's answer, Chinsung said and stood up, dragging the terrorist who didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Chinsung's soul has a characteristic that he must destroy edida or kill the opponent to end its effect and return to a state of daily consciousness. In Chinsung's bright eyes, there appeared the frightened image of Lysangqua. Suddenly Chinsung's eyes became calm again and returned to his normal appearance, once again calling Lysangqua's name. Immediately, his head was like a hammer and he used his body to block the terrorist and shouted, "Quickly get out of here, Lysangqua." His glasses also fell to the floor while struggling. Chinsung's one hand grabbed the terrorist's neck and pushed him away, then pushed him back to the distant sky Lysangqua and did not forget to scream loudly, "Hurry up and run, Lysangqua, don't hesitate anymore." This idiot was still standing here refusing to run until Chinsung's next words rang out and he was startled. Once the hand turns into a sword, it means the body has become a solid sword, it can, right? His eyes were so happy and filled with hesitation, then he made up his mind. Immediately he turned around and ran away. "I'm sorry for having to run ahead of Chinsung." Seeing that his teammates were safe from facing that terrorist, Chinsung suddenly said some incomprehensible words, "That's not enough, that's really it." Your strange expression made the terrorist unable to help but ask if you had lost your mind. Hearing that, Chinsung immediately looked up at him with his devilish red eyes. "Aren't you happy at all? I'll have 13 rounds. What's the meaning of 13 rooms?" The terrorist didn't expect that this kid would hide his power in a situation like this and he needed to inform the leaders somehow. This time Chinsung didn't mince words but gently swung the dagger out, pulling a stream of blood along with the terrorist who fell to the ground. I don't know what I said just now. Time goes back a few minutes to the main lobby of the bank where the terrorist leader Kim Ayuchung and Kim Esidon are facing each other. "You finally understand, huh?" Kim Ayuchung nodded and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A beautiful sword combined with a beautiful face is truly refreshing. You will change your mind when I use this sword to cut into your flesh. Oh, so you think you can face me with that sword?" Kim Ayuchung immediately came to attack with great interest. The giant special blade carried every line of his blood and thoughts through the air and rushed straight forward. Kim Sidian quickly used his sword to defend himself. The size of the two swords was so different that at this moment the power was equal, making Kim Ayuchung secretly surprised. Kim Esidon smiled confidently, not knowing that the battle was not over yet. "Oh, what are you doing? Did you just make a calendar to guide my soul sword? Does your sword possess divine energy?" Kim Esidon shook his head. "How could I know anything about your edida? You think that your ridiculous attack was not due to your strength but due to edida's influence. Why, that's a pretty strange sword." I look at the sword in Kim Esidon's hand and speculate that she should have slashed along that sword if it was difficult to use, and the sword in her hand is actually likely to be the soul sword's weakness. Kim Sidian followed the line of sight of the guy in front of him and also looked at the sword in his hand and opened his mouth to explain. "It's true that everyone said that I was likely to have a family treasure stolen because of rumors about this sword. A sword born to confront the strong, and with the 4 tiger slayers. The constellations on the sword are likened to the storage of the power of the stars and based on the user's ability can crush edida of opponents above level A. And the most important thing is that I can completely merge with this sword. The sword goblin will appear right here." Immediately in the eyes of the terrorist Kim Esidon, it will seem like he splits into 3 people, and this is the special ability of the sword goblin that can create a copy. Has physical attack power. Looking at this scene before his eyes, the terrorist's fighting-loving heart jumped even more excitedly. "Haha, you are truly a special person. Do you really not want to be on my side? What are you talking about? My family may be impatient, but a bastard like you absolutely cannot accept it." The fight broke out immediately. Kim Ayuchung raised his sword to attack. "It would be quite a shame to kill you like this, it would be such a waste, but I can't hold back. I can't play with her anymore, it's too time-consuming." His slashing rod descended, carrying with it a strange source of energy, causing Kim Esidon to wince and retreat. The 2 clones she created with the goblin swordsmanship were also blown away. "You're a weak woman, you don't feel scared anymore, right?" An extremely heavy slash fell from above, but Kim Esidon struggled to block it with his tiny sword. Constantly attacking, Kim Ayuchung's crazy voice keeps echoing. "Why does it seem like I have the advantage right now?" Kim Sidian gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, but it wasn't over yet. Immediately, she used the goblin swordsmanship again to transform into 3 people, attacking from 3 sides. "Let's try to stop him again." While trying to entangle Kim Esidon, she constantly thought of ways, and she realized that this guy swung his sword very fast and heavy, but if she attacked while he blocked the clone's attacks, in that case is there any possibility of victory? But Kim Sidian could no longer block each of these attacks because that guy's strength was truly terrifying. The more he beat this terrorist, the stronger and more excited he became, and he continuously praised Kim Si-deen's miraculous abilities. Her opponent smiled leisurely, and she was extremely tired because her opponent was superior to her in terms of direct attack. "It's not like you think you can keep up with my abilities, girl." Kim Si-deen calmly shook her head, and she had to admit that she wasn't going to play along with that stupid game and prolong it. Time by illusion of separation. Now she needed to hold him off as long as possible by any means possible. At this moment, a scream and footsteps were heard from the side, attracting Kim Si-deen's attention. It turned out that the terrorist group had captured a few more students walking in from outside the bank gate while the students were crying and begging for help. Seeing this scene, Kim Si-deen was extremely confused because why did they come in from the outside? If according to her guess, when there's chaos like this, there's usually police or military surrounding them. Could it be that the police can't take action because they're holding hostages? Not only Kim Si-deen was wondering, but the other Kim Il-chung also asked his subordinates, "Comrades, didn't anyone go up the stairs in the back, and why did you bring these guys coming in from the outside?" "Yes sir, we split into two groups and the northern bastards rushed in through the window in the corner, while the rest waited outside to catch the guys jumping through the window. The other comrades who have not returned are now going upstairs to check if there are any remaining northerners left." His voice reported. Kim Si-deen was surprised and exclaimed, "Wait, what? They went out first to wait, so that means that in a situation with just these guys, the police did not act. It's impossible for something this big to happen without the presence of the police. It's strange, and there's something wrong here." Just as Kim Il-chung stepped forward and smiled, "Hey, I think I can answer your question through your scared expression. Are you wondering why there is no aid coming? And if you are asking that, then answer that one of my comrades has isolated this area with his demon sword." Kim Si-deen's whole soul, upon hearing these words, was completely cold with fear. This terrorist cannot create a disaster without careful preparation, and this bank currently looks very good from the outside. In the domain of demonic swords, no one would pay attention to this internal situation. So does that mean no one knows what's going on with these students? Kim Si-deen thought all she needed to do was hold off until the police arrived. But if there's even a report or an anomaly that the people outside don't notice, then how will these students leave? It's possible they won't be able to leave at all. What should we do now? The time that Kim Si-deen can hold out is limited, and she honestly doesn't know how to act. In the lobby of the bank, a large number of people had gathered here. They were forced to sit quietly in a corner right at the door while the leader Kim Il-chung opened his mouth to ask Kim Si-deen what happened to her energy just now. But when people weren't paying attention in the crowd, they were forced to sit still. A man with a suit on who looked like a bank employee appeared. His eyes stared at the guards next to him, and immediately, as soon as they neglected to look away, that man unleashed his edida power and increased his speed on both legs. In the blink of an eye, he ran to the landline, reached out to steal it, and silently said he couldn't sit still anymore. Using the fastest speed, the man pressed the emergency button and called immediately. "Alarm, alarm, bank has been occupied. Alarm, emergency situation, alarm. The terrorist has broken in. Did you hear what I said?" He kept reporting and turned to look at the guards who were gradually approaching. But his hands trembled when he discovered that there was not a single sound responding to him. What's going on? Why is there no response? At that moment, a familiar bag was thrown right at his feet, and Kim Il-chung also slowly walked forward. "Comrade bank employee." Hearing the call, the bank employee solemnly glanced behind him. "Didn't you hear what I said just now? I said that we have an edida who specializes in hiding, comrades, which means the phone with the call button under the seat will not work in this field." Listening to his explanation, everyone around them gradually realized that was indeed the case, and that was also the reason why their phones couldn't work. The frightened bank employee sat on the ground and hesitantly asked, "Why would a person like Kim Il-chung rob a private bank like this in broad daylight?" Kim Il-chung smiled, "Comrades, are you downplaying your work? Every job, every profession is important, and that is the core of great communism." The bank employee grimaced and loudly tried to threaten, "If the army knew you were here, you wouldn't be safe." Hearing those words, Kim Il-chung suddenly burst out laughing. "Lysin, are you talking about that old emperor?" "Yes, that's right, the male line really has that old guy, ha ha ha." He laughed louder and louder until he had to lean his sword on the ground for support. The bank employee was turned pale by this crazy appearance of the terrorist. Suddenly, that giant blade was pointed straight at the employee's face. "Now do you understand why you need to be taught a proper lesson, comrade?" The bank employee shook his head and said no. Kim Il-chung didn't explain much but just slowly raised the sword in a position to prepare to slash down. Just as he was about to end the life of this bank employee, a voice rang out from behind, causing him to stop and open his eyes wide, stopping right at the Korean monster. Then Kim Il-chung let go of the sword in her hand and seriously turned around and asked in a cold tone that contained anger, "Did you just say Korean monster?" Kim Il-sung stepped closer and signaled you to come and fight with me. Don't harm innocent people and release him immediately. The bank employee took the opportunity to crawl away from this place and the other Kim Il-chung glanced at the bank employee. You called me by that name, but girl, do you know what it means? It's not. But no, she made the wrong call, so how would she know? His cold eyes looked at the sword and he immediately slashed it down, causing fresh blood to splatter and a scream of pain that penetrated his soul. In the blink of an eye, the normally healthy bank employee had one of his legs chopped off, with a terrifying bloody scene that made Kim Il-sung momentarily startled. Girl, if you knew, you would never call me Kim Il-chung by that name, right? The other bank employee cried in pain and begged loudly, but what he faced was that cold blade. Kim Il-sung closed her eyes tightly as fresh blood splattered, not daring to look at this scene, and she could no longer act or speak to help. A head carrying warm blood flew into the air while Kim Il-sung stood there helplessly. The gap in skills and strength between the two was so great that she could prolong it but she couldn't protect others. Even though Kim Il-sung is more mature and stronger than her peers, in the end she is still just a child who, when faced with fresh blood, still has to be afraid, and when faced with the humanoid monster must be timid. His giant blood-stained blade rose again. Because you want me to beat you, I will cut off all your arms and legs, put you in a bag and take you away. You should feel honored. At this moment, from behind the normally tightly closed door, there was suddenly a squeaking sound. Everyone was startled by this sound and turned their heads to look back. The person coming out of the door was Lee Sung-kwa with her hands raised in the air with a shy smile. Why is everyone looking at me? I don't want this kind of attention. Kim Il-chung immediately loudly questioned who you were, comrade. Hello, haha, I'm just a student. A guard immediately volunteered to arrest him, but Kim Il-chung suddenly stopped him. Facing the staring gaze of the terrorists, Lee Sung-kwa could only stand there with a beautiful smile. His eyes contained a bit of sadness and a bit of reluctance because he really didn't want to go out like this, but then he looked at the surrounding situation and sighed silently to himself. My God, Chin-sung, this is more than chaos. Just now, Chin-sung in the bathroom had warned him very carefully that it would be chaotic down there now, so as soon as Chin-sung activated edida, he had to run down to the first floor and tell them that Chin-sung is on here. At that time, Lee Sung-kwa was very surprised and asked, what about you? I said trust me, but I trust you, Lee Sung-kwa. Now Lee Sung-kwa did what Chin-sung told him to do, but what about the rest? The leader of the terrorists walked over and smiled. Korean male student, please introduce yourself. Haha, I'm a second-year student in Seochung High School. My name is Lee Sung-kwa. The amount of money you want is on the 5th floor. Hearing that, Kim Il-chung wondered if the safe was in such a strange place. My friend left it there. Hearing those words, Kim Il-chung's face immediately darkened and asked again, startling the surrounding soldiers. His friend was still upstairs, comrade. Now I see why the comrades who went upstairs to search haven't come back yet. Kim Il-chung's voice suddenly became extremely scary, making the soldiers standing behind tremble slightly. Comrades, a Korean boy is still walking around and you guys are still standing here. Frightened by Kim Il-chung's aura, the soldiers quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Comrade Commander, it's my fault. I'll go check again right away. Please give me another chance, please give me another chance. Immediately, Kim Il-chung's bloody sword tip stabbed straight into the floor and one of his hands was placed on the shoulder of the terrified soldier. Comrade, since my hands are stuck, I'll give you one more chance. The money is in the safe and the kid upstairs, please bring it all down. The soldier who received amnesty quickly stood up, clasped his hands and thanked his comrade in command. Okay, everyone else go too, I won't accept any more mistakes, Kim Il-chung instructed, and the other soldiers simultaneously shouted the command, Long live the king. At this moment, Kim Il-chung used his scary eyes to look back at Lee Sung-kwa. Also, Comrade Nam Han came down from the upper floor. Now, do you want to come here yourself or let Kim Il-chung come to you? Lee Sung-kwa smiled bitterly. Haha, I came here by myself. That's smart boy, I like you already. While those comrades are capturing your friends, I'm a bit bored. Let's play a game to have some fun. After saying that, Kim Il-chung glanced towards the distance where Kim Il-sung was standing in the middle of the crowd. Comrade Nam Han, do you see that elf girl standing there? If you can bring her arms or legs here to me, I will spare that comrade's life. Can you do this? If you can do it, I will spare both your life and that of your friend on the floor. Kim Il-sung stood stunned listening to these words, and she herself did not know what to choose from the name Lee Sung-kwa, whom she had just met for the first time. The tense situation with the bizarre game attracted the attention of other students. Although they are not participants in the game the leader just set up, many people are secretly thinking and wondering whether they can compete with Kim Esidon or not. Seeing the students' internal organs begin to make different sounds, Kim Ayuchung smiled happily. Immediately when a student asked that question, a girl with blonde hair immediately objected loudly, "Isn't that what you should say? You're crazy? From the beginning until now she has always been fighting for us." There. These words of the blonde girl did not seem to receive approval because someone spoke up again. "She fought for us, but at this point, the winner has already been decided, so who is it? That must be lived." At this moment, Kim Ayuchung added another sentence that startled everyone. "Is there no clock around here? I have to count the time. I'm so tired of waiting." Faced with the pressure of death, someone immediately screams, "Damn it, there's no other choice. Are you crazy? Kim Esidon's family is very powerful. Because they are powerful, they have to give her an easy life even without arms or legs." The direction of the wind has begun to change with the choice of people's hearts and Kim Esidon is standing still. That's pensive. Suddenly a face approached and called her name. Seeing clearly the person walking next to him, Kim Esidon immediately turned his head away and asked one word, "What's wrong?" Lee Sungkwa stepped closer and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry too much, you just have to endure a little more." His words made her ask again, not understanding anything. Now she secretly realized why he was able to come here without being detected and especially why he came here instead of hiding. "You should have run away. You just added hostages to complicate the situation." Listening to Lee Sungkwa's complaint, he smiled bitterly. "I'm here to help. Maybe I came here at the wrong time." Right now, Kim Esidon and Lee Sungkwa looked up at the group of people who were looking at the two of them with pensive eyes. "Oh my god, this is so touching. You guys want my right hand. As a thank you for protecting you guys." Lee Sungkwa again called her name. "Hey Kim Esidon, I have decided to become close friends with Chinsung from now on." "What the hell are you talking about?" The two people were busy standing here chatting while Kim Ayuchung had lost all patience and violently used his blade to strike straight into the row of tables next to him. "Haha, South Korean comrades, if you keep prolonging it, I won't let anyone survive." Feeling his terroristic threat, a few students gritted their teeth and walked closer, still muttering, "I'm so sorry Kim Sedian, I'm so sorry, but now there is no other way." Seeing the students starting to make choices, Kim Ayuchung was satisfied and did not forget to remind, "And that handsome comrade over there, are you on her side?" Lee Sungkwa smiled and scratched his head. "Haha, I thought maybe that was it. Then not a bad choice. Then I will add an arm or leg to you in exchange for the lives of even more comrades. Now 10 people can survive." Seeing him increase the reward, Lee Sungkwa smiled and looked at the girl next to her, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Kim Esidon, you will protect us, right?" Kim Esidon pondered and then cursed again, "This puppet stealer." Your words made Kim Ayuchung squint his eyes and sigh, "Haha, you woman, do you have to use that word? Huh, if I kill everyone here now, what will happen? Then can you let me and Lee Sungkwa live?" Her question made the other guy a bit surprised. "Isn't it fair that he has to make a choice so we can escape with our lives?" Kim Ayuchung pondered for a moment and then smiled happily. It's so interesting, if you do that I won't let you die, huh?" Upon receiving the answer, Kim Sedian immediately pulled out his sword and prepared to attack. She looked towards the students who were about to attack her, making them tremble in fear. "Now there's no other way," Kim Esidon silently said, and at that moment the blonde girl who had protected Kim Esidon earlier immediately rushed forward. "Wait a minute, Kim Sedian can't do that." But at the same time, Kim Ayuchung's aura and words also made the blonde girl panic. "Blonde girl, what are you just standing there doing? It's her limbs or your neck, you choose." The blonde girl was so panicked that she didn't know what to do, so she clenched her teeth and immediately screamed. "Hey Kim Sedian, in a situation like this, shouldn't you listen to the option of letting the majority live? Are you really planning on killing all of us and only letting 2 people get out of here alive?" Listening to Kim Sedian's questioning, he did not answer but immediately used his goblin swordsmanship. At that moment her 3 clones rushed forward to attack the blonde girl. The danger was so extreme that the blonde girl immediately used her edida power, a glove that suddenly covered her punch. Kim Esidon rushed forward to attack and opened his mouth to remind the sergeant first class to fight with all his might. The blonde girl was bewildered and didn't understand why Kim Esidon reminded her like that. But when the battle broke out, the 2 girls immediately fought together as a group. The giant fist collided with the sharp blade, emitting blinding sparks. The battle was fierce and both people were very serious. At this moment, a strange thing happened when some of Kim Esidon's illusions were destroyed when colliding with the blonde girl's fist. The blonde girl also sensed that something was wrong and wondered why Kim Esidon's illusion was defeated by her attack. As soon as she lost consciousness, Kim Esidon used his hand to grab the blonde girl's neck and push her back with a knee right on her stomach. The blonde girl screamed in pain and tried to say something, but Kim Esidon promptly spoke first. Please listen carefully and remember to follow. I don't know what Kim Esidon said, but the blonde girl looked surprised for a moment but quickly calmed down. Blinking as soon as she finished speaking, the blonde girl was kicked hard by Kim Esidon and rolled on the ground. Everyone around immediately gathered to take a look and discovered that the blonde girl had passed out, and they had to admit that Kim Esidon was really too strong. She's really strong, but everyone can't see why her copying illusion just disappeared. She must be tired. These words just spoke another hope that suddenly appeared in the hearts of the students. Really, but isn't the loser next to her easier to beat? Seeing that they wanted to change the target to Lee Seung over next to him, Kim Seung Dion reluctantly nodded and gave orders. Lee Seung-kwa, quickly step back behind me. Everything became more and more dramatic, causing Kim Ayu-chung to stand there giggling like a crazy person. Very good, very entertaining, really excited. You guys beat yourselves up, haha, you really can't test your humanity. When facing death, can the humanity and morality in the heart be maintained? Just as he was laughing out loud with great joy, a can from out of nowhere was thrown straight into his head, causing him to fall silent. Everyone looked at this scene in bewilderment and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Kim Ayu-chung silently stared at the can on the ground and then indignantly, with fiery eyes, he turned to look back. What the hell is that name? Following his gaze, the door leading directly to the floor had opened but no one was there. At this moment, footsteps sounded and a figure covered in blood gradually walked down the stairs. That person smiled like a devil coming out of hell. Kim Ayu-chung bent down to pick up the can of water and then roared angrily. What is this? Who just threw it? Everyone was bewildered and didn't understand anything, only Lee Seung-kwa realized whose can that was. No one answered. Kim Ayu-chung shouted and threw the can straight towards the back door. I asked what is this? Waiting until he calmed down, he discovered that behind that pitch-black door was a figure standing. I was so excited. The comrade who just came down here seems to be the person you were talking about, right? First, I'll cut off an arm. Kim Ayu-chung was about to rush in and pull out the button behind the door, but suddenly a bunch of objects were thrown in his face by the person behind the door. Kim Ayu-chung suddenly covered his face with his hands and was more angry than ever. Until everything stopped, he was like a ferocious tiger, constantly threatening loudly. You bastard, did you throw it out to tell me to stop? Do you think throwing this out will make Kim Ayu-chung me? As soon as he said that, shut up because he now saw the object clearly. What is thrown out there? This is from the comrades of the disaster army. It turns out that lying on the ground right now are shoe soles covered in blood, looking very strange. At the same time, from the pitch-black door came a strange laugh, as if there was a monster waiting behind that door. The situation was so strange that even a veteran warrior like Kim Ayu-chung couldn't help but squint his eyes solemnly. What kind of situation is this? Are you planning on looking down on this, Kim Ayu-chung? Don't think you can hide in there because I have no way to deal with you. He immediately swung his great sword with a strange light. But he didn't attack the person behind the door, but instead used the sword to spin around on the ceiling. In the student's eyes filled with terror, a round hole was cut into the ceiling and it fell onto a large piece of wall with extreme weight. The weak students could only sit there, bewildered and scared, watching the piece of wall fall. And can't do anything. Kim Esidon immediately appeared and used his goblin clone to summon 2 more clones to rush forward. The smoke and dust was so thick that it was difficult for others to see clearly. Waiting until the dust and smoke cleared, Kim Steon's 3 clones stood at 3 corners supporting the giant wall to save the students below. Kim Ayu-chung stood to the side, squinting at this scene, then slowly nodded. A girl with really good health, stay like that for a moment. I have to go to my comrades behind that door for a moment. Satisfied. Little Kim Esidon used all her strength to support the heavy wall and was so angry that she roared and cursed the North Korean henchman who deserved to die. Her scolding did not affect him at all, but before leaving, Kim Ayu-chung added another sentence that made everyone's hearts restless. The remaining Korean comrades only walked out the door. Then I will kill everyone. Outside the building, my comrades are already waiting, so don't think about doing something stupid like running away. In addition, aren't you weak comrades now able to take away that goblin girl's arms and legs? Hearing these words, everyone was shocked and even Kim Seedian was upset. Please try to think clearly, this is a great opportunity, huh? Looking at his arrogant appearance and playing with people's hearts, Kim Sedon angrily roared, "You damn henchman, do you think I will keep this and wait here forever to save you guys? How are they?" Kim Ayuchung smiled and shook her head. "If this girl had the ability, could you raise that ceiling right now? I'll go away for a while and then come back. Please take good care of each other. Please." After saying that, he immediately stomped hard on the floor and jumped upstairs through the round hole he had just cut out. Down here, the situation is still very dangerous because at any moment Kim Sedon's 3 clones can disappear when she can't stand it anymore. Immediately the girl gritted her teeth and opened her mouth to say, "I don't know how long I can last, so if you don't want to be crushed, you guys should quickly get out of this ceiling. I'm so happy that I'm too lazy to explain to everyone. That's right, let's keep the people under this ceiling safe first." At that moment, several students still standing outside with terrified faces stepped forward to stop them. "Wait, if they go out now to study, that student will be free to move." When the people under the wall heard that, they immediately shouted angrily, "Do you want to see us crushed to death?" The red-headed man aggressively walked up to Lia Xianghua. "Hey, stay away from her who wanted to kill us just now. Kim Ayuchung and Kim Sedon, you know what to do too. Keep our lives. That can't be like that. Don't you see Kim Sedon running to save everyone? Does it look like he really wants to kill us if we all break through this piece of ceiling and run out the door? At the same time, even if there are enemies out there, at least we have a better chance of survival." The red-headed chicken immediately asked another question, making Lia Xianghua also speechless. What if he heard the noise and Kim Ayuchung came back? While the two were arguing, the blonde girl who had been knocked unconscious by Kim Sedon earlier woke up and walked over to call Kim Sedon's name. Kim Sedon used all his strength to support the wall and squinted his eyes to see the blonde girl. In a certain room on the upper floor, Chinsung used his strange eyes and ghostly smile to look up at the person who had just walked in. "Why are you coming now to say hello?" Kim Ayuchung coldly looked at the boy in front of him and asked, "Is it only my comrade who caused this tragedy?" As he spoke, he looked around at the place where his teammates all collapsed in a pool of blood. Chinsung smiled happily and nodded. "That's right, they entered one after another, so it made me wonder. Happy for a long time. If they all entered at the same time, the battle would have ended right away, so what fun would there be?" Looking at Chinsung Kim Ayuchung's crazy behavior, I suddenly burst out laughing. "Oh my gosh, the goblin girl downstairs is enough to surprise me, but this bastard is a monster and even surprises people. Even more surprising." Chinsung also ignored what he said while he stood there gently stroking his bloody dagger and continuously emitting a terrifying laugh. "The student seems to enjoy killing people. How do you want to work under Kim Ayuchung or not? If you come to the Great Disaster Army, I will let you do whatever you want." Hearing that, with a smile on his left lip, he immediately raised his hand in a thoughtful gesture. After a while, he glanced back at the uncle in front of him. "That's a good suggestion, but I'm sure he'll like this trick, right?" Chinsung immediately stomped on the floor and rushed forward at a speed that was hard to see, creating afterimages that suddenly appeared in the room. This kid's speed cannot be underestimated, so Kim Ayuchung also held the great sword firmly in his hand and did not forget to curse. He must be like those insects down there, huh? Having said that, he looked up to try to catch up with the boy's dancing and laughing figure and realized that the boy was gradually moving into the range of the great sword. Kim Ayuchung's eyes narrowed because if the boy came closer he would definitely see his flaw. At a certain moment, he raised the giant sword again, a powerful downward slash that easily destroyed each wall as soon as he discovered Chinsung's opening. But with the old man's satisfied smile, the young man appeared like a ghost right behind him. Kim Ayuchung's intentions were discovered by Chinsung and he also realized it, so he immediately turned his wrist to control his great sword. "This damn kid, don't you know that Kim Ayuchung's nickname is the 1,000-pound sword lady?" In your heart, you thought to yourself that the giant sword dragging on the ground was aimed right at the charging Chinsung. Attack! His giant blade was piercing through the floor and accelerating at an unbelievable speed, because this was the great sword chosen from thousands of weapons in the country and it was made from super materials, so this spinning move absolutely unstoppable. At this angle, with this sword move, absolutely one move can defeat that student boy. The blade swung out and Kim Ayuchung was very confident with this fatal attack of his. Faced with extreme danger, Chinsung suddenly smiled and praised this uncle for knowing how to plan. His overly calm reaction made Kim Ayuchung momentarily stunned. In that blink of an eye, Chinsung once again jumped up, borrowed the force of Kim Ayuchung's great sword, and climbed up high. He easily dodged the dangerous attack and then spun around in the air, still asking the question, "Uncle, why is his name Edida so long? It's really interesting, how did you do that? How did that sword become so long?" Kim Ayu-chung stood still, bewildered because he couldn't believe that the kid could avoid that move, but there was something even more terrible than that. Then he turned cold as if he was roaring loudly. "Ask with words, boy, can you see my name Edida? That's right, how can there be so many quotation marks? Edida's rank is a ++, combined combat ability is ED+, Edida's characteristic is form of the great sword reflects the soul of the owner Edida and the sword move when forced to the extreme is unstoppable." Kim Ayu-chung almost would have succeeded if this kid couldn't read Edida's characteristics. Thinking about it, he opened his mouth and asked that bastard, "What's your name?" Chinsung twirled the knife in his hand and cheerfully replied that my name was Chinsung. "Hold on Chinsung, you have such good eyes, how can you see my Edida like that? You have the power to have those extraordinary eyes if you want to join the army of great disasters." Then, seeing him continue to greet Chinsung, he immediately interrupted, "Uncle, you seem to be the strongest person I have encountered so far, what are you suddenly saying? You want to become a member of the great army? Is it a disaster?" Chinsung did not answer that question but looked at the old man with his eyes full of curiosity. "I mean, I just saw the same thing." Kim Ayu-chung was confused and asked, "What do you mean you saw? What else did I see?" "I saw weaknesses that I could exploit to kill him. There were a total of 9 flaws on his body. Left like that." "Oh, you still see that, it really makes people crave this ability of yours." Why, after a series of events, Kim Ayu-chung can't help but admire that this kid is truly a monster. Chinsung once again held the dagger in his hand and smiled. Multiplying by 9 points is a bit redundant because just 1 weak point is enough to kill him. Kim Ayu-chung also smiled devilishly. "How unfortunate is it that you refuse to cooperate with me, then I will make you live and die and then take you to the commander-in-chief at least. Get those special eyes of yours." Then, without further ado, the two of them immediately rushed into battle crazily. On a certain floor where the elevator door was broken, the voice of the coward Deng Jiaidong could be heard in the surveillance camera room. "Okay, the elevator door is broken, so it will take them quite a while to get up here. The trash can buy a little more time. After all, we are currently in the middle of the Dragon City, and if we inform the police or army about the current situation, they will definitely come right away. If I go out too early now, I'll become their target, so I guess I'll hide here a little longer." It turns out this guy Deng Jiaidong had promptly escaped to the top floor and temporarily escaped. Time to cut off the tail of those legions. He sat there leisurely while the other 2 people below were fighting to the point of madness. Especially Chinsung, because when he falls into this Edida state, the more he fights, the more insane bloodlust in his heart increases, causing the power of each of his attacks to increase many times over. Not only the sharp power of each attack, but also the speed also flew away, making it impossible for Kim Ayu-chung to hit him. Chinsung's whole body seemed to have lost gravity and easily jumped several meters high before Kim Ayu-chung's frightened eyes. This situation has been going on for a while now and Kim Ayu-chung can't solve it and just roars in anger. "Will you please stop flying and jump around this coward? You kept avoiding as if in shock and refused to fight." The moment he said those words along with the dagger in his hand, Chinsung rushed up and approached right next to him. The danger is hard to avoid. Kim Ayu-chung can only grit his teeth and use every effort to reduce the damage from that attack. Blinking his eyes, Chinsung gently passed behind, leaving Kim Ayu-chung alone with a stream of fresh blood just flowing out. With the dangerous attack just now, Kim Ayu-chung was injured in the shoulder and he promptly breathed a sigh of relief because just now it was really too dangerous. But before Kim Ayu-chung could take a few breaths, Chinsung came again at an unbelievable speed. He was getting closer, damn it. In an instant, another stream of blood flowed out and another wound. At this moment, Chinsung's speed is indisputable and with the giant sword in his hand Kim Ayu-chung cannot catch up with him. So he stood there helplessly and continuously received sharp blows that left his body with more and more wounds. In his heart, the old man kept cursing the cowardly bastard. It was just a joke until now. At this moment, Chinsung walked past and opened his mouth to tease, "Old man, are you trying to block me like a loser? If you keep doing that, then just end it." Chinsung immediately smiled and decided to deliver the fatal blow to end this game. Feeling the undisguised aura on Chinsung's body and at the extremely dangerous moment, the golden gun smiled crazy and said an incomprehensible sentence, "Okay, if I keep it like this then I will probably die." So, the moment Chinsung came nearby, Kim Il-chung's whole body emitted a strange source of energy and a pale purple arm appeared from nowhere and immediately attacked without hesitation. Chin Sung. The sudden, unpredictable turn of events made Chin Sung's eyes widen in surprise. But at the same time, his supernatural body also reacted to the image of Chin Sung blinking his eyes and quickly retreating back to avoid the other hand. Then the surrounding space once again sank into silence and his eyes looked at every strange strand on the body of the person in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what is that? How can you do that? How can you have two edidas?" In Chin Sung's eyes, Kim Il-chung now possesses two edida. One is the great sword of the soul, and the other is the left arm of the first monster with an unknown edida level. And comprehensive combat capabilities are also unknown. Kim Il-chung's eyes were as cold as ice, looking at Chin Sung like he was looking at a dead thing and slowly spoke, "Now avoiding it is no use anymore." Faced with his threat, Chin Sung was completely unafraid, just a curious look, "Old man, what exactly is that arm?" Kim Il-chung smiled at the purple gas strands that were like strands of medicine constantly wiggling. "Why are you so curious, kid? I came here to avoid the bombers, but what did I see? If I fight with you, I will probably go to hell before my eyes." Hearing that, Chin Sung immediately burst out laughing, so the old man got stronger because he took out that monster's hand. "Then it will be fun to continue playing." Kim Weak Gun coldly retracted his beastly arm and shook his head. "Stop joking around. If you keep fighting like that, I don't know when I will be exhausted and die." His words made it was difficult for him to understand whether the old man meant he was planning to run away or not. "Haha, it's been a while since I've heard that word run away and I've never run away, but today might be a little different." Seeing him reveal his beastly arm again, Chin Sung gave a strange smile. "Old man, why do you think you can escape? How are you going to escape?" Kim Il-chung shook her head with her white teeth. "I don't know anymore, but why should I run away just because of a brat? Chin Sung, I will remember your name and appearance clearly." Saying that, he immediately put all his strength into combining both of his edida powers and raised his sword to slash straight at the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, the dust dispersed with the power of the two edida combined. Kim Il-chung just stood still from the lower floor and destroyed a series of ceilings on the upper floors with just one slash. The whole building looked like it had been drilled through by a drill. It was unimaginable that humans could create such incredible destructive power. On a floor near the top, he heard a huge noise along with a violent vibration. Dong rushed out of the room and was extremely scared when he discovered that the floor and ceiling had been drilled through a round hole. "Oh my god, what is that? It can't be Kim Il-chung who caused this, so is it Kim Il-chung?" He coldly looked down and silently said he had to run away. Down here, Kim Il-chung did not hesitate but immediately jumped up through the giant hole connecting the floors and jumped up towards the rooftop with the intention of escaping this building. Seeing his actions, Chin Sung stood quietly below, watching and smiling. "Now that the game has turned into hide and seek, maybe I'll lose you, old man, so should I speed up a bit?" While jumping up and down, he looked down to see that boy's smile. Kim Il-chung angrily gritted his teeth. "Don't joke around. With this distance, we will never see each other again." But before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent and panicked because in the blink of an eye, Chin Sung chased right to his side. "But I'm not joking, old man." Seeing that crazy kid with his speed, Kim Il-chung was completely scared and said to himself, "This guy is crazy, I have to save myself." At this moment, Dong above saw Kim Il-chung and was startled to blurt out his name, causing him to also look up and discover him. Seeing someone appear at the same time, Kim Il-chung happily smiled. "Haha, maybe fate hasn't completely abandoned me yet." And then in Dong's terrified eyes, Kim Il-chung easily jumped through the hole to the rooftop while Chin Sung followed close behind. Dong suddenly shouted something. "So what happened below?" Dong's appearance also caught Chin Sung's attention, and when Dong saw clearly who was chasing Kim Il-chung, he felt like he was dreaming. "Boy. Trash, why are you here?" In exchange for his question, it was Chin Sung's rushing hand and some crazy voices. "Haha, found another one, so fun to play." At this moment, Chin Sung's bright red eyes shook violently and a scream echoed in his mind. "No, please stop." Immediately, before Dong could react, Chin Sung followed the forward momentum and passed by Dong's body. Perhaps in the moment he was about to kill Dong, Chin Sung's true consciousness woke up in time, causing him to swerve to the side and fall on the floor. This fall doesn't seem light and is quite painful. Dong hurriedly ran to the side and opened his mouth to ask, "You trash, why did you crawl up from down there?" Before Chin Sung could answer, Kim Il-chung, standing on the rooftop looking down, opened his mouth and said, "Young man, do you know Chinsung? You just saved me, huh?" Deng Jiadong turned around in panic, looked up and opened his mouth to question, "Kim Ayu-chung, aren't you fighting with Kim Esidon downstairs? Damn, what just happened? Hey trash, answer me, see what happened." Deng Jiadong was panicking in his heart and didn't know how to explain everything. Could it be that Kim Sedian made Kim Ayu-chung so exhausted that he had to run away and the trash? This is impossible. But damn, it doesn't make any sense, so based on Kim Ayu-chung's words then this trash. Thinking of that, he immediately turned to scream at Chinsung while Chinsung continuously made a horrible laughing sound. "Hey trash, tell me the current situation. Hey you monkey, what's wrong with you?" He gasped in horror when he discovered that the fruit was just standing there like a monster, cackling. Chinsung's whole body emitted a murderous aura as if hell. Looking at this scene, Kim Ayu-chung above breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Hey comrade, thank you, thanks to you I was able to escape that crazy bastard." Deng Jiadong turned around and shouted, "What did you just say?" He paid attention to Kim Ayu-chung but forgot a wild look filled with bloodthirsty that was gradually approaching his side. "Hey, arrogant comrade Kim Ayu-chung, I will never forget your gratitude. Even though that person probably won't know that they're being thanked, ha." Each of Kim Ayu-chung's unclear words made Deng Jiadong more confused and gradually his mind was taken over by fear. "What's with that expression? Let me give you some advice. If you want to live, run quickly down to the first floor, then at least you'll survive, comrade." Suddenly, being reminded to hit him, I didn't understand anything and could only glare up and look up. "You think I'm going down? Your subordinates are still down there, not even listening to what you said." Kim Ayu-chung jumped into the sky again and was about to leave. "Good luck, I hope you survive, comrade." Then, while running away, Kim Ayu-chung breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that luckily he listened to his commander and came to South Korea. Discovered the goblin girl and that Lycean bomber. You guys have raised this kind of thing, and the commander probably can't even imagine that there is such a bloodthirsty and vile psychopath like him in this world. Kim Ayu-chung, I will never forget your help. And if you want to live, run down to the first floor quickly. After saying those two sentences, he absent-mindedly walked away, leaving Deng Jiadong not understanding anything. If it's true what he said, then Kim Ayu-chung ran away because of this useless trash. Why doesn't it make sense? This bastard is just a trash collector. Just when he thought that Deng Jiadong had turned around, he discovered Chinsung gradually walking towards him with a strange appearance. "Haha Captain, hello Captain, hello." This gesture of Chinsung Deng Jiadong is extremely difficult to understand and suddenly feels a bit scared. Because of you, he was able to run away, so you will play with me instead of him, right, Captain? Right, please say something. Chinsung's scary eyes made Deng Jiadong's spine cold. Those eyes are truly terrifying and Chinsung's whole body is constantly emitting a dangerous aura and of course Deng Jiadong can also sensitively sense that. He immediately grabbed an iron bar, carrying a block of cement next to him and shouted angrily, "What the hell is this? Just what's going on down there?" The only thing 4 o'clock knows is that this trash's mind is very unstable, so he followed the falling cement to the bottom to avoid this kid without hesitation. Out of 36 strategies, running is the best policy. Chinsung stood above, looking solemnly at everyone and silently calling the captain's name. "Captain, do you also want to play tag and I'm the one going to the north? That's interesting." As he spoke, an incomprehensible smile appeared on his lips. Chinsung immediately jumped down to chase. "Captain, just now I was the one chasing, so let's play something different now." In the blink of an eye he caught up with Deng Jiadong below with lightning speed and full of devilishness. Immediately wanted to turn around and throw a kick but Chinsung dodged. "Go away, trash, don't chase me." He threw kicks hoping to block Chinsung's path and push him away, but in return it was just a red glare like a devil's eye. Floating in midair and covered by a terrible murderous aura, making Deng Jiadong's spirit become shaky and difficult to maintain. The captain's cry that Chinsung let out was filled with chaotic and bewitching madness. "Captain, you've been hiding enough, now you've caught him." In the blink of an eye, Deng Jiadong was caught in midair by Chinsung in a falling position. "Let go of me, let me go, this trash." One hand held the neck of the 4 legs and the other hand pulled out the dagger. Chinsung smiled. Captain, what should we play? What should we play? Should we play the hand-cutting game? I want to cut off my leg." In a panic, Deng Jiadong, you have no other way to scream at this damn bastard, go play on your own. Deng Jiadong immediately used the giant rock he had been holding tightly to swing at Chinsung, pushing him away. Chinsung immediately jumped into a nearby floor, borrowed his strength and rushed forward again. Hey, we're having fun, Captain, you should take care of yourself. Why are you so angry, Captain? Then Chinsung once again showed off his incredible speed, constantly jumping from side to side, and if normal people saw his incredible speed, they would be so scared that they would faint because they thought is the devil. Escaping and appearing like a ghost in mid-air, Chinsung's voice echoed in Dunji Idong's ears, giving him goosebumps. Captain, you keep flying around so it's hard to catch, you know? But now he can't fly anywhere anymore. Once again, Chinsung hugged him tightly. Dunji Idong angrily shouted, damn it, let me go now, Captain, why are you struggling? Do you hate me so much, Captain? Dunji Idong's spirit is about to collapse when he's constantly being followed by this crazy guy. You trash bastard, if we keep falling like this, we'll both die. Let me go, son of a bitch. Chinsung's arm hugged Dunji Idong's neck tightly and whispered in his ear, but I don't think I will die, Captain. Just when Dunji Idong didn't know what to do, someone suddenly called him from below with a familiar voice. I wanted to hear that voice but I couldn't figure out who it was, and now is not the time to think about these nonsense. The most important thing is to find a way to escape. Chinsung's stubborn clinging made Dunji Idong extremely angry, and he gritted his teeth and roared with his fists, anyway, I will die if I fall down, so I won't die in your hands. Where are you, you trash bastard? A perfect turn caused Dunji Idong to temporarily escape from Chinsung's guarding position, and at the same time his fist also swung towards him. Chinsung gently dodged in the air and opened his mouth to tease, Captain, you're so slow it's very difficult to turn. Suddenly, at this moment, from below the ground, a familiar-looking sword shot up, aiming straight at Chinsung. Looking at the sharp blade, Chinsung smiled happily and added, another person. Another person came to play with me. As soon as he said that, he threw a fist and sent that sword flying. Seeing this scene, Dunji Idong was bewildered because this guy just flew away and made a sword to the west. What the hell is this? No, but more importantly there is someone down below. Immediately Dunji Idong shouted, hey, get out of the way. In the blink of an eye, Dunji Idong spun around, pulled the rock with him and threw it down hard. The loud noise echoed, causing each layer of the floor to constantly shake. And borrowing the thrust from that rock, Dunji Idong also promptly jumped into a floor safely. The situation became very chaotic because everything was so messy with all this rubble. As for Chinsung, he had also landed on the ground below and sat there silently. Then with tears in his eyes, he looked forward with his strange eyes, Captain, let's play together. Hey, this is the sword from before, so the sword also fell down at the same time when it was thrown high. Seeing the sword and feeling the surrounding situation, Chinsung showed a familiar smile. Ah, the next person to come here to play is my favorite person, my favorite person. Time goes back to a few minutes before Kim Ayuchung destroyed a hole, causing the wall to fall onto Kim Esidon's shoulders. At that moment, the blonde girl stepped forward and asked Kim Sedion how long he planned to stay like that. Kim Sedion smiled and replied that the place where he was hit earlier still hurt. Currently, Kim Esidon is pretending to be fine, but in fact she has reached her limit. Her legs kept shaking and couldn't hold on any longer. The weight of this wall cannot be underestimated, and human physical strength has limits. In front of Kim Esidon, the blonde girl now stepped forward with the evil eyes of the people around her, and she immediately used her edida death gloves. Team 1, I represent as the captain of Team 1. I spoke with blonde hair and a murderous aura as I walked closer to Kim Esidon. A few guys behind saw this and immediately panicked and ran after them, telling her to wait for them and let them go with her. Lias Yongqua panicked and stepped forward to block the blonde hair's face. Wait a minute, how could she be in the same class as her? How could she do that? Did you see that she was blocking the concrete ceiling? Falling down to save everyone? One side is trying to use their strength to protect a few students under the ceiling, while the other side is being aggressive and wondering if they will lose their character and do as Kim Ayuchung says. Said or not, a few students along with a few bank employees shouted and cursed at Lai Sangqua to get away, but the handsome guy still deliberately stood there and didn't go anywhere. How could you do this to someone who fought for everyone when you really wanted to do this? What are you talking about? You're too young to understand this, but I'm married. Stop trying to be nice. You bastard has no other choice. Get out of the way. They stood here arguing, and over here Kim Sedion was almost unable to support himself, causing the concrete wall to shake as if it was about to collapse. Several people sitting under the wall panicked, clutching their heads and screaming, but did not dare to run away. Dangerous situation. The blonde girl quickly stepped forward and spoke coldly. Kim Esidon was really weak and there was no time left to get out of the way. Lai Xiongqua gritted his teeth and stood there blocking the way. If you come any closer I will have to take action. Immediately he used his edida to turn his arm into a sharp sword. The blonde girl sighed and raised her giant fist. Then I have no other choice, right? Suddenly the blonde girl turned around and ordered the rest of the people outside. I'm Han from the 2nd Battalion, 10th Platoon and the captain. I order to rescue the people under the wall of this house. We will begin protecting the members of our platoon Kim Sidian. Platoon 1 listen to my orders, rescue the people under the ceiling and from now on protect your platoon member Kim Sidian. Her words made the group standing in front completely stunned and excited because they thought that she would have to deal with Kim Sidian to escape death. Even Lai Xiongqua was surprised to see the members of Platoon 1 stop and form a circle around them. They stood in a line in front of Kim Sidian to protect her from the attacks of those with evil intentions. Seeing that, Kim Sidian immediately shouted to stop acting cool and help me get out of here. This is so heavy. Over here, the few remaining people along with the bank employees were solemn and worried. Finally, someone couldn't bear to step forward and explain. Hey student, if you sacrifice Kim Sidian and that male student, we can. Before he could finish his sentence, the blonde girl's giant hand stood in front of him, ordering him not to come closer. If you're left nearby I'll have to resort to violence. We found out who's targeting the 3rd platoon leader and the Seochung school and I won't attack first, but if you're close I must suppress you. Faced with Idida's overwhelming strength, the employee backed away in fear. The squad leader has rescued everyone. A member immediately reported, okay then, according to the plan, carefully destroy the rock pieces around Kim Sidian. So, under the rhythmic coordination of the members of Squad 1, as had been carefully discussed before, the giant rock was cut into small pieces one by them. After a while of effort, everything seemed to have gone smoothly and Kim Sidian had safely escaped from there. The silver-haired girl walked haphazardly amid the surrounding dust and smoke and patted her shoulder with a sigh of relief. Oh my god, I finally got out and it was so bad I was going to die. Lai Xiongqua looked at Kim Sidian's calm and unsurprised expression when he walked over and wondered what had happened. Kim Sidian smiled and patted the blonde girl's shoulder. It's nothing. I just trust that my platoon member will understand what he means. Lai Xiongqua was dumbfounded. What does that mean? The blonde girl saw that and immediately recounted that during the fight Kim Sidian forced her to whisper a few words. Kim Sidian said you learned that at school, did you pretend to be you're acting scared? Just saying that, before the blonde girl could fully understand, Kim Sidian threw her heart into the distance. It wasn't until she regained consciousness that the blonde girl remembered Kim Sidian's previous reminder that she suddenly realized that she was so scared that she had forgotten what was taught at school. That is, the Pite terrorist group has never left any witnesses and their characteristic is that they will kill everyone. Because she was so scared in the face of death, this girl made a wrong decision in an instant. If she had thought more carefully at that time, she might have made a different choice. Even if everyone killed Kim Sidian according to Kim Yuchung's words, there was no way he would let witnesses like them survive, but Kim Sidian in such a situation this guy would rather die than follow the enemy's orders like a subordinate. So the blonde girl once again made a choice and consulted with her group members. Everyone would have to be like Kim Sidian and not compromise with the other gang. Everything had been told. Kim Sidian reluctantly complained that she said she had to act scared but instead acted cool. The blonde girl snapped her fingers and smiled. Which cannot convince everyone. Just as they were chatting, a huge tremor came down from above, making everyone unable to stand. The whole building shook violently as if it was about to collapse and very quickly Kim Sidian realized that this was a trace of Kim Yuchung. Lai Xiongqua stood next to him in shock for a few seconds, then shouted in panic, my god, Chinsung, what happened to Chinsung? Have you forgotten why Kim Yuchung went up there? When asked, Kim Sidian immediately replied that I saw someone luring him. That's right, the person who lured him was Chinsung. Hearing these words, Kim Sidian immediately pushed the guy away and shook his head. Hey, don't joke like that, he has good physical strength but is just a force trainee soldier. Seeing that she didn't believe Lai Xiongqua with a serious face and patting his chest, can you think of anyone other than Chinsung? We don't have time. Did you hear anything just now? Lai Xiongqua's question suddenly made Kim Sung-dian suddenly awake. That's right, the only people not present here were Chinsung and Deng Ji-dong, but Deng Ji-dong, there is no way he could do this. If you think carefully about Chinsung, that hypothesis also makes sense. There wasn't much time left to ponder and Lai Xiongqua immediately turned and left. Damn it, let me go help him myself. Seeing Lai Xiong's serious attitude and panicked tone, Kim Sidian became even more bewildered and gradually became more certain about what he had just said. What did Chinsung really go to fight? Lee Sungkwa's face like that is definitely no joke. Even though she didn't make such a loud noise when she fought Kim Ayuchung just now, could it be that he showed up even more terrifyingly when he fought Chinsung? Normally, Kim Ayuchung would defeat Chinsung immediately and he would die. No way he would die in vain like that. Thinking of that scene, Kim Asidon's hand trembled slightly and immediately the part that symbolized the power of goblins grew on her head with an angry face. Kim Asidon immediately brought his gloomy face and walked closer to the first squad leader. Today, squad leader, I have something to ask of you. Although Kim Asidon was very worried about that boy, when running up the stairs she still had to once again organize her thoughts carefully because with her current situation, she could not confront him. Kim Ayuchung okay. But she wasn't sure whether she should go up or not because if it was too late, she should at least save Lee Sungkwa and the others, who had just run up the stairs that Kim Asidon still kept asking himself. Until they stopped in front of a tightly closed door, perhaps behind this door Kim Ayuchung and Chinsung were fighting fiercely, but once they got here, there was no way back. Kim Sidian sighed and signaled that she would open the door. The door opened but inside it was strangely quiet. The two of them walked in and were shocked to see that the soldiers of the disaster army were all dead in a pool of blood and a giant hole right in the middle of the yellow face. Oh my god, what is it? They're all dead. Why is the smell of blood so strong? Suppressing the nausea and fear in his heart, Kim Sidian looked around and gradually made an assessment. Could it be that Chinsung killed them? This mark shows that they were killed by a large sword and it seems that it must have been at least 30 blows. The barrel held out against Kim Ayuchung for so long. But where did those two people go? Just walking around and walking to the side of the messy pile of rubble, Kim Asidon then bewilderedly looked up. The majestic and scary scene with a destructive force that destroyed all the floors of the building connecting straight to the sky in the distance made the girl feel like she wanted to turn to stone. Looking at this straight hole, the round hole on the first floor is nothing. Kim Ayuchung is already this strong. Is this the power that a human being can possess? While Kim Asidon was deep in thought, Lee Sungkwa also walked to the side and was extremely startled when he saw this hole. It seemed like both of them were up there. As soon as he said this, Kim Sidian quickly noticed that an object and someone were falling at an extremely high speed. Get out of the way, something is coming down. Kim Sidian immediately drew his sword and wondered if it was Kim Ayuchung who was coming down or whether it was Chinsung. But when she looked closely and heard the screaming voice above, she realized that the person falling was Dong Ji-dong. Why was it him and most importantly, was Chinsung the one chasing after him? Kim Asidon was stunned to see Chinsung's face clearly, but that face made her feel very strange and very strange. Lee Sungkwa came to his side and asked worriedly what happened, but in return his question was the serum scream to quickly get away from danger. The description is lengthy, but everything happened in just a split second. Kim Asidon pulled out her sword, causing it to glow. It was clear that Dong Ji-dong was being attacked and she would decided to turn the sword around so as not to seriously injure him. Then Kim Asidon threw the sword upwards while screaming, "Hey squad leader, get out of the way." Infected by those swords, the girl's expression became even more solemn and she immediately turned to the side. Before Lee Sungkwa could react, his hand was grabbed tightly by that beautiful girl. Kim Asidon dragged Lee Sungkwa and ran away into the distance. As soon as they left the crater, the giant rock in Dong Ji-dong's hand was thrown straight down, causing a shockwave that sent rocks flying. But at that opportunity, Dong Ji-dong also successfully landed next to him, although it seemed a bit difficult. His whole body was in pain and tired. He stood up and did not forget to curse this bastard. Kim Asidon saw his appearance and quickly stepped forward to ask everything clearly. What the hell was going on with the squad leader? Dong Ji-dong was also surprised. Why are you still alive? Shut up, now is not the time to worry about that. Why did Chinsung attack you like that? Just as Dong Ji-dong was about to open his mouth to explain, a strange voice rang out from behind, causing the three of them to turn around and look back. What caught their eyes was an evil smile. Squad leader Lee Sungkwa and even the beautiful Kim Asidon. Everyone is gathered together, let's play together. Chinsung jumped from above and slowly walked out of the dust and smoke with his blood-stained uniform. The boy looked at his friends and gave a not-so-kind smile with shining eyes. Lee Sungkwa sighed and smiled bitterly. We shouldn't have come up here, right? And Kim Asidon was still surprised that Chinsung's condition could become like that. In everyone's eyes, he is completely different from the usual Chinsung, now like a crazy, unconscious monster who loves to kill. Seeing him slowly approaching, everyone quickly backed away and Kim Asidon opened his mouth to ask what was wrong with him. Chinsung replied that she still has a strange face. wow, she is indeed a beautiful edida, but everything is rotten. His words shocked everyone but made them difficult to understand. But that's still a very beautiful edida, what a waste. Kim Sedyeon was startled by this gesture of yours and quickly shouted to answer, I'm doing an internship, is something wrong? What's up? Dong Ji-dong walked closer to the door and shook his head to remind him, hey, he's not the trash we know. Kim Sedyeon also felt it but stubbornly asked what he meant. What was it all about? That guy just now beat Kim Ayu-chung and made him run away. Goblin, I will give you some advice to repay you for your help before, that while he is still talking, you should run quickly, that is also what Kim Ayu-chung reminded me. There. Ran away, and after he finished speaking, it was already late. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Ji-dong gritted his teeth and ran down the stairs. Kim Sedyeon hurriedly shouted after him, Captain, please explain properly. Suddenly Lee Sung-chao exclaimed, oh no, look at him, he's even crazier than before in the bathroom. Why have you seen Chinsung like that? Oh yeah, but he's not as bad as he is now. We could still talk to each other then. Now it seems like we can't communicate. The two of them chatted while Chinsung kept walking forward with an echoing laugh. Chinsung's eyes were now covered in bright red, and when he looked at the elf girl in front of him he could easily spot the weak points on her body, which made Chinsung wondering how to kill her is interesting. He just stood there indifferently, then suddenly put his hands on his face and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that, Kim Sedyeon stepped forward and smiled provocatively. If you are so impatient, what can you do? My husband's seat is not easy for you to sit in. You don't even have the qualifications to apply. Kim Sedyeon's smile now turned into a dagger, stained with his own blood. Then I just need to kill all the other candidates and that's it. I can't hold it anymore, are you ready for your death? Unable to communicate normally, Kim Sedyeon quickly stopped in front of Lee Sung-kwa. Hey Lee Sung-kwa, I'll buy some time and you should run now. Before Lee Sung-kwa could react, Kim Sedyeon immediately finished moving forward to attack Chinsung and thought to himself, I don't carry a sword and my physical strength is exhausted and I can barely stand. At most it's about 30 seconds. Seeing the delicious prey offered to Chinsung's mouth, Chinsung delightedly jumped up, my beloved Kim Sedyeon, I decided to let you die kindly. Kim Sedyeon lowered his body to dodge in the blink of an eye. While fighting, she also secretly felt and made an assessment that it was so fast and neat that it was edida. Skin of Chinsung. Edida is very strong, but it's extremely difficult to control him just like her. No, his situation is worse than hers. In the blink of an eye they haven't hit Kim Sedyeon's opponent yet. An was constantly suffering from injuries on his body. Suddenly Kim Sedyeon whispered that you must have endured a lot, in turn. At this moment, Kim Sedyeon stopped and called Chinsung's name, causing him to stop attacking. Hey, you've worked hard, you've done very well, Chinsung. Her sudden words made it difficult for others to understand, but Chinsung seemed to sense something that made his eyes move slightly. Saying that, a smile appeared on those lips again. You must have worked hard, Kim Sedyeon. Then goodbye, have a good night. A cold slash without mercy cut Kim Sedyeon's neck while the girl was still standing there. The whole space seemed to be engulfed in darkness and Kim Sedyeon was gradually falling to the ground. A smile filled with pleasure and bloodlust appeared on Chinsung's lips. Sometime in the past some bad things happened. One day not long after Chinsung entered elementary school, both of his parents passed away. The cause of this horrifying incident was that they were murdered by robbers to rob them of their property. They were all seriously injured and bruised all over their bodies, so identification was very difficult. At that time, Chinsung was just a child with no home to return to. Therefore, he had to go to his uncle's house to live with him. His uncle and aunt were both from the low class and only edida forced them to live there. Their edida is a rope that can easily break if not tied quickly, with an overall combat ability that is only pressure level. For some reason, they keep using that edida ability to tie it tightly. Chinsung let him protest. Another edida was a poorly cut rotten wooden stick, so Chinsung had to suffer blows from that stick every day. His life at that time was only filled with suffering and humiliation. Every day when he goes to class, he only dares to sit still and wear a long, dirty-looking coat to cover the wounds on his body. Doesn't hang out with anyone and doesn't have any friends. Sometimes in class there are still some kind friends who want to get to know Chinsung and play with him. At the same time, they will also be curious why you don't feel hot when you wear long-sleeved shirts like that. Faced with that question, Chinsung hesitated to answer and the people who wanted to play with him quickly left. Chinsung, we're going to go shopping, will you come with us? Every time he received similar questions, Chinsung would bow his head and flatly refuse. Why did you invite him? He doesn't have any money. You don't know why. His clothes are smelly and dirty. His personality is weird. I don't want to get close to him at all. Gossip, teasing and anonymous beatings for no reason. Some bullies in the school whenever they had free time dragged him to the corner to beat him and kept telling him to reveal his edida. Chinsung tried to curl his body up to protect his head. Yourself and replied that you don't have edida. Hearing that, the other kids burst out laughing. We know that you don't have it, so we're helping you. If you get beaten up, you might wake up edida. You think we are very kind, right? So whether at home or at school, you are constantly beaten and bullied. Every day that passes is a terrible obsession for an 8-year-old child like Chinsung. To avoid being beaten, he came home very late. Until one day, while passing by the park near his house, he discovered something moving in the bushes on the sidewalk. Chinsung curiously stopped and looked to see what animal it was. From the bushes suddenly jumped out a dog with fur covered in dust and mud but could not hide the adorable look on its face. The dog was not afraid of strangers but continuously wagged its tail and barked softly at Chinsung as if shouting with joy. Then an abandoned boy met a black puppy on the side of the road. Haha, you're so cute but you're just as dirty as me. Being tickled by the dog's tongue to the point of laughing here was probably Chinsung's most comfortable laugh in recent times, and one person and one dog they became friends. Every day when it gets dark Chinsung spends a lot of time playing with the puppy at the playground. And finally, because he was afraid that people would say it was irresponsible, he went to look for him. The uncle came to Chinsung Park and was so scared that he didn't know how to answer. At that moment, the little dog in the sandy building came out and barked softly. The uncle saw this and immediately asked this dirty dog with a serious face, why was it his fault that you came home late? Because he spoke a bit loudly, it attracted the attention of everyone around him, causing everyone to start talking. My God, the child is scared. He's our neighbor, what's going on? People like him hate being talked about or judged by others, so he tried to put on a gentle face and said in a low voice, if it's for that dog, just take it home. Chinsung was bewildered for a moment then smiled excitedly, really, can I take it home? Thank you. Then, Chobai followed Chinsung home and he went into his room and played with each other. That night, under the dim light, Chinsung studied while hugging Bobby right next to him. Suddenly, outside the room door, his uncle's serious question was heard asking why he hadn't gone to bed yet, making him startled. The boy quickly turned off the light and, not daring to make any more noise, whispered a good night to the squishy dog. In the diary, there is a colorful picture of Chinsung with his pet dog like a beautiful and dreamy story. The next day, Chinsung timidly walked up to his uncle early in the morning to ask, Uncle, can I go out and play with Bobby? I just watched TV and waved my hand. Do whatever you want. Chinsung and Bobby agreed and were extremely happy and walked out of the house together. Let's go squeeze by, let's go to the park. The small park right near my house today welcomed 2 more familiar guests with laughter and barking dogs. Now poor Chinsung finally has a friend. A friend can play with you at the playground. A friend will always happily follow you and never leave. A friend who can share joy with each other every day. So it wasn't until dusk that Chinsung was startled and looked up at the clock to realize that the time was already too late. If I die, it's already this late, so I'll get in trouble with you. The boy stopped walking and called after the dog to run quickly home. In front of the kitchen table, Chinsung lowered his head and listened to his uncle's teachings. Are you saying you only come home after dark? Chinsung, are we a joke to you? I'm really sorry, I didn't know it was so late. His answer made the uncle angry and slammed the can on the table. The reason is like this. I've been treating you too easily lately, so now you're like this, aren't you? Chinsung, now I have to be careful with the old guys or the noisy couple next to me. The boy trembled in fear. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. At this moment, as if wanting to protect Chinsung, the squishy dog stood next to him, turned towards his uncle and growled threateningly. Chinsung immediately panicked and stopped the dog and glanced at the dog's face. Clearly the fat uncle was angered by the dog and squeezed the can so hard it made a cracking sound. Does this dog dare to do that, or should I cook galangal for you? Chinsung panicked and used both hands to pull the dog into the cage and apologized to him. I'm sorry, I'll run back and squeeze him. Please forgive him this time, uncle. Looking at his dirty appearance made the uncle even more angry and gave him a slap and he fell to the floor. Go away, how dare you give me conditions? I've been a little easy on you and you dare talk to me like that. Now I'm going to teach you a lesson, honey, tie it up. The old, ugly woman immediately summoned Edida and her rope, coming to Chinsung's side and smiling, hee, this kid has recently been freed so he's lost his mind. Sensing the danger, the adorable little dog continuously growled and barked at the uncle, making him even more mad. "Hey, this dog still can't shut up, you damn dog." Immediately, his giant body ran back and swung a kick straight at the puppy, making a loud noise. Chinsung stared wide-eyed at this terrible scene and his heart seemed to stop beating. The little dog was kicked hard into the wall and trembled, unable to stand up. Seeing that, the uncle smiled happily. "And now you will shut up." His whole body was tied tightly, his left side was screaming anxiously, "Squeeze by, is it okay? Squeeze by, please be quiet, if you struggle like that, I'm going to get angry." His beloved friend was hurt, causing Chinsung's young soul to feel anger for the first time. He clenched his teeth and glanced at his uncle with hateful eyes. The uncle's face turned cold when he saw Chinsung's eyes and immediately summoned the wooden stick in his hand. "Do you dare look at me like that? Are you crazy? Who taught you to do that? Did your mother teach you that, or your stupid brother?" As he said this, he continuously used the poisonous wooden stick very hard on Chin's small and weak body, causing him to scream in pain. I'm sorry, I beat him for a while before his hand stopped and Chinsung lay curled up on the floor. To be so weak and yet dare to be arrogant is definitely based on genetics. At that mention, he suddenly smiled happily and said one more sentence, making Chinsung stunned. "It's just genetics, that's why I beat them to death." The lady standing next to her heard her husband say this and panicked and asked, "Honey, is it okay if he knows that?" The uncle confidently shook his head. Who would believe a weak trash boy like him? Yes. Chinsung gradually realized something, so he tried to sit up and hesitantly asked, "Mom and Dad were killed by a robber." When the boss heard that, he burst out laughing. "It was because I was angry that I beat them to death. Who said they wouldn't lend me money?" But then suddenly some idiot climbed through the window. Looking at that idiot constantly pleading his innocence in court was so funny, it was really funny, just remembering that expression makes me laugh. The amount of information was so large and so terrible that it made Chinsung's young soul feel like it was about to crumble. A moment later, his eyes shrank with each stream of power that began to erupt and he slowly asked again, "So the culprits who killed my parents are my uncle and aunt?" Chinsung looked at him with hateful eyes and the uncle gently waved the stick in his hand, wondering, "Oh my God, you dare glare at us like that again?" At this moment, a small figure walked next to him and immediately rushed to attack the uncle. That figure was the little dog Squeeze By. When he saw his beloved owner being beaten, he used all his strength to bite his uncle's hand, causing him to scream in pain. Chinsung was extremely panicked and tried to scream, "Please run now, don't stop," but of course it was probably too late. One hand tried to suppress the pain of being bitten by the dog. His other hand immediately swung the wooden stick out with all his strength due to his rage. "This damn dog should die for me." Then there was a continuous sound of beatings until finally the dog no longer moved and lay on the floor while the uncle stared at the wound on his hand. "Oh my God, I hope he's not rabid." Chinsung knelt next to his beloved dog and shed tears of regret. "I'm sorry, Squeeze By. I'm sorry for bringing you to this house. You just want to have fun with me. I'm sorry. If only you hadn't met an unlucky person like me, then maybe." Chinsung's heart felt like it was being torn apart in pain and tears could not be controlled but kept flowing endlessly. At that moment, suddenly everything around him lit up and he felt that the little dog gently licked his cheek again. Chinsung opened his eyes and saw a glowing wallet smiling cutely. Subconsciously, he wanted to reach out and pet his pet dog. In an instant, everything had disappeared. The other dog was still lying motionless on the ground, and what just happened was like a dream. "It's dead, that dog. I still want to beat it more to release my anger." The ant smiled and replied, "I also want to grow it fat and then kill it. That trash dog is not worth our attention. Eat it and throw it in the trash." "Why did you kill my precious dog? Kill a living creature so easily? Do you have fun killing people?" Each resentful question echoed in the room, making the uncle and aunt confused with Chinsung's strange red eyes. I felt really annoyed. In that blink of an eye, a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand covered in a strange red light. Chinsung immediately acted instinctively and gently waved the knife, causing the rope tying him to break into pieces. He dragged his tired body to stand up with a grim face and his whole body was constantly radiating energy that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The uncle sitting to the side saw this scene and wondered what that knife was and where did you get it from, until he looked closely and suddenly realized it was Edida. "Ha ha ha, to be so angry that you can only summon Edida, that's a real pressure." Looking at the boy who was gradually approaching him, the uncle gently pushed the boy's chest with a wooden stick and wondered, "A subordinate boy, the son of two subordinates, is truly ridiculous. You are trying to imitate your parents. That's it. Chinsung didn't say anything but just suddenly smiled. Your parents in hell would be very proud. Having said that, the uncle suddenly fell silent because something extremely sharp passed across his face. In the blink of an eye, his tongue was cut off by Chinsung's dagger, causing fresh blood to continuously flow out. He screamed in pain and his wife was startled and rushed to her husband's side. Chinsung brought the bloody dagger up to his nose to smell it and then smiled with delight. Just like that, in the small house, the sounds of singing and the pitiful screams of the uncle and his wife continuously rang out. My hand, I'm sorry. We're sorry. In the blink of an eye, the whole room continuously echoed with streams of blood dyed red mixed with screams, making the house seem like it had become a living hell. Why don't you say more, haha? Uncle, where are you going? What are you saying properly? Chinsung's small body stood next to the giant uncle in a pool of blood and he kept saying crazy things. After taking care of the uncle, it was the aunt's turn and she kept asking for forgiveness. What's wrong? Why are you begging? I won't kill you. It would be so easy to kill her like that. You guys are all the same. Faced with the dagger right next to your aunt's eyes, tears of panic continuously flowed out. How do you know you're afraid? I thought you guys were brave. Very good. But why do you do that to my parents? What crime do they have? I think not killing them will make you suffer more, right? As he spoke, Chinsung raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly as if releasing all the pent-up feelings for so long. In the end, the two people in this house could not survive his brutal attacks and it was well deserved for the two of them. Everything was great, right? Suddenly Chinsung's consciousness sank into the dark night and then opened his eyes wide awake. I just saw that he was lying on a hospital bed and had just woken up from a nightmare. At this time, the nurse from the medical room walked in and saw that he was awake and immediately came to ask questions. Oh, are you awake? Chinsung stammered in bewilderment and asked the nurse, what about that? Wait, tell me, this room is the school's medical room. Don't try to stand up, you can't stand up yet. Please rest a little more, the nurse said, smiling as she pushed Chinsung to lie down on the hospital bed. Lying on the bed, he raised his hand to look at his own hand and sighed because his head hurt like it was about to split in two. But more importantly, why are you here? The image of fresh blood before falling into a coma made Chinsung angry, sitting up from the bed and calling out someone's name. Hey nurse, seeing that the patient is so nervous like he's having a seizure, the nurse has a headache and sighs, you'd better lie down and rest. Can you calm down a bit? Everything is fine. Chinsung immediately rushed forward and grabbed the nurse's white shirt tightly and shouted, are you guys at the bank okay, my classmate Lee Seung-kwa too? As for Kim Se-dian, as soon as he mentioned this name, his voice suddenly became smaller and his whole face turned dark. Not knowing what to think, Chinsung fell down on the bed like a lost soul and kept repeating the name Kim Se-dian in his mouth. Seeing that the patient's face was not right, the nurse immediately stepped forward to reassure him. Chinsung, take a deep breath, while Chinsung was completely immersed in his own thoughts. That's right, at that time she was standing in front of me, right, nurse? The nurse knew what he wanted to ask, so she smiled and nodded. Everyone's okay, don't worry too much. So where is Kim Se-dian? Chinsung continued to ask persistently because the last thing he remembered before losing consciousness was that he stabbed Kim Se-dian with his own hand. Okay, calm down, Kim Se-dian is almost here. The nurse's answer made Chinsung's heart feel like it wanted to stop beating. When she got to the medical room, how could she still be alive, right? Why is it the medical room when she was so seriously injured that she had to be transferred here? Each stream of confused thoughts kept rushing through Chinsung's brain, giving him a headache and finally he couldn't help but jump away. Nurse, I'm going out for a bit. I had to see for myself how she was, so this guy just ignored everyone and stormed out. The nurse stood there helplessly without having time to say another word. In the end, she had to adjust the curtains of the hospital room and sighed that it would be better if he didn't remember anything. In the hallway of Chinsung's school, as he ran non-stop, there were streams of water rolling down his cheeks, not knowing if they were sweat or tears. He himself clearly understands that his body is an abnormal body and that it is because this body has caused so many things that it is like this. If it's all because of you, how can you stop this damned edida? Coincidentally, in front of the school gate, someone was walking while listening to the song's melody with a pile of things in his hand. In that blink of an eye, Chinsung saw Kim Se-dian just entering the school gate. She's okay, she's not injured, that's why I had to go in there, so I didn't cut her throat. Thank heaven and earth, thank heaven and earth. Chinsung stood there patting his chest and Kim Se-dian also discovered his silhouette so he immediately called out and walked closer. Chung suddenly knelt down on the ground, panting. Seeing Mr. Kim Asidon's strange expression, he became worried and concerned. Why are you suddenly kneeling here? Is there something wrong? If you can run out here, you're probably better. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Chinsung's shoulder and gently patted Chinsung's shoulder when suddenly he screamed, making others startled and cry loudly. Why are you crying? Where does it hurt? Why are you crying like that? Then Kim Asidon patiently stood there comforting Chinsung while he was sobbing and wetting his shirt. Thank God, thank you so much, Kim Sidian, thank you that you are still healthy and alive. Hond High School Pittite gang event was temporarily closed for a week. On the day of the incident, Dungji Idong quickly broadcast the news when he saw Kim Ayuchung retreating. It was truly a disaster that killed 17 security guards and 13 bank employees. Many corpses of the Pit gang were also discovered in the bank, and fortunately all students of the two schools were safe. No loss. Current public opinion is paying attention to the 10th grade second-year students of high school who stopped the attack of the Pittits, especially the White Goblin Kim Asidon, who directly confronted with Kim Ayuchung. And having to give an interview to Kim Asidon is more difficult than going to war, and she shouldn't have mentioned Chinsung. The reporter wouldn't believe it. He had to wake up a person who had been in a coma for 3 days. Kim Asidon stood next to the hospital bed and sighed, and at this moment Chinsung was still unconscious. Of course, the general officer didn't believe it, but when I saw it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. That day, before falling into a coma, he actually used his sharp blade to slash Kim Sidian. What he cut off was not her neck but the horn symbolizing the power of the goblin on her head. Everything happened so fast that Kim Sidian was bewildered and unable to react. She just had time to see that after cutting off her horn, the boy's face in front of her became calmer and was no longer red. That slash seemed to have exhausted all the strength in Chinsung's body, causing his eyes to gradually close and sink into darkness. Fortunately, Kim Asidon was standing next to him in time to exchange for Chinsung, otherwise he would have fallen on his face. Officer, what's wrong with you? Hey, wake up, don't scare me if anything happens. Everything happened like that, and returning to the schoolyard, Chinsung was sobbing, making Kim Asidon also helpless. Hey, don't cry anymore. Once you're done crying, stand up. 2 lines of tears were still rolling down his cheeks, looking extremely pitiful, and occasionally calling Kim Asidon's name gave her goosebumps. Hey, stop it, I'm not kidding, you didn't cut me. Edida didn't show any signs, there's no problem at all. It's still not okay to answer like that. Why do you keep crying? Her scary appearance made the boy cry even harder. Kim Asidon, thank you. Oh my God, if the nurse sees you back, I don't know what she will think. Look at your terrible appearance. Time flies. A week later life returns to peace. Everything is still the same as before, except that the 10th graders now look very different. Some students in other classes are talking to each other, maybe because they met and fought with Pete, so that has changed. I sleep so bad, I wish I could be like them. 1 week is still quite a short time for Chinsung to completely escape that incident, as evidenced by the fact that right now, walking in the hallway, he is still thinking a lot about what he has done. He thought that even if they were criminals who wanted to kill people, killing them like that was quite excessive. The general thought was that he could control Edida, but he seemed to be too delusional about himself. Just because he could not control his own Edida, many people had to die. Where death is painful. Kim Asidon, it's truly a miracle that I didn't kill you but was able to lock my Edida. Surely this is what Chinsung feels most fortunate about. But it is not a good way for things to continue like this, and to ensure that a similar thing will never happen again, we must decide to take control of ourselves so as not to be influenced by Edida. There was someone who had seen his Edida and was qualified to give him advice, so today Chinsung specially came to find that person. None other than the handsome senior who has reached his limits and developed his Edida. We were practicing horizontal bars in the gym when we saw you coming and called out, "Oh Toss, I thought you were in the hospital right now." Chinsung slowly walked forward, nodded as a greeting and said, "No, today I want to ask my senior something." The senior's eyes narrowed slightly, assessing the junior in front of him. Chinsung then nodded, "What's the matter?" "Just ask. If I know, I will answer it for you." Hearing that, Chinsung pondered for a moment before slowly asking, "Senior and Sungho, do you think there is a void in everyone's soul based on their edida levels?" That's not. The new question, and unlike the usual arguments, attracted An Sungho's attention. Chinsung continued to say without too much turbid water, "Edida is a ranking of soul strength and the things we can do are based on the ranking." Before he could finish speaking, An Sungho opened his mouth to interrupt, asking if Edida's rank determines the gap between people themselves and their souls. Chinsung nodded solemnly and said yes, just as he predicted. Suddenly, he loudly blurted out the word no, causing Chinsung to look up at him in bewilderment. Nowhere what appears may be different based on level, but the void in the soul is not. Souls have no rank. My answer is that in the soul there is no hierarchy. Chinsung put his hands together and thought for a moment before he continued. But his mother also knew that based on the edida rank, each person's performance would be different. Yes, that argument is correct, but it's fundamentally different. That doesn't make a difference in each person. Chinsung still stubbornly wanted to refute something, but Sung-ho didn't have time to let him continue and softly called his name. In general, are you looking for an answer that you already have from my words? This question of yours made Chinsung stop and wait a few beats. Until now, I have always thought that there is no connection between edida and the soul inside the body. Because he has no way to control his crazy soul when it gets crazy and wants to kill everyone who says it sees it, it is a different blood edida and a violent soul. Because Chinsung's edida awakened in a situation where he lost control, edida's first impression upon contact with his body was a stream of angry emotions. Anger and hatred as high as the sky. By acknowledging that the edida and soul in the body always exist and are connected to each other, it's time for Chinsung to accept the fact that controlling those crazy emotions is extremely difficult. Every scolding or hallucination comes back to mind again. Killing people makes you happy, demon in human form, your soul is scary and you are a fearless killer, an emotion madness, a feeling of madness that cannot be controlled. The more Chinsung thought about it, the heavier Chinsung's heart became, making him stand there thoughtfully with his head down. Seeing you didn't say anything anymore, he walked loudly to the side, put on his gym equipment and opened his mouth. From the first time I met you, I felt it and I told you to work hard. At that time I thought you were a lazy person, but there was always something unusual about you. Even though you complain all day, you're always on time to the club. My training is not at a level that a person with normal determination can follow diligently. No matter how tired you are, you can still absorb and try to learn from me. That's the difference I see in you, and that's why I know there's still untapped potential in your body. Receiving these sincere comments, Chinsung bowed his head again. A higher edida rank means a higher overall fighting ability, and that's the principle of your N ranking, so people always want to get a special edida. But what if a person has a low edida rank but shows higher overall combat ability? And Sung-ho is one such example. He possesses the enormous strength of a low-level edida possessor and easily wins after defeating higher-level edida possessors. Which shows that the soul of a person's edida level all becomes meaningless if that person tries every day to perfect himself. Lifting the giant weight on Sung-ho's shoulders, he slowly said, I know the reason you came here is not because you want to improve your fighting ability. That you want to test through me the person who has very high overall combat ability but also possesses a low-level edida. That edida is just one part of many factors. Chinsung understood, he understood very well. On the other hand, like what his senior said, it was the way he deliberately forgot edida's crazy personality and a violent soul inside him. But it cannot be denied because it is always there. An edida with such a different bloodline cannot be recognized just because of his high rank, which is also the reason why he always wants to study with his seniors because of his efforts to control and train edida properly. Skillfully like him. So how do you feel? Will Sung-ho's efforts become the answer you have been looking for so long? Of course there was someone who had developed their overall fighting ability from CAF level to a plus level. This senior had always shown him the answer that one could keep moving forward with your own constant efforts. This person, Senior Sung-ho, is an example that we must follow. After carefully arranging his messy thoughts, Chinsung shed tears as he looked at his senior and said earnestly, Senior, I want to tell you something. A moment later, after hearing Chinsung explain the details, Sung-ho was still lifting weights and thinking, knowing the state he showed in the last team fight with me. Is that your real edida? Looking at the serious and thinking face of his senior, Chinsung on this side was a bit surprised. Do you believe what I said? A person said there was pressure from edida, but it was really pressure from edida and I'm the one who actually defeated that pate. Hearing the senior's question, he suddenly placed the dumbbell on its bar and then looked up and looked at Chinsung with puzzled eyes. What do you gain from lying? I don't see any kind of lying about this, so why don't you believe it? The senior's calm and steady tone made Chinsung's face turn slightly red and excitedly say thank you for his trust. Simply put, and in the end, you don't want to be controlled by your murderous edida, right? Chinsung nodded and sat down next to his senior. He thought he could at least keep it under control, but when he stabbed a PIKE member who had broken into the bank, my rational chain was broken and my murderous rage flared up uncontrollably. At that time, my reason was completely controlled by crazy bloodthirsty emotions. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control those emotions, and by the time I woke up, everyone had died. I don't want to be controlled by my edida anymore. I don't want my life to be controlled by something that is out of control, and I want to hold it tightly in my hands, a power that is not controlled by me. No matter how big it is, it doesn't mean anything. If you were me, what would you do, brother? How would I stop being influenced by my edida? Faced with that question, Unsung-ho did not think much but answered immediately, create a healthy body and a strong mind, and only hard training can create a healthy body. This answer could not satisfy Chinsung, so he stood up and explained, I have always trained my body and even worked very hard, but nothing changed. Unsung-ho signaled him to calm down and then sighed. There are some things in common that people who cannot control their edida have. That is, they cannot love themselves. People like that often tend to hate themselves and then deny their efforts. You've trained so hard, so be proud of yourself. Chinsung's face darkened, he reached out his small hand to shake his senior's big hand and shook his head. Is it okay to love yourself? But I'm just a murderer who gets pleasure from killing others. His crazy mind that had just appeared was suddenly startled by his cold voice. Chinsung, did you train so hard to become a murderer? Please stop thinking negatively. Because you're not a Chinsung obsessed with killing people. Always remember that you are a completely new Chinsung. A strong Chinsung who worked hard to control his violent will. What is your true desire? Is this a murderer or someone who can control himself? I think you yourself understand better than anyone else what your true dream is, right? Each word of the senior shined straight into Chinsung's weak soul, making him so emotional that he collapsed to the ground. Unsung-ho didn't stop there and continued teaching. You know, I always wanted to be the best. But my edida is nothing special. I can't achieve my dream no matter how hard I try. I don't reach the top and don't even reach the foot of the mountain but immerse myself in the deep abyss alone. During my 3 years in middle school I couldn't advance to the advanced rounds even once. I became depressed because my weakness haunted my mind for a long time. I hated that useless low-level edida of mine, and that made everything worse. Terrible. And I have learned to ask myself whether I really understand my edida or not. From there, I tried to analyze my edida carefully and accidentally found my current limit. Looking deep inside myself is like a key that makes my life turn to a new page. Use your strengths and cover up your weaknesses. I had to face edida within myself. Since then I have no longer been afraid to enter a battle. And at the same time, that's how I overcome all my opponents. Even if my opponent possesses a higher level edida than me, it doesn't matter. Don't be afraid, don't falter, and overcome yourself and transcend yourself day by day. Having said this, Unsung-ho took off his shirt. And until today I still continue to surpass myself. I will become the strongest person even if I have a mediocre edida. That's my path and what I chose. What about you? Chinsung, how did you choose? Chinsung looked bewildered at the senior in front of him for a moment, then slowly took off the glasses on his face. His eyes were red from crying but were now filled with calmness. I will do the same as you. I will definitely surpass myself and constantly move forward. Since that day, things have gradually changed, and today was a special training session when the students were locked in a room filled with toxic gas. Now everyone probably knows the weapons. Weapons like firearms are not effective against those who own edida, right? This is why so many weapons have become useless since edida appeared. The teacher's voice kept ringing while the students tried to cover their noses with their hands, resisting the black smoke in the closed room. However, chemical warfare is a different story. The moment you remove edida and return to being a normal person, everyone will die. Dong Ji-dong, still wearing his familiar red shirt, stood next to the door, constantly screaming and banging on the door. Are you kidding me? If we die either way, then why do we need to train ourselves to fight them like this? Open the door, quickly open the door, I screamed with tears in my eyes in extremely pitiful pain. The teachers wearing gas masks chatted with each other. The 10th platoon leader had already exceeded their tolerance level, even if the 19th platoon's mental strength had increased after that incident, but this still a bit heavy. The captain's eyes glared back through the gas mask and then immediately shouted to the students, "Please sing the national anthem. I will give extra points to those who can complete the song." Faced with that temptation, no student is willing to sing, but they just keep screaming for help. However, there is a special case of Chinsung, who stood in the middle of the room and solemnly sang the national anthem, surrounded by cries and coughs. Finally, I don't know how much time has passed, this training session has ended with the door of the room being opened. A few students standing outside observing were surprised to see such thick gas. Oh my God, what is it? I can't see clearly inside. The first person to step out was Chinsung with a calm face while his friends all fainted and were pulled out by the staff. He slowly walked towards the officer and calmly reported, "I am a chemical officer and all my superior officers have fainted, so now I will represent and report." Platoon 3 of 11 people was assigned the task of 10 people without the rank of non-commissioned officers. 10 people lost consciousness during training in the gas chamber and currently 1 is present. I reported everything. Surprisingly, Chinsung was the only one who was alert and was able to resist the gas in a spectacular way. Not only this assessment but also several other assessments such as Officer Chinsung's basic observation ability all won first place because he thought that if he had good results like this, no one would be able to tell anything else. You will regain your honor by any means possible. At that time, in another room, the principal was constantly flipping through a file of reports on special training sessions. In the crawling category, the first place for the rolling category was Chinsung practice, including first place on long crawling and first place on high crawling. He won first place. Special notes: in all training exercises on ability he completed all his crawls 5 seconds faster than the non-commissioned officer in second place, and his crawling ability was said to be at the national representative level. Individual combat training report for conquering enemy strongholds. The first rank is still the trainee Chinsung and the second rank is non-commissioned officer Kim Eston. Special note: Kim Eston ran in a straight line, but Chinsung ran in a diagonal line. The 10th platoon leaders notes that running like that would cause his physical strength to be wasted, or in the stealth category, the first class would still be practicing Chinsung when no one can find him. Until the platoon leader announced that the training session was over and it took an hour to find a trainee. Constantly flipping through the files, the principal kept repeating the name Chinsung in his mouth. Chinsung is Chinsung, a high-level student with good physical strength for no reason at all. The familiar red-shirt teacher stood opposite the principal and nodded, "Is that so?" "And principal, the other students have also met the standard score." Hearing that, while looking at the file, the principal's face still darkened and he shook his head. "That's not enough." The principal's answer left the teacher bewildered. "I have received information that the 998th Transport Brigade is preparing to target us, and it seems they do not like the fact that Han School is supported by the country. At this rate, the market will definitely be reprimanded." At that point, the principal was so angry that he slammed the file down on the table. 53 is fine right now. The first years just need to say we haven't finished training yet. The problem is that our second-year students will increase their training. The principal thought for a while and then made a decision. The teacher was confused and asked what kind of training the principal was talking about. I just saw the principal put the marked calendar in front of the teacher and smiled. Of course it was short-term combat strength training. This category is not strange, right? In the schoolyard, the students were constantly moaning because they were assigned the task of carrying a pile of incredibly heavy cardboard boxes. "Oh my God, what's in here? It's so heavy." People kept moaning and groaning because they couldn't hold one box, but Chinsung once carried 2 boxes in his arms, making Kim Sedian wonder, "Why are you carrying 2 boxes?" She asked him and he immediately smiled shyly. "After all, I was training and I wanted to build more muscles." Hearing that, Kim Sedian couldn't help it because he had already worked out during lunch. He just now was then and now is now, so you can't combine them together. "Can you say more?" Kim Sedian sighed and turned around to leave. "Mr. Insatiable," Chinsung gasped in surprise. "My nickname has changed from Novice to Mr. Insatiable, right?" After that, they walked together and Chinsung noticed that even though everyone was very tired, they still glanced at the two of them from time to time. Kim Sedian was always watched by everyone. "You're like that, you don't think this happens often, why don't people like you know, but this is my everyday life." Hearing that, Chinsung exclaimed that he sounded so arrogant, and everyone's eyes were so hot that he couldn't help but notice. "Kim Sedian, I say that because it seems like they're staring at you a lot more than usual." Kim Sedian glanced at the others and shook his head. "This time they didn't look at me, they looked at you, do you understand, trainee Chinsung?" This answer made Chinsung wonder why they were looking at me. "Because I'm handsome." The guy's narcissism temporarily made Kim Sedian freeze. "I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Your reaction made Chinsung's face black. "You're so mean." "Okay," but their gazes were so burning that I felt embarrassed. As I spoke, I kept looking back without paying attention to Deng Jiedong standing next to me. The 2 boxes on Chinsung's body almost fell over. Sorry, I'm not looking forward." When Chinsung turned around to apologize and saw the squad leader's dark face, he couldn't help but smile shyly. "Haha, squad leader, I'm sorry." Team leader Deng Jiedong was extremely uncomfortable, frowned slightly but did not curse at all, so he turned around and left. Oh my god, when I walk, I open my eyes and look at the road instead of believing in trash. Chinsung stood still, looking at his back, then confusedly wondered if the squad leader had changed his ways lately. What was going on? Kim Esidon saw him being so stupid and helplessly sighed. Brother, you really don't know why the squad leader and the others haven't come to cause trouble with you lately? Chinsung naively replied, is it because I often hang out with you? Oh my god, why are you so stupid? Because you've changed recently. Damn, talking to you is so frustrating and nerve-wracking. The girl walking in front Chinsung quickly followed behind. But this Kim Sidian, aren't you curious about my edida? As soon as you uttered the words Kim Eston was rushing quickly, he stopped. Then she slowly put the box back in its place and shook her head. That's it, I'm not curious about things like this. Chinsung's sound came from behind again. If it were you, I'd be willing to explain everything. Kim Esidon. Hearing those words, Kim Esidon smiled insatiably. You can't say things like this to other girls. If I can stand it in front of other girls, I'm probably unconscious because you scared me. Do you understand? I don't understand why her tone is a bit proud right now. The other guy smiled and nodded, but it's okay because I told my senior and Sung-ho everything. Immediately, Kim Esidon turned into an animal and rushed forward, grabbed Chinsung's collar and struggled. What did you tell the sergeant? You're so handsome, do you want to die? Why don't you tell me first and tell me everything before I take you out on her? Seeing the two of them standing there, Deng Ji-dong, as soon as he entered, grimaced, gritted his teeth, and silently scolded the trashy bastard. But he only dared to silently scold him like that because the pressure he felt when facing Chinsung the other day was really too scary, that Deng Ji-dong felt that this trash would kill him. He was like that, and even Kim Iu-chung was scared and ran away. Damn, why did things turn out like this? Right now, before everything is clearly confirmed, I can't admit it, which means he turns around and leaves and stays away from Chinsung to ensure his safety. In here, when Kim Esidon questioned him, he immediately smiled innocently. Hee. There are many people looking here. When it's just the two of us, I'll tell you. Hey, don't say that to other girls. Only I can stand it, you know. After that, Chinsung looked at the box on the floor and asked in confusion, but why do we have to move this machine? Didn't you hear anything? Just prepare for the upcoming training session. That was guerrilla training for our second-year students. Stopping at carrying boxes today was something of an action under the guidance of the supervising teachers, bright red sticks waving in the air and the students with heavy backpacks on their shoulders lined up in a row. Walk. As I walked to Deng Ji-dong, I frowned and complained that I had to do this again. Oh my god, I should have carried 5 more kilos. Chinsung sighed, making Kim Esidon next to him get goosebumps. That guy, he's so tired, he's gone crazy. I'm not there, so why did a person who had previously escaped from the club until Sung-ho dragged him back here? Do you suddenly want to practice too hard? Kim Esidon spoke while Chinsung suddenly became silent. She felt strange and looked up. Why didn't you say anything? I just saw them passing by somewhere familiar, and Chinsung smiled. Now, if it was Sung-ho Sr., he would probably be carrying 10 kilograms of weights in each hand. Oh my god, there really is no cure. But Kim Sidian is at a loss and doesn't know what to say anymore. At this moment, the person wearing the hat announced a 10-minute break on the spot, and she immediately frowned when she saw where this was. What was it? Why was it right here? I knew their intention, but how could it be possible? I care to this extent. Seeing Kim Esidon's hand clenched as if trying to restrain Chinsung, he came closer and asked, what happened? He didn't look okay at all. She shook her head, then thoughtfully looked at him and asked back, I was the one asking you that question. Are you okay? Chinsung was bewildered for a moment before suddenly realizing what she meant, and he laughed and pointed towards the bank next to him. You mean because of that? Seeing the calm smile on Kim Esidon's face, I wondered if I was worrying for nothing. At this moment, a certain boy walked up to the side and said in an excited voice, Hey sister, you are that famous senior Kim Esidon, right? Yes, it's me. Oh my gosh, it's really as white as Snow White. The future of the Republic of Korea is here, so young yet so talented. It looks even more beautiful in real life than on TV. Suddenly, a series of passers-by, young and old, recognized Kim Esidon and hurriedly approached her to ask for an autograph, making her shyly clasp her hands and thank everyone for loving me. Sarah realized that this place was right near the school, and she bet that this was the principal's intention as a strategic break location to promote the school. Also near the bank, an incident occurred where Pite and a famous second-year student at the school received media attention. This is a more effective advertising problem. People can also raise relevant complaints about the training session and receive direct feedback. The store owner was still very happy even though students were walking down the street in front of their store. Maybe the teacher should talk to them first and even give them a bunch of money, promoting and boasting, killing two birds with one stone. However, Kim Si-deon also narrowed his eyes when he saw Dong Ji-dong's frightened face. This is an inhumane act of not caring about the victims of the 10th grade students' incident. What a horrible decision. When Kim Si-deon felt extremely uncomfortable, the teacher walked to his side and smiled. Everyone. Thank you for your help, but now we must be on my way now. Everyone, let's prepare to depart. Seeing that Kim Si-deon's face didn't look right, Shin-sung asked her if she needed a little rest. Nothing happened anymore and he was about to leave, but he happened to look up at the sealed building in front of him. Now if you say you don't feel anything, that's a lie. But because he made a decision and had to become stronger, you must let yourself no longer be affected by anything on this path, you will change. At the school, the principal was on the phone and smiling happily. That's right, Kim Si-deon, that's right, everything is still going according to plan. Intentionally arranging a route through that place was really effective, but the route length has increased by another 5 kilometers. Hee. Now I'm getting ready to leave. He answered the phone and started his car and got in. The battalion commander's role is to personally encourage the students who are exhausted from the training session. That's why this environment can't function without me. Then the old man drove the car rapidly down the road to where the students would stop. The group of Kim Si-deon people kept marching like that until they reached the edge of the forest near a high mountain range before stopping. The next part of the road is a steep slope, so we will be able to stop and rest longer. Everyone, please train your leg muscles. Kim Si-deon put his backpack on the ground, then looked back and called out, "Hey, you act like that." Shin-sung couldn't help but complain that you can't give me another nickname. There aren't many. That's a great name. You often act like you want some chocolate, and you try to say thank you for your chocolate. While the group was resting, a white car was coming from afar. The sound of the car engine made the students and teachers look up in that direction. The car stopped right in front of them, causing smoke and dust to fly. The principal walked down from the car door without forgetting to complain about how damn hot it was outside. Leading the student team, he immediately approached and raised his hand in a flattering greeting. The principal walked over and observed the students, then smiled happily and greeted Kim Si-deon and asked her if she was tired or not. "Yes, principal. No problem at all. Haha." As expected, Kim Si-deon is truly the trump card of the second-year student at Hyundai High School. This teacher's tone makes her not like it at all and even indifferent. Same disgust. At this moment, he noticed the person next to her and asked who he was. "Hello principal, I'm an intern Shin-sung." Hearing this name, his old fox eyes narrowed and his voice was cold. "Shin-sung, didn't I teach you during training to call me battalion commander?" Seeing his raised voice, Shin-sung was a bit stunned and nodded so I could correct my words, "Commander." Kim Si-deon stood next to him and squinted his eyes in extreme discomfort because he could clearly see the difference. Receiving greetings from Shin-sung, he still didn't stop and continue talking, but he didn't look as tired as the other students. Shin-sung excitedly tried to explain because he practiced a lot, but he didn't let him finish his sentence and interrupted, "Let's open your backpack and see." This proposal was so sudden that Shin-sung didn't understand anything. "I have to check my belongings." The 10th platoon leader brought the list of things to bring here. The platoon leader led the team and immediately carried out the order. Seeing them start checking the contents of Shin-sung Kim Si-deon's backpack, he keenly realized that this wretched principal was trying to find fault with him. Shin-sung is not the type to intentionally leave things out, but if he accidentally left out just one thing, things would probably be very bad. The platoon leader wearing a red shirt held the list in his hand and continuously checked it and reported that nothing was missing. "Commander." The principal frowned and seemed annoyed at this perfect result. "He seems to have enough things, but I see you've already taken out the necessary things, but there's still something left in your bag. What did you bring?" So Shin-sung excitedly reached into his end and took out the remaining items. "I brought a few bags of sand to practice while resting. Oh my god, those 4 bags add up to 20 kilos. The principal, petrified by the objects, lost his voice and asked him if he knew what the training was for. Shin-sung smiled innocently and excitedly, saying there was guerrilla combat training and physical training. "Yes, and during this training session, I was about to say or retort, but the platoon leader promptly stopped me and Kim Si-deon was about to explode with anger because he still intentionally tried to arrest me. Break him, Commander, we have to leave." "There's no way." The principal nodded and nodded. "What's wrong?" Meanwhile, Kim Si-deon was a bit surprised because it seemed like the platoon leader was wearing red. This guy had the intention of protecting Shin-sung. I command a safe return, goodbye. Everything is a bit confusing and giving the serum a bit of a headache. While the group of second-year students were marching on the mountain road, at the nearby railing, two people were observing them. The third-year sister Chu-Di, whom Kim Se-dian fought last time in the war team, was standing next to Captain and Sung-ho and she was making a comment. Kim Se-dian was the most outstanding student among them, right? That white goblin, let me test her out. Hearing that, and Sung-ho immediately shook his head. Chu-Di, the one you should pay attention to among the second-year students is Chin-sung. Chu-Di smiled contemptuously at that dagger-carrying guy. I know you highly appreciate him, but still, I'm not sure. After all, he's only ranked. Although his reaction speed and physical strength are quite good, especially in the last battle. But edida, he's not strong at all. We really need to pay attention to him. Is that being too high on him? And Sung-ho resolutely nodded to those questions. Of course. Chu-Di immediately shook his head. Isn't it because he's in your club that you think so highly of him? It seems like you think his value is higher than our first squad. Any more? Hearing Ms. and Sung-ho's unkind tone, he glanced at her because he deserved it. Your words startled this girl. Not only is she taller than the first platoon, she's also stronger than the entire first platoon combined. These words hit this woman's extremely high self-esteem, causing her to look closely at the captain and squad leader. Say it again to see who is stronger than who? Captain, and Sung-ho, say it again. Chu-Di's face was serious and her voice was cold. And Sung-ho stood next to him, squinted his eyes, looked at this arrogant girl and sighed. Chu-Di, your perception of Chin-sung is only based on the team match at the beginning of this semester and his efforts. Then it doesn't count. Chu-Di smirked in response. It's only been 2 months since he joined the club, and after considering that hiatus, is it worth looking back? So please close your eyes and see clearly the results of the past 2 months, I guarantee it. This guerrilla training battle will eventually become Chin-sung's own stage alone. The group of students moved to the gathering place in a building in the middle of the mountains and were divided into different rooms to rest. Entering the room and finishing packing his luggage, Chin-sung wondered that this building was newly built. Why did they arrange the room structure in a military style like that? The total number of students participating in this training session is up to 300 people. And especially Chin-sung's number is 300 and he always ranks last. At this moment, the loudspeaker rang out with a warm voice announcing to everyone. The entire barracks should pay attention and report the number of students present to the center immediately. As soon as he heard the announcement, Chin-sung realized that this was the voice of Senior and Sung-ho and he guessed that the rumor was true, right? While he was thinking, several other students in the same room with him were all drinking and complaining and saying they were useless. For some reason they were very afraid of this guerrilla training session. The atmosphere in the room became so sad that Chin-sung could not help but pay attention to this situation. A moment later, at a certain training ground, and Sung-ho stood on a high platform and called out to the students below, 5-2 is already present. Welcome everyone, my name is Sung-ho, the person who will be training you in the guerrilla camp this time. Before entering the dining area, I will announce a few things as follows. The top students will be in room number 1, and the bottom students will be in room number 10. The remaining students will be allowed consecutive rooms based on number order. Surely you know that the serial number you are wearing is your overall combat ability ranking, which has been carefully evaluated and arranged by the school. However, as long as it is within the training range, your score will be completely separate from your serial number. This guerrilla training will contribute a significant part to your final result. This newly established rule surprised the students, because if you completely separate scores and numbers, the ranking will be based on the criteria of evaluating what you can demonstrate in this training course. Combat in the arena may change dramatically. This is something that students have never heard of and will probably drastically change the rankings of many people. And Sung-ho finished speaking, glanced at the clock and announced, the time is 12 noon. Have lunch before 1 o'clock and rest until 2 o'clock. Assistant coach will announce the next schedule. Do you understand? Everyone answered in unison. A while later in the room and during the lunch break, a few students of room number 10 lay tired on the bed. Oh my god, I'm so hungry, what can we do? A moment ago, the people who came before us ate all the food, all that's left is leftover rice, leftover soup, kimchi and fried rice. How can we be full? The situation is so bad that people suggest that they intentionally get injured and get out of here. What is it? There is a separate medical area here, don't be foolish, dear. Just as hunger overwhelmed them, Chin-sung burst through the door with a bunch of black bags in his hand. Hey guys, eat up. From that black bag, he poured out a pile of rice paper and some other foods and drinks. The students, who were already hungry, saw the food and were so happy that they rushed over. "You are Chinsung in grade 10, right? Where did you get these?" "That's great." Chinsung smiled and patted his chest. "I'm not going to steal. Don't worry. For now, just eat until you're full first, but remember to keep it a secret." Where did Chinsung get these fruit cakes? Not to mention a few minutes before he found An Sung-ho and told him that he was hungry. "Don't call me senior, call me coach." "Did you hear number 300? I heard that in the last gathering you were scrutinized. I bet you're still okay now." Chinsung nodded obediently. "Yes, but if I had a full stomach, I could concentrate more than 100% of my work." "That force." And Sung-ho turned around and walked into the room and asked how much he needed. It was enough for about 15 people. His answer was unexpected, making An Sung-ho slightly startled. But in the end he put an incomprehensible smile on his lips and nodded. So An Sung-ho laughed and prepared a bunch of snacks in his bag, making the teammate next to him want to open his eyes and stop him. "Captain, something." "Those are snacks the teacher gave them." "It's me." An Sung-ho immediately looked at him with scary sharp eyes. "The assistant coach needs a snack. What do you mean you're hungry now too?" "Oh my god, this is so scary." This guy immediately shook his head and said no, "Just take it, take it." So An Sung-ho brought that pile of food and gave it to his cute junior while his roommate cried without tears, "Oh my god Chudi, I miss you so much." So the students in room 10 can have a full meal with delicious bread. Seeing everyone finished eating, Chinsung walked over and smiled. "Are you guys full yet? Having been treated to a full meal by you, everyone in the room now appreciates and loves Chinsung. Thank you so much Chinsung, our hero. Thanks to you I feel much better and thank you very much." "There. Maybe we'll talk about it again before dinner, but it's good to eat like this. It's better than nothing." "That's right. One piece when you're hungry is the same as a packet when you're full, and we promise to thank you later." Looking at everyone's words of appreciation, Chinsung fell silent as if thinking about something and was silent for a long time. A moment later he made a request that surprised everyone. "If you really want to repay me, just promise me one thing. Please promise that this time of guerrilla training, don't give up halfway and try your best." Hearing your words, the rest of the students' faces all looked confused, but we're in room 10, which means we're the 15 weakest second-year male students, even if we try our best. And you also know that our edida is useless, right? Chinsung nodded. "I know. But is your edida more useless than mine?" This question temporarily made everyone confused, not knowing how to respond. A tall student stood up and wondered that Chinsung had been a bit different lately. Everyone around him echoed that. The difference compared to before was too big, and I also wanted to change like him. Again. "Me too, I also want to change." Everyone looked at each other and nodded as if agreeing on something. "Does anyone object to Chinsung being the captain of our room?" As soon as he blurted out this sentence, the rest quickly shook their heads and replied no. And finally, under the unification, Chinsung was promoted to captain. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Chinsung was also genuinely happy, so everyone agreed. No one could give up. There. At exactly 3 o'clock that afternoon at the guerrilla training ground, the coach's whistle kept ringing. The sound of counting numbers continuously rang out on the training ground, and every time a student was so tired that he collapsed, the nurse would immediately rush to the rescue. The Chinsung group practiced very seriously and they didn't look tired at all. There were a few seniors standing outside watching the training process and recognized Chinsung because they had had a team battle at the beginning of the semester. The person who was most surprised was Chudi because she saw Chinsung practicing very harshly and smiling comfortably at the same time. And Sung-ho walked over and nodded proudly as expected. "Our club members are truly different." Chudi shook her head in panic. "No more. What the hell is happening to them?" The extremely tiring and exhausting training session finally ended with the coach's loud announcement. "Okay, today's training ends here. We have announced the new schedule, so please remember to check the plan carefully." And number 300, and Sung-ho suddenly called out. Chinsung, in his ranks, immediately stood up and shouted to be present. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Faced with the question, Chinsung immediately shouted yes. "Well, as I said during lunchtime, including the number 300, all members of room 10 will get extra points." The unexpected good news made the members in room 10 excited and looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They cheered so happily that they cried because they really did it. That evening, the surrounding area of the training camp was very quiet with isolated forests and mountains. Chinsung was standing in a corner of the garden waiting for someone. He scratched his head and then looked at his watch, wondering if he was too early. At this moment, someone stepped forward and the large figure of someone walked up to him and called out to you, sir. His silver hair fluttered in the night wind. Kim Esidion walked over and smiled and asked him if he had been waiting for a long time. It turns out that the person Chinsung arranged to meet at this mysterious place was the strong Kim Esidion. The gentleman often asked if he had been waiting too long. Chinsung smiled and shook his head. It's not too late. Hearing that, Kim Esidion reluctantly smiled and talked while walking. After all, we're on the same team because we're in 1st and 300th place, it's not bad, but how long are you going to stay at the top? Chinsung put his hand on his chin in thought and seriously replied that it was probably after this guerrilla training. Kim Sidian was a bit surprised by this appearance. He's so confident, right? Of course, just wait until next week and I will receive the badge. Are you still a private or become a corporal? Kim Esidion wondered, what are you talking about? I can be promoted to corporal too. Or if it's better, you can even become a sergeant. His words made her laugh. Haha, you're dreaming big, huh? But suddenly Kim Sidian's laughter gradually became smaller and disappeared. But yes, maybe that's good. The girl thoughtfully said something that made Chinsung not understand clearly and wanted to ask again, but she just shook her head and said it was nothing. The next morning the harsh exercises for all the students were still going on. Deng Jiadong ran and silently cursed that it's so early in the morning that he has to be tortured like this, it's really terrible. At that moment, a black shadow passed by him, making him startled. Until Deng Jiadong saw clearly who was running by, he gasped tiredly, while a few students running behind him all had bright eyes and excitedly chased after him. Chu Di stood watching on the high platform along with An Sung Ho and also widened his eyes. Oh my god, he was 2 laps ahead of the group behind him. Oh, he's Chinsung, right? And the rest of them look like zombies, the nurse commented, and they really do look like zombies. And do you remember that yesterday, none of them could avoid the training? Chu Di nodded but made a puzzled face because the nurse suddenly mentioned this. I mean, since yesterday no one has been treated or resuscitated, do you understand what that means? Hearing the explanation, Chu Di couldn't hide his panic. He was really hit and couldn't be resuscitated, he really was a zombie. The zombies they are talking about here are the students of room 10, all trying to run after Chinsung despite the fatigue and pain in their bodies. Although their speed may not be as fast as Chinsung, but they persisted without stopping for a moment. And Sung Ho looked at his juniors and smiled. Zombies, the zombie army is cool, right? After the run, the top 20 fastest runners and best performers were announced, with the first place being number 300 Chinsung and the second place being number 1 Kim Esidion. The results were truly extraordinary, but the training session still continued. At this time, the teaching assistant with the red hat was leading a few students behind him. While walking as a teaching assistant, he occasionally turned his head to look back at the group of students behind him and was frightened by their terrifying aura. Oh my god, these guys are really the weakest room 10 guys from second year, why do they look so different? Those eyes are really scary. He was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't realize the student was calling him from behind. Called 2 or 3 times but no response from the teaching assistant. Chinsung stepped forward and patted his shoulder, making the teaching assistant so startled that his heart almost jumped out. What, intern number 300, did you call me? Chinsung smiled and nodded. Yes, I have this curiosity. Looking at the gentle smile of the teaching assistant, I thought to myself that this guy seems normal and the guys behind him seem crazy, so relaxed by saying what's the matter with him? Well, the coach isn't here, so feel free to ask me. I'm sure this is your first time training like this. Well, thank you. Can you tell me how to quickly overcome obstacles? The teaching assistant thought for a while, then nodded and then shook his head. If it were from my perspective, I wouldn't encourage you to do that. Chinsung wondered why doesn't the faster he gets the higher score he gets. That's right, but after you finish training, Coach and Sung Ho will take you back to the training room and make you train more until the others finish. Do you know that's the place? Hell on earth, and since you guys are the first, it will take a long time. So, as soon as the teaching assistant said that, he saw something that made him so confused that he forgot to continue talking. So facing him right now is the excited smile of Chinsung's group. I understand, everyone heard what he said, right? The faster you rush, the higher your score and the more you can practice. These crazy students made the teaching assistant cry without tears and vaguely realized that this seemingly normal guy was the leader of these crazy people. A moment later, during the wall swing exercise, there were a few students who were afraid of heights, so they held the rope tightly while shaking their bodies. The intern slipped down carefully. The teaching assistant standing next to him advised, "Hey, did you give proper instructions? Why did they come so quickly?" Another person in the back observed and wondered, and the teaching assistant of Chinsung's group heard the question and immediately suggested looking at the training report. What is this? Everyone passed the obstacle course, everyone. Seeing the surprised voice of his friend, the teaching assistant raised his hand to rub his nose and nodded. Most importantly, he hadn't seen them before. They weren't that scary. When that number 300 said they should jump, they didn't hesitate and jumped right away. Tell them to climb over the fence and immediately climb over without hesitation. As soon as the newspaper comes up, it immediately overcomes it without fear. The long-haired teaching assistant squinted his eyes in surprise and asked if number 300 was the name that ran last time in the exchange match during the semester. The two of them chatted while on this side Chinsung stood below and kept cheering for his teammate that he could do it. The guy in the room with Chinsung was inherently afraid of heights, but when he heard his voice, he gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and jumped down, shouted, and then he successfully landed safely. The teammates in room number 10 all ran back excitedly because they all finally passed it all. It was amazing. You see, they're going to the training room, don't you think it's scary? Chinsung took the lead and shouted loudly and walked ahead, let's go to the training room. You guys still have strength, right? That's right, Captain. The students are happy and the teaching assistant is scared to death. Hey, can we change positions? On the day following the third day, the students gathered again at the edida training area. From now on everyone will train their edida powers. This training session was supposed to take place for a while, but due to the warning of rising temperatures, the order was changed a bit. After training, you can return to the dormitory to rest. The sudden change made the second-year students a bit surprised, but they had no choice but to follow suit. And Sung-ho stood still and held his hands as if meditating and calmed his mind. The weather had disturbed the schedule, but it was okay when the temperature was high, one's endurance became lower. The purpose of this training exercise is to practice the ability to continue fighting edida even if their endurance decreases, and will be different from when they use edida in normal times. This training helps them find the hidden power of edida while they are in a state of exhaustion. After this training session, trainees with strong will think more deeply about how to use edida properly in the future. Okay, then let's start. This training is about edida's power, and Sung-ho stepped forward and signaled. If you see those rocks over there, use all your strength to break them. Why, smash those giant rocks. That's right, just summon your edida in order and do your best. Those who cannot summon edida will make room for the next trainee. There are people who are happy and excited, but there are also many people who are miserable and desperate because they think that how can their edida break that giant rock. And Sung-ho seemed to know everyone's thoughts, so he continued, I'm sure some people think they have no advantage in this test. But most of you guys know what my edida is, right? Chinsung stood below and nodded his senior's edida and said, I will definitely catch you an edida. Melee skin. And according to Chinsung's thoughts, even if he is a strong senior, breaking that rock will not be easy. While everyone was talking to each other, and Sung-ho stepped in front of the giant rock and immediately cast edida, I will definitely catch my friend. And Sung-ho's speed immediately increased dramatically and he rushed forward and used his two hands to grab the rock. His fingers were so strong that they stabbed straight into the rock, causing it to crack like a piece of tofu. Chinsung was also stunned by this shocking image. Oh my god, he really is a senior. The giant rock, half deep under the ground, was gradually lifted into the air, causing smoke and dust to fall out. A person who seems small compared to that rock can easily use both hands to lift the rock. And Sung-ho's eyes glowed with edida's strength and immediately turned around and threw the rock hard to the ground. There was a loud explosion and the giant rock was overturned and shattered. And Senior and Sung-ho was as calm as a god coming out of that mixed pile of smoke and dust. Chinsung's left eye immediately entered a special state of seeing other people's edida, and thus he was able to detect the edida progress of his senior. Edida, I guarantee I will catch you with the rank of CA+++. Edida's characteristic is that the time you have to spend to move is shortened and can be trained to surpass human limits. When you throw a target away, you will miss an important part. Certain amount of target. So he can only ignore a certain amount of weight when throwing it? Chinsung wondered in surprise and then stiffly smiled. The students around him turned pale because they saw the finger. The senior's hand pierced through the rock as if it wasn't human. Seeing these kids looking at him like they were looking at rare animals, and Sung-ho asked loudly, startling them, do you all understand what I'm doing? You trainee soldiers, didn't you listen to what your instructor said? Everyone was so scared by his appearance that they stood up straight and responded in unison. Okay, then we'll start from number 1. Apprentice number 1 of the White Jade Elf Kim Esidaon, the familiar girl with the horn on her head walked forward facing the rock. In her hand, she did not forget to carry the sword so that she could fully reveal her edida power. The glowing blade and the calm, deep eyes completely made Kim Sidon look like a warrior on the battlefield. Seeing that the trainee was in a prepared position, and Sung-ho signaled to begin. Kim Sidon immediately used his unique goblin swordsmanship to summon 2 clones identical to her and immediately attacked the rock. In the blink of an eye, the giant, sturdy rock was cut into small pieces by the sharp blade and scattered on the ground. With just one swing of the sword, it was truly shocking to easily destroy that giant rock. Oh my god, Kim Sidon is so terrible. It's Edida, the white jade elf of the gold and white jade family, who defeated Pite. Assistant Chudi also looked up at Kim Sidon's back and sighed. As expected, her natural talent is on a completely different level. Okay, next person in turn number 2. So, under the command of Sung-ho, one by one, they stepped forward to fully reveal their own edida power. There are people who succeed and there are people who fail, especially in the case of Dong Ji-dong, when his edida is the ability to pull out something and throw it. This exercise was completely unfavorable to Edida, so he was not happy and kept scolding him. You guys are really good. One day, I will prove my ability, and I will slap those disgusted faces of yours to death, he said as he pulled up a giant wooden trunk and aimed straight at the attacking rock. The tree trunk hit the rock, but it didn't seem to cause any significant damage. Break it, I said, break it. I continuously used all my strength to hit Dong Ji-dong as if I was going crazy, but the rock still lay there. The girl Chudi standing next to him looked at his crazy appearance and suddenly thought, he is Dong Ji-dong, right? That kid also looks like me. Finally, after a while of effort, his giant tree was completely torn apart but did not leave any scratches on the rock. And Sung-ho wrote notes in his notebook and smiled. Don't worry, when grading, I will consider your edida. Even though he said that, Dong Ji-dong was still upset. He stopped throwing the tree down hard and turned around to leave. Okay, next person, step up here. This person is different from Dong Ji-dong edida but still has a certain offensive nature, and after a while of trying, the rock finally broke in half. Continue to hurry up, don't make others wait too long. After a long time of waiting one by one, we finally arrived at number 300 Chinsung. The boy calmly walked forward and stood in front of a rock that seemed larger than the rest of the rocks that everyone had been using earlier. Seeing this scene, the students were all very surprised that he chose that huge rock. Shouldn't that rock be reserved for people like Senior and Sung-ho or Kim Sidon later on? But don't forget, he's the leader of Room 10. Don't you see how crazy the people in Room 10 were before, and that guy is just as crazy. Under everyone's attention, Chinsung summoned Edida, his dagger. Everyone was originally looking forward to his performance, but when they saw that dagger, they all had a feeling of disappointment in their hearts. Preparing to strike, Chinsung looked towards his senior and silently called his name. He looked at him intently and then slowly nodded. And Sung-ho also nodded back to his beloved junior as Vu's words of encouragement. Chinsung tried to keep his mind as calm as possible and started to activate Edida, causing a beam of bright red energy to cover his mind. But at this moment, he did not release all his energy, but only focused it on his right arm where he held the dagger. A strange aura began to cover the surrounding air and a few people keenly noticed it. Okay. When Dong Ji-dong saw him pull out his dagger, he was scared because he remembered the terrible scene from before, and Kim Sidon also pulled out his sword and prepared to step up to help. The gentleman was too much. Oh, don't lose control. Let's get started. Trainee number 300 Chinsung. Chinsung immediately stepped forward, covering his mouth with one hand and holding a tiny dagger in the other. The small dagger, but now covered with strange energy, carries terrible power, cutting through the rock like a piece of tofu. Don't unceasingly slash and slash as he swung, causing the giant rock to gradually be broken into small pieces. At this moment, a crazy smile appeared on his lips, but Chinsung immediately tried to stay awake. No, resist. Chinsung's expression became distorted and he used his hands to cover his face and clenched his teeth to not fall into a state of madness again. Chudi initially looked down on Chinsung, but when she saw him easily destroy the giant rock, she was surprised. Only Sung-ho was extremely calm and silently looked at the clock to calculate the time. Now it was time. I only saw Chinsung kneeling on his knees amidst the rubble and one of his arms emitting dangerous auras. As expected, Chinsung could not stop immediately. Even though he only used the strength of one arm, that arm was gradually losing control. He was having to fend for himself to the point of sweating, and Sung-ho came forward and said that if you need help, please let me know. Thank you very much, senior, but I think I can do it myself. Chinsung can't keep relying on others every time he wants to extinguish Edida. Controlling an Edida that hadn't even been fully opened yet, he wanted to at least be able to do it himself. His entire arm was constantly shaking and twisting as if it wanted to tear itself away. Body. Focus, focus, focus. Chinsung's mind was completely absorbed in fighting the brutal force in his body, and everyone around him was talking to each other because everything happened so fast, in just a moment. In the blink of an eye, they couldn't see where the giant rock was. Could a pressure-level dagger be able to do that? For a while, Chinsung still knelt quietly on the ground, making Sung-ho breathe a sigh of relief. I see you've succeeded this time. Chinsung slowly stood up and smiled at his handsome senior. Thanks to his older brother's help, his senior and Edida have now temporarily become an assassin with a class of A-, and only uses a portion of the combat power of absolute assassination. The more parts of the power that are unsealed, the more difficult it is to control, and the ability to control is affected by the user's mind. The parts of the body that have been unsealed using the instrument of assassination are absolutely not considered. The user's wish, and the part that is currently unsealed is the right arm. It's not perfect, but I did it right. Looking at the silly smile in front of me, Kim Sida-on really has a headache stroking his hair. He makes me so worried. Suddenly, from afar, the group of people in room number 10 rushed in and cheered because our boss was able to succeed. Boss, that's great. I knew our boss could do it, and cheered. They were as happy as children, throwing Chinsung into the sky in excitement. Oh my god, you guys are so overbearing, and your followers really look alike. Well, I should leave him to them today, right? Very quickly the training day ended and darkness covered the entire barracks. In the dark hallway, Chinsung was knocking on the door of a certain room and asked if she was in there. After seeing no one answer, he secretly wondered where the nurse had gone. The reason he came here was because the trainee soldiers in room number 10 had never been eliminated, so they still couldn't recover. Gain your strength. He thought he was proud of them, but natural recovery was limited and had to be helped by a nurse. Chinsung was so engrossed in thinking that he didn't notice that from afar there was a figure walking towards him. The person walking towards him saw him and immediately asked someone, making Chinsung a bit startled. It turns out that person was Chinsung's homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher looked at him with curious and quiet eyes. Chinsung, why are you here? Don't you know that coming here without permission will result in punishment? Chinsung's face flashed with worry because he thought things weren't going to be okay. Do you know that trainee soldiers who come here without permission will be punished? I don't know why you came here, but if you came here, the homeroom teacher said as he used his scary face to approach Chinsung. At this moment, Chinsung's nose suddenly itched so much that he snorted loudly. The homeroom teacher was so startled that he quickly put his hand over his mouth. You will only be punished when they discover you, so remember to keep quiet. You should quickly turn back before another teacher sees you go. The teacher warned him with concern while looking around to take precautions, making Chinsung feel very confused. Why did this person do that? At that moment, the next door opened and another teacher's voice rang out. It's so noisy. What's going on? The homeroom teacher quickly shook his head. It's nothing. Chinsung had a chance to look into the room and realize that the teachers were in a meeting, so the nurse must also be here, and then the teacher who had just walked out of the room saw him and smiled happily. Oh my god, who is this? The only person in Hyundai to receive the 2 unique presses of Chinsung, right? Or is it not just in Hyundai but the whole country? What wind brought you here, or are you here to tell the teacher that the training is too much for you? This teacher's somewhat disdainful voice and strange yin and yang made Chinsung feel very annoyed. The homeroom teacher quickly stepped forward and stepped in, smiling at Chinsung. Chinsung, don't you hear me? Go back to the dormitory quickly. The blue-shirt teacher put his arm around Chinsung's shoulder and smiled. Hey, why are you acting so coldly towards the boy? That's why the 10th grade has this phenomenon of ulcers. Now since you've worked hard to get here, why don't you drink some water and rest a bit before going home? He said as he pulled Chinsung into the teacher's room. Chinsung entered the room and suddenly realized that this meeting was a flea nest, because these unscrupulous teachers were competing with each other to decide what to eat or how to drink. Hey everyone, the person with 2 weights of 300 is here, but this guy here doesn't have any instructors, so please relax. Yes, thank you teacher. Haha, that's right, the training is very hard, right? And Sung-ho is too strict. On the outside, Chinsung smiled and replied, I think the training is very good, but in his heart, he silently cursed, people train seriously and you guys are acting like cows here. What do you think? Is it allowed to say that about seniors? The homeroom teacher had the intention of protecting Chinsung, so he wanted to drag him out. In general, it's time for the dormitory to take attendance and I'll tell them, so you should go home now. that damn blue-haired teacher frowned. I still have time, so why do you do that? Then why did you suddenly come here? Looking at the cunning face of teacher Chin-sung, he answered that he wanted to come to see the nurse. Look, kid, I guess your standards aren't forced. Hey, nurse, this student came to see you. Miss, I'm not injured. I came to ask about room 10's physical recovery. When the green shirt teacher heard that, he borrowed another teacher's computer to review the files. That room 10 is trying very hard. Wait, have those weak kids in my class recovered yet? But when he saw the list of documents, he was extremely surprised and shouted, "What is this? Chin-sung is ranked number 1. What are you talking about? Is it a display error that the 300th trainee is ranked number 1? This kid must be number 1 and he's pretty, isn't he?" Chin-sung standing next to him is completely helpless because these useless people have not checked the student scores at any time in the past 3 days. The teacher looked annoyed at Chin-sung and asked if he had bribed An Sung-ho, right? The aunt next to him was in the club and An Sung-ho wouldn't have it easy. With teammates, Kim Esidon ranked 2nd again, but the strongest people of the other classes were also pushed down by room 10. They probably bribed the group, didn't they angrily yell at our seniors? I'm not someone who lets money blind my eyes. The other teachers still looked at him with unpleasant eyes, but it was too strange for him to beat the first place in 300, and he also got the first place in edida training today, right? Even though he was forced to do so, he was able to rank first in the edida training exercise. All of those scores were earned by me and room 10 was always honest and did not lie. I went easy on you because I felt sad for you because you were being forced to do so, but this brash brat made the teacher angry. Pounded the table while the homeroom teacher tried to pull Chin-sung out of the room. The teacher is protecting him because of the homeroom of class 10, what's so reasonable? That's the reason he couldn't protect his students and they were attacked. I will closely monitor them from tomorrow. It's really scandalous to manipulate scores. The other teacher's words made the homeroom teacher momentarily freeze, but he gritted his teeth and pushed Chin-sung away. The homeroom teacher can endure it but Chin-sung probably can't because those people are really too much. I wish he could show off his ability and kill all these crazy people. Murderous intent surging Chin-sung suddenly shouted loudly, startling everyone in the teacher's room, if. The blue-shirt teacher continued asking if what, while Chin-sung secretly thought that a relaxed attitude would make life easier, right? If everyone had witnessed it before, all room 10 would be in the top 30. What if such a miracle happened, he said as he turned around and gave a funny smile with an unsightly look. His appearance made the teachers in the room stand still and stare. And then they couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying something silly but being serious is a good way to act as a clown. You're the best student, you should quit school and become a comedian, okay? Okay, Chin-sung, you made me laugh out loud. Okay, if that miracle happens I will answer with a miracle like that too. So what if they will be promoted to corporal too? Oh, that sounds interesting, but what if even just one person doesn't get in? If you reach the top 30, everyone will be downgraded. Chin-sung nodded and slowly walked out the door. Remember to keep your word, and the other teachers in the room started betting money with each other to see if Chin-sung could keep this promise. Or not. The homeroom teacher was stunned as he watched Chin-sung's leaving back along with the nurse, silently wondering what he was planning to do. Perhaps no one can understand Chin-sung's strange but confident and adventurous way of forming words. Outside the training camp with dim electric lights, the nurse hurriedly ran after Chin-sung. At this moment, he turned around and apologized for causing trouble earlier. The nurse shook her head. She was the one who should have apologized. If she had gone out with him earlier, then. Chin-sung spoke up to stop her from continuing. It's okay, you heard about the bet, right? I need your help to make everything come true. The nurse smiled and nodded. Okay, I will restore their health, right? Yes, if room 10 is restored, they can easily get into the top 30. Looking at his demeanor, the nurse laughed and praised. You have an admirable confidence, so let's go now. I think you should come after we clean up since they haven't bathed yet. So it must be very messy. At the same time, in room number 10, someone was screaming and cursing. Where did he go? Your boss, where did the level 300 guy go? That level F bitch thinks we don't know he interfered before. This thug came from nowhere and with his accomplices, assaulted the members of room number 10 and questioned Chin-sung's whereabouts. One member excitedly protested he didn't do anything but was immediately kicked in the face by the other guy. Don't be so mean to me, you losers are so proud. In a corner of the hallway Chin-sung stood observing everything and pondering. They were bitter at him because he surpassed them but now hold back, they just want to fight. If he calls the teacher now, based on the teacher's attitude just now, he will definitely not get anywhere, and it's probably best to call the senior. Quickly call your leader out here, these trashy subordinates. Another kick hit the student in room number 10, causing him to roll over near where Chinsung was standing. That student also blinked and saw Chinsung, seeing his room captain. He was beaten so much that his whole body was shaking in pain, but he still whispered to Chinsung, "Don't come out here." This ultimate protection from his teammates made Chinsung momentarily freeze, and he silently apologized. The leader of the aggressors who shared the photo seemed to have also discovered Chinsung, so he smiled and turned around. "Hey, number 300, come here. You finally appeared, right?" Chinsung coldly walked closer to them and asked them what they were doing. The chronicler with shoulder-length hair smiled disdainfully, trying to act like he was the boss after hiding over there. "If you go away now, I'll pretend I don't know anything." Faced with Chinsung's threat, the other guy smiled triumphantly. "And if we don't, then you'll run out there and scream for the teacher. Or will the tour guide come? Oh, I forgot you haven't Sung Ho to back you. You have top 1 guerrilla training and you can't confront me yourself." Just like I thought. What else could this guy do if he didn't cheat? After he finished speaking, he burst out laughing, and the juniors behind him also laughed. "So in our eyes, we think we cheated." Their disregard makes the anger in Chinsung's heart about to burst out, and even Idida's strength is the same, but luckily he tried to restrain himself. "Seeing that you were silent and didn't answer, the other guy continued to tease you. Just prove it and you won't be able to do anything, you cheating son of a bitch." At this moment, Dong Jiaidong walked out of the hallway and saw them bullying Chinsung and whispered curses. Are these guys big and don't have the intelligence to keep an eye on their backs, or are they stupid enough to tease him? There. After saying that, he returned to his room and did not forget to shout out, "If you want to be beaten by him, I won't let you be beaten in the trenches tomorrow. Where did you hide all day yesterday?" Out here, the juniors behind the blue-haired god are still cheering and cheering, moving the stick to show him the strength of our top 7. Show those losers so they can understand the difference. Chinsung still stood thoughtfully, trying to control his smile with his hand, because he knew that he would lose more than he would gain by defeating this guy. He was the room's hope for recognition and to teach the other teachers a lesson. Even when you're angry, if you try to hold it back, the nurse will come and treat them soon. Why are you scared, kid? What are you doing? Why are you covering your face with your hands? I won't let you rest in peace, ha. He immediately used edida, I will catch you, and turned your arms into long rubber strands that surrounded Chinsung while he was still startled. Very quickly he tied up Chinsung and even despised his slow reaction. How come your checkmate, can you escape? The fig was tied up tightly but still smiled and scolded him. Look at your legs and feet, they look more like worms than stick insects. The angry man tightened his grip, making it extremely difficult for Chinsung to breathe. Can you still open your mouth in this situation? Why don't you cheat again like you did at the training ground? Try to escape before I break some of your bones. This attack of his was truly effective as he tightened his grip more and more like a giant python, making it impossible for Chinsung to breathe. As soon as he tied up Chinsung with his rubber-like body, the other man opened his mouth to provoke. Oh hey, aren't you going to do something? But that's natural, because from now on you can't play dirty tricks anymore. Chinsung tried to endure it again because he thought that he was just a brat who wanted to show off. If he just let him do what he liked, when he was satisfied, he would leave immediately, and the nurse would come anyway. Right away, so there's no need to be rash. Seeing their captain in pain, the remaining members of Team 10 were extremely worried, and the other guy saw that and felt even more satisfied. Oh look, your captain has no use for anything but a bunch of cheap tricks. Where's the money? But if you're so worried about him, why don't you rush in and save him? Faced with the final blatant provocation, the members of room number 10 could not bear it anymore and rushed forward together. Seeing that, Chinsung silently shouted in his heart not to rush in. If you keep in his face, he will have to stop himself. But it was too late and everyone couldn't hear his voice, so as soon as he rushed forward, he used his rubber arm to send him flying. Indeed, the gap is so big that even this thug feels bored and disdainful. You should be taught that if you are weak, you should know your way around and find a place to hide. A student stood up in pain and protested with his trembling voice. We have always lived like this before, but the captain is different. Maybe he doesn't remember it anymore, but, the day Dong Jiaidong invited Kim Esidan to the rooftop, I was also there. This guy's confession made Chinsung also momentarily surprised. Back then, I was still a kid full of stupid ambition and only knew how to use my fists. Even when the captain used his hands to stop the other two's fight, we still thought he was more useless than us just because he was the boss. Before he finished speaking, another person chimed in and said that I was also there. But we were wrong and did not submit to Dunjiadong's force like our captain did to stop them. Listening to every word, Chinsung used his somewhat complicated eyes to look at his teammates. Therefore, the captain is a much more respectable person than us. They shouted and worked together to rush forward again to rescue Chinsung. But in return for that effort is that guy's long, cold arms. You guys are acting in a romantic movie, but you must have real strength, right? This is the reason why we need clear proof. His whole body was painfully squeezed and a series of strange emotions welled up in his heart, making Chinsung belatedly realize that he was wrong. It was he who told them to never give up and to always move forward. And if we fight now, then winning the badge will be useless. He also promised Kim Sedian that he will win a new badge next week. But that's just what he wants that badge to prove himself, but that's not what these zombie teammates need. These zombies did not want to give up. They had been chasing him from the beginning of the training match until this moment. And the person who pushed it and urged them to change was Chinsung, but now he chooses to hide, which is truly pitiful. Gritting his left teeth, he made up his mind and immediately summoned his dagger edida. The other guy saw that and smiled curiously. Although this wasn't the first time I saw it, that edida knife is really weak. What are you going to do with it when tied up like this? Chinsung did not respond to the question of the troublemaker, but only loudly instructed his teammates, members of room number 10 of the zombie army, listen clearly. If you only use edida, you won't be able to defeat this disgusting insect. Chinsung said as he looked at the thug with cold eyes like looking at a dead thing, making him stunned. And your words also made him angry and tightened his grip even more. I intended to be gentle with you, but now you're itching to hit me. He replied with Chinsung's calm face without any pain or discomfort and his voice full of murderous intent. You walk around all day acting like you're classy, relying only on edida, but forgot that he still had to train his body to become scum. Immediately from Chinsung's small body a powerful source of consciousness erupted, causing the other guy's tight binding to break loose. I don't even need an edida pure limit to be able to defeat you, insect. The other guy was lost and flew backwards, staring at Chinsung with wary eyes and questioning, why is this dirty bastard suddenly so strong? In the blink of an eye, Chinsung lost his incredible speed and rushed forward with a sharp blade. In any case, your calf strength is just a waste. Immediately, the clothes on his calf were torn apart and streams of blood flowed out noisily. The sudden pain made him scream and collapse with the floor writhing. His fierce and strong appearance from before had completely disappeared, replaced by a miserable appearance like an earthworm being stepped on. Chinsung calmly stood to the side admiring his dagger and sighed, I only made one cut, don't overdo it, and you don't even know how to distract attention from the pain. Furthermore, the will is too weak and weak. The other guy's whole face turned pale with fear. He tried to protect himself with both hands and shouted loudly, Stop, 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 I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Chinsung's eyes were now constantly radiating a sense of extreme danger that made his whole soul afraid, only to see him staring at him and continuing that he was a weak and shameless person. Like, do you deserve to live? The blue-haired man sat on the floor and quickly retreated like a mouse running away from a mouse-hunting cat. Chinsung immediately stepped closer to him, making him so scared that he screamed extremely pitifully. But he didn't immediately attack, but he turned around and told his teammates, you guys can defeat this guy with just physical strength alone, you don't need to use edida. More, slowly speaking in a mysterious tone. Chinsung turned around to look at the other guy. Is it possible to prove this? A saintly smile on Chinsung's lips was like a devil's face, making the blue-haired man scream the loudest scream ever, and then he fell to the ground and fainted. Chinsung was about to say something else, but suddenly he fainted, causing him to swallow what he said. Oh my god, it's only been this long and I've already collapsed, but the crowing sounds like it's real. Gently brushing off his dusty hands, Chinsung didn't hesitate to ask and looked towards the accomplices of the guy who had just fainted. Who else were the accomplices of this insect? Can you please clean up this dirty trash for us? Early the next morning at the barracks the school students were undergoing special training in guerrilla fighting. As usual, they all have to do morning running exercises and Dunjiadong has never been interested in this type of action. Just as he was breathing heavily, a somewhat familiar black shadow passed by. Damn, it's this guy again. Dunjiadong realized that person was Chinsung. At this moment, looking at Chinsung Dunjiadong's back, he discovered that a few familiar students had been overtaken by Chinsung. Who else wanted to chase but was overtaken by that dog? I guess these guys are all trash too. Senior professional Chudi observed his junior's practice session and silently said to himself that this was the result. Then wait for her to turn around and ask the nurse next to intern number 7 how he is doing. The nurse sighed tiredly and replied that she had tried her best to help him return to his original state, but the psychological shock was so great that it would be difficult for him to return to practice. I also tried my best to treat the kids in room 10 after the brawl. Because of that, the students' bodies cannot fully recover now, so from now on it will be very difficult. Here's a towel for them. At the destination of the training session, and Sung-ho didn't know when he had appeared. He stood there looking at his watch and keeping watch. Is intern number 300 here? The cleaning staff stepped up and nodded yes. Yes, Commander. And Sung-ho nodded because of that incident, so I gave him points instead of being punished. Trainee number 300 should have been in the top 1, but after being deducted his points, his level will be 300. This punishment startled a person who was crazy about points like Chin-sung. Regardless of everyone's personality, and Sung-ho still did his job as a guide well. This is the end of room 10 and moving to the living area. As for Chin-sung, although he avoided punishment, he almost in the end, it was probably thanks to the nurses and seniors who covered for him. Before the coach's decision, the other members of room 10 immediately questioned indignantly, "That's too much, coach, have you fully understood the incident?" At that time, the guys from room 1 attacked us. Before, trainee number 300 only did that to protect us. Listening to their chaotic words, Chin-sung coldly glared at them not to argue. The students in room 10 calmed down and moved to the common area immediately. Then the weakest group of them all had to change their clothes and then go to the meeting place of the common area together. As they walked, they discussed the difference in their captain that they had recently noticed. Why was the captain punished for saving us? Is that too different? Chin-sung stood outside holding a bottle of delicious sauce. They protested indignantly on behalf of the captain and saw in Sung-ho's face grimace. When they returned to room 10, they disobeyed the commander and did not follow the rules, so all of them would have negative points deducted. A member of Team 10 couldn't stand these unreasonable punishments and immediately tore off the badge on his chest, accusing me of what the hell I was doing. No matter how well we perform, we can only serve as stepping stones for others. Chin-sung's eyes became even colder and scary, and he opened his mouth again to call all the members of room 10. Before you could say anything, you rushed forward and shouted loudly. His reaction was beyond Sung-ho's expectations. Of course, other students must also judge how things are going and why the captain has to be so humble. Without explaining further, Chin-sung finally did a push-up. All of us in room 10 will have to receive punishment to set an example. Do you hear me? Oh my god, the captain is truly no one as crazy as our captain. So under a mixture of excitement and emotion, they all followed Chin-sung to receive the punishment. How are you in room number 10? Are you dissatisfied? My handsome brother asked, and he immediately nodded no. Okay, Friday afternoon was the highest scoring training session in the entire training. That day, please show me your improvement and see if you can't ignore it clearly. Chin-sung was thoughtful because he realized that the captain was strict and cruel, but in reality, his sole purpose was just to give them a chance to practice. And Sung-ho stood and watched the group of Chin-sung receive their punishment and then raised his hand to check the time. Discovering that it was time to eat in 20 minutes, he thought to himself that he should let them rest. Okay, here we go. Room number 10, everyone stand up. Following the command, they stood up like heavy bamboos, panting with sweaty heads. You guys look so energetic in room number 10, let's start moving out to the common area. As they approached the dining room, the members of room number 10 talked and sighed because they thought there wouldn't be any food left, only dried rice and kimchi left. Let's just divide it evenly. At that moment the obnoxious teacher wearing a blue shirt opened the dining room door and walked out to see them. "OT, is this the famous Chin-sung juicer?" He walked over and smiled unkindly, asking if you were just coming to eat now. Chin-sung also smiled obediently and nodded yes, teacher. Is the food delicious? Haha, the food doesn't suit my taste, I'd rather eat ramen than eat those things. His idle words made the inherently undernourished students of room 10 feel extremely dissatisfied while Chin-sung just laughed it off. Oh yeah, I heard you came back to me while pulling your hair this month. It seems like last time it was just me playing tricks, huh? I'm sure it's because I'm not awake anymore because I'm hungry, so we'll come in and eat. But before he could finish his sentence, he approached Chin-sung with a deep smile and asked, I heard that one of the guys in your class was knocked unconscious last night. Chin-sung stood still and silently shouted in his heart. He did not expect that the flea was someone in this guy's class who had just died. I also heard that he was beaten by the famous school boss Chin-sung. Haha, let's see if it's funny or not. He laughed loudly and kept patting Chin-sung's shoulder. That kid is really good at joking around, but how could a 7th room kid lose to a 300th ranked student? It should at least be a more believable joke, right? Don't force the nurse. He's really easygoing with the student. Seeing him self-reproach Chin-sung, he didn't know what else to say and he probably thought that I couldn't win against that guy, so I created a random situation in my head. Anyway, as you have been informed, the teachers will join you in practicing tomorrow morning. It's quite annoying, but preventing cheating is the teacher's job. I listened to him while looking at the teachers. The staff are gathered here. Chin-sung thought to himself, you guys can do whatever you want, but I'm almost out of meal time. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher and the nurse arrived promptly to relieve their group. The homeroom teacher of grade 6, meal time is almost over, so please hurry up and eat. Under the escort of the nurse and the homeroom teacher, the obnoxious teacher also had to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye and see you again. The 10th graders rushed into the dining room as if they had been granted amnesty. Oh my god, he finally left, we have less than 10 minutes left, please still have food. Only Chin-sung was still standing there looking at the teachers and had a bad feeling about this. Early the next morning, the practice session took place as planned and the teachers also gathered to watch. The teachers originally intended to practice with the students, but after only practicing a few movements, they shook their heads and refused. Haha, instructor, please excuse me from participating in this. Looks like I'm getting old. Among that group of useless teachers, only class homeroom teacher Chin-sung was still diligently following every move. The 6th grade homeroom teacher wearing a blue shirt saw this and opened his mouth to praise. Oh, as expected from a physical education teacher, you are really good at physical therapy lessons, okay, don't flatter me too much. But, teaching assistant Chudi, who was instructing and supervising, overheard the teachers talking and sighed inwardly because the atmosphere today didn't seem good. The teachers are here to observe the students and because these teachers don't even bother to practice, the atmosphere has become very heavy. Furthermore, because these kids don't get medical help to restore their physical strength, they're just sitting idle. Especially the 10 rooms that were previously like a bunch of zombies are now trembling and out of breath, and that also dampens the spirits of the others. Chudi must now truly admit that the influence of room number 10 on all students is much greater than she thought. The situation was not very positive, so she had to look up at An Sung-ho, who had been silent since the beginning, wondering what he would do with this situation. Squad leader. An Sung-ho could not hear Chudi's heart, but he immediately opened his mouth to speak to the students below. I understand that the students want to keep up their strength for the battle at the battleship, that's why we will choose a representative from each room to compete against each other. Now the room with the highest score gets to rest and the most confident person in each room please step forward. Without thinking about waiting too long in room number 10, Chin-sung volunteered to take the lead and step forward. Even the teachers had to nominate someone and the red-shirt homeroom teacher wanted to participate but was stopped by the other teacher. If the physical education teacher was the representative, it would be very bad for the children. Let me go. There was no other way, but the physical education teacher had to darken his face and let him participate and secretly complained in his heart. Wasn't he bragging a few days ago about being a member of the gorilla team? Just a few minutes later, representatives of each team and each room stepped onto the open ground to prepare for the competition. Chin-sung's legs were now slightly shaking, making him a bit distracted because getting first place and finding time to rest for the members wasn't a bad idea, but if he tries too hard now and wastes all his effort here, he won't do well at the bunker fight. Just as Chin-sung was thinking, the damn teacher looked over and asked him a question and suggested that he have a match with him. On the podium, An Sung-ho announced the rules of this match. Students who complete the exercises first will move on to the next round. Those who cannot keep up will be eliminated. Those rooms that already have representatives will return and continue with physical therapy. The situation for Chin-sung seemed unfavorable and he couldn't buy any more time if he wanted to regain his stamina, so he had to win. The instructors will be the judges for the standard team of each exercise. Now let's start doing exercise number 8 4 times, according to the topic given by the instructor. Everyone start lying down on the ground to do it. Movements. Nothing happened, but this teacher was ahead of everyone else and performed exercise number 1 twice. The surrounding students were amazed at his speed and they would be eliminated if they moved back too much. At this moment, it seemed like a wrong move caused the orange-haired boy to cramp and pull several more teammates out of the fight. Seeing that, the other teacher laughed scornfully. Haha, you guys, your muscles are just to show off, why are you so weak? The next thing will be. Suddenly, the sound of Chin-sung counting the number 9 4 times rang out next to him, making the teacher momentarily stunned. What is this guy faster than I thought? He was still just a pushy guy. I could easily overcome him if I wanted to. Not willing to give up, he started speeding up his movements to chase and try to prove himself. But just a few minutes later Chin-sung again counted the number 11 4 times, causing him to panic. Kim Esidon in front silently noticed the situation of the teacher behind him and thought to himself that everything would not end quickly because of that 6th grade teacher. Very quickly Kim Esidon could not stand it and was eliminated from the game, and she understood her body very well. She would not be able to bear it trying to keep up with the fussy gentleman Kim. Now it seems like there's only Chin-sung left on the field with that pale-faced teacher. He's trying to do the moves while silently cursing in his heart to see who will win in the end. Pressure level. Just doing the Chin-sung movement with a calm face, the other teacher looked like he was almost exhausted. The speed of his movements remained steady until now, but the teacher began to slow down gradually until he had to stop for a few seconds to breathe. Now, even if I'm blind, I can clearly see the physical difference between these two people and who is most likely to win. The teacher's entire face turned red with embarrassment and he immediately shouted rudely, "I will not sit back and watch your room rest." Remember, Chin-sung silently looked at him and commented that he was a man. He was vulgar and not worth a dime. The fight between the two of them continued and Chin-sung's counting sound continued, until at some point the ground was stained with sweat and the teacher leaned on his hands and panted like a puppy. Then, he couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed to the ground without even having time to curse at the monster. The coach's announcement promptly rang out in the eliminated teacher's room. So the students in room 10 will go to the shade to rest until the class ends while the rest prepare to practice exercise number 6. The leader won, so he was able to rest. The team members all gathered around to ask if Chin-sung was okay because the 6th grade homeroom lasted much longer than they thought. Chin-sung sat against a tree to regain his stamina and signaled everyone to spread out and stretch. As soon as he sat down on the ground, his thighs trembled with numbness, but perhaps it was still within tolerance. That afternoon, when Coach and Sung-ho announced, the students all gathered in the basement to prepare for the battle. Now we will begin the final part of the guerrilla training session at Edida High School. The students are gathered in a large room filled with water and mud, swollen with 4 locked walls. There will be some students complaining because they were at a disadvantage in previous tests. However, on the battlefield there will be many times when you do not have the right to make decisions. So I hope you will find the strength to help you overcome difficulties in this training. Next, about the details of the training. While announcing the arrival there, suddenly an old voice rang out from behind, causing In Sung-ho to stop. "It seems I came just in time. And Sung-ho boy, you work so hard." The person who just walked in was the obnoxious principal with a few teachers behind him. Because the tunnel battle is the last part of the training period, as battalion commander I will personally monitor it. From now on, as battalion commander, I will supervise today's training session. Seeing the principal walking towards In Sung-ho, he also stopped his speech and bowed. Then he looked at the principal with puzzled eyes. "Battalion commander, you said you would leave this guerrilla training to me." Yes, but since the trenches are the last part of the training I think it would be most appropriate for me to take over from now on." And Sung-ho nodded without further questions but immediately signaled the assistant Chudi next to him. He took the document in her hand and gave it to the principal. "This is a document related to the trench plan and the schedule that has been outlined." The principal smiled and nodded. He always worked thoughtfully. As soon as he looked at the plan, the principal gave him an incomprehensible smile and praised, "You did very well, very well. Your idea is very good, but it's too complicated and I'll make it simpler and more effective." Laughing, he gave the plan to the teacher behind him, and there could be no good thing between the two of them. The students were waiting under the announcement speaker when suddenly the principal's sarcastic voice rang out, "Aha, well done interns, welcome to the final part of the trenches. I hope that you guys will do your best." Chin-sung, standing in the middle of the swamp below the room, recognized the principal's voice and started to feel bad. "So now I will explain the rules of our game today. The match will alternate between fighting edida and fighting without edida. According to the battalion commander's on-off order, everyone has the right to use edida or not. Whoever falls off the stage is considered a loser, and whoever raises their hands to surrender is considered a loser. Next, whoever falls unconscious during the match also loses. It's that simple. I've finished teaching the law." And Sung-ho stood aside and thought for a moment, then tilted his head and asked battalion commander how he intended to divide the training participants. He also thought about it and then reached out and stole the spade. "Oh right, I forgot to say the most important part. This trench battle includes all second-year students. All 300 students will participate at the same time. You will be graded individually according to survival mode. The longer you hang, the higher the score. If you defeat anyone, you will be counted." Very simply, this is a battle for survival and will choose the last person standing. The nurse stepped forward to remind me about the rescue bracelet and the rules for those who break the bracelet. Homeroom teacher. Yes, everyone will receive a rescue bracelet from the nurse. The method of use is the same as the one used in the previous training. If anyone is seriously injured, the injury will be absorbed into the bracelet and it will break. Normally, whoever breaks the bracelet is considered a loser, but if you still have the will to fight after it is broken, I will respect that and allow you to continue participating in training. This statement surprised the nurse, and Chudi standing next to him also gritted his teeth in annoyance because he had already ripped off the captain's plan and had no choice but to add a bunch of crap rules too. Below, after clearly hearing the rules of the game, Chinsung Tan looked at the clock to calculate the time and sighed, now there is no other way, just stay as long as possible and score points. Even though he was able to control Edida yesterday, with his current condition it is difficult to control it. The principal stood above, looked at the confused faces of the students and then laughed. Why are you surprised? You have been taught to adapt and stay calm in all situations, but you interns. The current time is 1:58 p.m., which is great. At exactly 2 p.m. the battle will begin and everyone should be ready. I would like to remind you again that at exactly 2 p.m. the battle will officially begin. Some students below started complaining that he didn't even give everyone time to get used to it. Oh my god, with these rules, the students in grade 10 will soon be eliminated, right? Chinsung seemed to be thinking about something and raised his eyes to the high platform to look at the figure of that senior and Sung Ho, and the time is now 1 hour 59 minutes. With a quick tick, the clock struck exactly 2 o'clock and the trench battle officially began. Someone immediately commanded his comrades to leave the first group alone and deal with the unarmed man Dungji Idong first. As soon as he entered the battle, Dungji Idong gritted his teeth and cursed these bastards and quickly ran away. Where are you going? Let's go, Dungji Idong, because the current terrain is muddy, so moving is quite difficult for everyone and everyone's speed is significantly reduced. In the blink of an eye, wanting to be rich was pushed into the corner of the room with no way to hide anymore, and those guys were surrounding me. I will kill you before you find something to show off your edida. Dungji Idong leaned his back against the wall and listened to the threat, then smiled and was no longer afraid. Are you cowards not daring to play with me? Are you guys collectively blind and can't see this? As he spoke, his hand touched the iron pillar next to the wall. Hearing Dungji Idong's reminder, the others suddenly realized that the pillar was glowing with edida energy. These bastards dare to look down on my edida. Under edida's power, the pillar was pulled out by Dungji Idong like a weapon and he smiled in delight. Fear of the besieging flood. Immediately, the leader surrounding Dungji Idong, who had just turned pale, shouted at his comrades to run away. Dungji Idong came up with weapons in hand and burning rage. It's too late, you guys dare to hurt me, die you trash gangs. In another corner, Kim Sedian was also surrounded by several people, and when she heard the sound of fighting nearby, she spoke up. They're fighting over there, aren't you going to fight? Or do you guys intend to hold me back from playing until the edida match ends? If so, please try to hold me back. As soon as she finished speaking, the horn symbolizing the power of edida the goblin grew on her forehead. Then, ignoring the mud, Kim Sedian shot up like an arrow in the terrified eyes of those around him. On this side, standing behind Chinsung are a few of his teammates in room number 10. They are worriedly asking Chinsung what we should do. It is very disadvantageous for us to have to fight under the eyes of this guy. The homeroom teacher only knows how to favor someone with a strong edida like this. Chinsung also very much agreed with that statement, because if he was a handsome senior, he would let everyone get used to the trench warfare format first and would separate into edida and air combat. Edida. After that, score based on each student's skills. The goal is to score as many points as possible with zombie teammates in the non-edida match and try not to lose as many points as possible in the E match. Edida. But with this format, those who have the advantage of edida will take all the advantage before the training ends. While he was thinking, his teammate sang a song that startled him. Boss, look over there. Behold. It turned out that a group of people had gathered in front of Chinsung and loudly said, "Hey, members of room number 10, I'm sorry but you must be destroyed before we enter the air battle against edida. Is there no other way for things to end up like this?" Chinsung silently said, then immediately pulled out his dagger and signaled everyone to prepare to fight. If you touch the fight, it will explode immediately, with the group of people holding edida in their hands, and then towards the group of people who seem to be weak. Chinsung here. Eliminate the guys in room 10 before the edida fight ends. Come on. Chinsung stood in the middle of the battle and loudly ordered everyone to try to hold out until the edida air battle. Standing above, observing the panoramic view of the battlefield, he discovered that the battle had begun. The principal smiled happily. These kids are doing very well. And Sung-ho, who was normally silent, finally couldn't help it anymore and wondered, Battalion Commander, these trainees haven't even started yet, but those who can use edida have too many advantages. The 6th grade homeroom teacher immediately came next to him and whispered in his ear, this idiot, even though he is the instructor for guerrilla combat training, he is the battalion commander. The principal then laughed and waved his hand, haha, it's okay, captain of the 6th regiment, you must know that Sung-ho worked very hard to prepare everything for this, isn't that what the teacher expected? What should I do? The 6th grade homeroom teacher immediately approached with a flattering smile. What you said is very reasonable, battalion commander. For now, I should give the interns a little more time. Then he picked up his flag and announced again, an announcement from the battalion commander with 30 seconds left before switching to the match without edida. Again, 30 seconds later, we will switch to a match without edida. Shin-sung, in a state where he did not show his strength, tried to resist everyone's siege. He also distractedly paid attention to his teammates and signaled them to try to hold out for another 30 seconds. On the other side, Kim Se-deon is standing alone in a camp and facing her is a very large group of people. There are about 30 of you. Please understand that you cannot leave on your own. Despite being surrounded by such a huge number, she remained very calm and smiled provocatively. Kim Se-deon immediately used his goblin swordsmanship to divide himself into 3 people and rushed towards the other group. In this case, in the face of absolute power, no matter how many people there are, it is useless. Very quickly, a few trash people were blown away by Kim Se-deon, unable to resist. On this side, Dong Ji-dong hugged the iron pillar while fighting and cursing because there was still a little time left before he could use edida and he would be at a disadvantage. So he decided to put all his strength into the final attack with the giant iron rod in his hand. Die, you trash bastards. Immediately with that powerful impact, several people around were knocked down painfully. The principal who announced the match suddenly burst out laughing, causing Sung-ho to panic. As expected, Kim Se-deon was amazing and Dong Ji-dong was also very impressive. I want watch more edida matches. And Sung-ho came forward to remind the battalion commander. Seeing that, the principal's face darkened and he nodded. Okay, God, and Sung-ho was so impatient. He immediately announced through the radio that the trainees should turn off edida right now, immediately turn off all of edida. Everyone who was fighting fiercely stopped and the situation was probably starting to reverse. Shin-sung put his hands on his knees, panting, and they were finally alive. But can Shin-sung's current physical strength survive to the end? Please stand still until the battle mode resumes. Edida, we will not be defeated in a hand-to-hand fight, if we fight without edida and only room 1 together. It won't be easy for them to catch us. At this moment, there were 2 students, a boy and a girl, who got along well and went together. During the battle of edida, they wouldn't. The red-haired boy was still talking about some plan with his comrades when the girl came to his side, making him stop. Honey now, the girl shouted to her boyfriend and he also nodded and shouted, now room 2 room 3, keep your promise. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them coordinated well and easily pushed and defeated several surrounding students. This situation surprised and angered the red-haired man in the lead. In the team, there are a few other students who cooperate with this couple to target people around them. Hey, are you really planning to attack your team? The girl smiled and nodded. I have to reduce the competition first. Yesterday while they were resting in the room, we negotiated with the other rooms. I also didn't expect this year to end with such a big fight. Hello and see you again. As is the habit of the students in room number 10, they always ask Shin-sung's opinion before doing something. Big brother, this is the first match. No, edida is what we're waiting for. Now, what should we do? How? Shin-sung heard that and whispered that the bodies of these zombies had reached their limit. If it turned into an edida battle, they wouldn't be able to last long. Shin-sung's heart ached and he couldn't help but wonder what he could do to endure any longer. Faced with physically unfavorable situations, Shin-sung suddenly did not know how to command and just stood still in place with a gloomy expression. Immediately a teammate sang loudly and called out to him, startling Shin-sung. Big brother, we know you plan to waste your physical strength for us, but now our zombie team can only do one thing. In front of Shin-sung's surprised eyes, everyone loudly said, Big brother, go catch them and prove that damn principal wrong. Having said that, the members of the zombie army in room number 10 immediately shouted with ferocious spirit and rushed to attack the people around them. Why are these guys suddenly so mad? I think their stamina is exhausted. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombies rushed forward with an aggressive look. We gave up and preserved our physical strength. Everyone, let's hold one person and drag them. The crazy behavior of the zombies scared the other students and quickly ran away. Look at their eyes, it's scary. These kids have gone too far. Run quickly or they will catch us and drag us out. There. At this moment, the members in room number 10 have almost turned into zombies, looking extremely frantic, trying to use their little strength to pave the way for the captain. Chin Sung, from the beginning of the match until now, had been restrained, not daring to show too much energy, and now glared at his teammates. Deng Jiaidong stood in a corner and saw this scene and secretly wondered what they were doing, filming zombies? Just as he was thinking, Kim Sidian waved his hand and asked if he was saving his energy. When Deng Jiaidong saw her, he panicked and backed away loudly, yelling at the goblins to go away and not come closer. But in the blink of an eye he was surrounded by a group of people and goblins. Why did you bring so many people? Kim Sidian immediately smiled and shrugged. Are you jealous because I am loved by so many people? Damn, you deliberately dragged them here, right? Hearing that, she smiled and held out her hand. I think it's time to go, Captain. You have enough points from the qualifying round, right? Whoever said that was nonsense. Deng Jiaidong was about to say something else, but the other group of people strongly refused to come because they were worried that Kim Sidian and Deng Jiaidong would combine with each other. If we don't step up, we cannot win if they team up in the Battle of Edida. At all costs, we must push them out. Very soon Deng Jiaidong and Kim Sidian were both helplessly lifted up and thrown away by those people. Kim Sidian gave up resisting and sighed, I had no energy left. That's all okay. Those two people were immediately eliminated, causing the 6th grade homeroom teacher to hastily call the battalion commander, while the battalion commander was still sitting down below, dialing the phone and smilingly saying, are they going to continue performing? I found them to be very great in the battle against Edida. No, Battalion Commander Kim Sidian and Deng Jiaidong have already been eliminated. Hearing this word was like lightning in the battalion commander's ears and he immediately rushed up to look down at the match. Muscle. No way possible. His face was dark with panic and Sung-ho stood next to him and nodded saying that it was as he had predicted. Hearing those words, the battalion commander asked him what he just said. As I had predicted, the two of them could easily fight any opponent in a battle using Edida, but it was difficult for them to fight against a large number of people in a battle without Edida. So to fight Kim Sidian and Deng Jiaidong, the others teamed up. In a non-Edida battle situation, it is clear that those two people will be the top priority targets for elimination of other teams. The battalion commander's heart trembled but on the surface he still tried to show understanding and nodded. Ho sure and Sung-ho I also think so. From now on Kim Sidian along with Deng Jiaidong will review and improve again. In his heart, the battalion commander began to feel that things were going out of control because the announcer was not here yet, but the two of them had been eliminated, so the only thing left to do was hope for the good Edida people in room number 1. At that moment the other teacher shouted for the battalion commander again, making the old man startled. What's going on? Ignore the two of them making noise. And Sung-ho crossed his arms and looked down at the battle below and realized that the rum coffee needle still seemed to have a lot of strength left to fight back. But did she choose to give up because of Chin Sung? Thinking about that, and Sung-ho couldn't help but laugh. On this side, the battalion commander was already mad because he thought this would be a brilliant attack with only the bad guys left alive, so he told the communicator to be late for the training session. Now it's big. In an emergency situation, he angrily grabbed a spade and scolded his mother. The cadets were fighting fiercely. The notification sound resounded, an announcement from the battalion commander that in 30 seconds we will switch to Edida combat mode. I would like to remind you that in 30 seconds we will change to Edida combat mode. At this moment, Chin Sung is still standing in place with a group of people surrounding him. A smile appeared on his face with indescribable emotions. He thought he would help his teammates, but in the end he was the one being helped. In front of him, a guy with a freckled face pointed at Chin Sung and shouted loudly, even if you were in Senior and Sung-ho's club that New Year's Day, it wouldn't matter. We still have to be stronger in the Edida fight with so many people. Regardless of what they say, Chin Sung stood still and mumbled to himself, I was worried that Edida could go out of control just because of physical exhaustion. I shouldn't have controlled E especially in this dire situation. The other guy heard the faint sound of him mumbling and laughed and asked again, what, why are you talking to yourself like that? At this moment, the guy and that couple had goosebumps and loudly signaled, making everyone along with the girl extremely confused. Hey, you guys stand far away from Chin Sung, quickly. he quickly shouted with a frightened face. Chinsung was very dangerous. Why is this guy so scared? The reason is because of the fight between Chinsung and the cricket worms he also witnessed yesterday. That is Chinsung's true power, an unstoppable power. Hinder. This guy wanted to let Chinsung use up all his energy protecting the zombies like that so he would get himself eliminated early, but now where have all the zombies gone? Just as they were bewildered, the teacher's announcement rang out, breaking the situation in front of them. Turn on edida mode, you can use your edida right now. Haha, back to the edida war. And then from the press, take a look here and everyone remember to watch out for outside abilities like inviting zombies. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could act, he was hit by a powerful punch that dislocated his entire jaw. That punch came from Chinsung with a cold face. The surrounding accomplices were extremely surprised to see their captain fall. Oh god, with just one punch even while wearing a seatbelt, in the blink of an eye Chinsung had once again rushed towards the people around him. His powerful punches easily knocked them out one by one. Their spines were chilled by this situation because it seemed like they had just heard the sound of bones breaking. Could it be that that one punch would cause people to crack bones or something? Damn it, hurry up and catch it, don't let it fight like that. They immediately summoned their edida to attack, but Chinsung easily avoided it. All around him was sticky, muddy water that made it difficult to move, but that was not an obstacle for Chinsung. He could only see his whole body glowing, using an unbelievable speed to easily overcome all his opponents. Defense. Until the others regained their composure, they were all surprised. That wasn't an attack. It's trying to escape. Don't let it run away. I have to catch it. They thought Chinsung had just passed by to run away, but they didn't notice everyone's edida weapons appearing. Cracks. In an instant, all nearby edida began to crumble and disappear. The strange situation made everyone panic while Chinsung with a dagger in his hand was echoing his voice carrying his terrible murderous intent. Hey guys, go away from your mother. Seeing this scary face, they all cried without tears and quickly raised their hands to surrender, not daring to hesitate. We surrendered, coach, we surrendered. The girl in the couple was scared and crouched next to her lover, hesitantly asking him what just happened there. Her boyfriend tried to calm down and trembled out each word. That boy Chinsung is really very dangerous, very dangerous. His face was gloomy and filled with murderous intent, but his eyes still seemed to be alert and not completely out of control like before. At this moment, someone stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the young man in the couple. Hey, we agreed that you and your girlfriend would take care of the high-ranking guys in the edida match. In return I didn't touch the two of you. Hearing that, the other guy pushed that person's hand away and loudly questioned, what is rank 300 and that's a high level? What are you talking about? Don't you know that guy ranked first in all guerrilla training? The girlfriend also came to the side and asked, honey, why are you like this? If it was an edida match, we would be much stronger than ranked 300. The boyfriend was so panicked that he wanted to cry. I didn't see what that guy did last night. It was terrible. No way, that guy is really dangerous, don't get involved. The two people were originally talking. Chinsung left his sight and called out to them, making them all sweat. Hey, you two, stop whispering and come forward. There was no other way. The opponent had already approached the guy, so he gritted his teeth and tried to suppress his fear and prepare to fight. Immediately he shouted loudly and summoned a cunning whip edida with his minus class. The general combat ability is B+, and the power of Royal will correspond to your preparation for the match. The whip was whipping and Chinsung still did not move but naturally talked to someone. Right hand, you can't kill them, right? His appearance made the guy even more frightened and wondered, what's wrong with that guy? Is he talking with his hand? In an instant, the whip approached, but Chinsung easily knocked it away with the dagger in his right hand. The sudden, useless attack made the young man grit his teeth and try to use more strength to continuously whip the whip. The entire area a few meters around almost turned into a battlefield for the two of them, but Chinsung was completely unharmed. The more he beat the boy holding the whip, the more scared he became, shouting loudly. This doesn't make any sense. Faced with Chinsung's satisfied smile, that's all you have, hee. The uncontrolled smile appeared again but he quickly tried to control it. Chinsung kept fighting while restraining his strength to maintain his mind in the most alert way, otherwise he was afraid that the whole auditorium would be killed by him. The girlfriend observed for a while and became more and more panicked because that guy's attitude was so strange, as if he was trying to control something, and he was able to block all of his lover's attacks. The longer the match went on, the more scared he became. The guy holding the whip immediately turned back and shouted, hey you guys, you're just standing there watching, come help me, are you crazy? What if I get hit by your whip and get eliminated, so what? The person who feels the most scared right now is none other than the battalion commander's principal standing above. That student, I can't remember his name, is he a second-year student ranked 5th? Chudi, observing Chinsung's close combat, was also startled and sweating because his level was at a completely different level compared to yesterday when he was hit by the rock. How could he stop it? Blocking the whip's blows so perfectly and slowly. Too curious, Chudi was about to turn to ask her squad leader, but she stopped. Because she saw the squad leader's calm face, he wasn't surprised at all, so that also meant he knew Chinsung's ability. The small dagger once again blew away the whip and Chinsung's voice rang out provocatively, "Are you just going to stand still and use the whip? Then I will come to you." As he said that, Chinsung's whole body moved at an unbelievable speed towards the guy holding the whip. The strangely dangerous moment when the girl suddenly appeared in front of her boyfriend summoned Edida. I had to protect my lover to be able to bury her love. Her Edida was the barrier. Love is at a negative level, and when protecting your precious people the barrier will become stronger. The boyfriend could only scream, but the barrier had already been deployed. "It's okay, I love you, I'll show you the power of my love for you." A light pink heart-shaped barrier appeared in the middle of the battle and was struck upward by Chinsung's dagger. In the blink of an eye, a cracking sound rang out and the barrier began to show cracks. Under the girl's eyes of unbelievable horror, the barrier of love that she was proud of was shattered into pieces. Before she could recover, Chinsung's cold hand grabbed her face and squeezed it. Then he forcefully threw her like a sandbag towards her boyfriend. Is it possible that the power of your love was broken like that by the dagger? Not only that, but the protective bracelet on her wrist also shattered at the same time. Even though the defense was increased by the power of love, the impact absorption ring still broke, horribly. The girl was so shocked that she stood still while her boyfriend also quickly took off the protective bracelet and threw it away, announcing the two of them to surrender. "We will get out of here, we lost." The guy hugged his girlfriend while she stood still because she didn't expect her love to be that weak. "Come on, baby, let's get out of here quickly." Chinsung stood in place and let the two of them leave and looked at his right hand. Since the name had changed, it was now easier to control than yesterday. The two key fighters had already left and the others were starting to take precautions. Damn this damn couple, they couldn't do anything. They just stood there hesitating while Chinsung loudly announced, "There's not much time left, hurry up and hurry up." The battalion commander standing above also angrily shouted at the students, "You loser bastards, you couldn't defeat a single oppressor?" The pressure was so heavy on their shoulders that everyone felt like they were about to explode and gritted their teeth, along with their edida. They all rushed towards Chinsung. "Damn it, let's use meat to crush everyone." Everyone rushed forward. Chinsung looked at the two of them and wondered in his heart if they were clones of edida, exactly the same. Aren't those two edida different and the two of them twins? Immediately one of the twins turned his stick into a giant stick and it was his edida that caused the transformation. The stick's level was CA+ level and could be enlarged to maximum user tolerance. The giant stick was like a thunderbolt, but Chinsung easily dodged and the mud was splashed. Unfortunately, a few drops of muddy water shot straight into Chinsung's eyes, causing him to squint. "Oh my god, I have mud in my eyes." As soon as he closes his eyes behind the other twin's back, he uses Edida's growth stick to attack. The growth stick with the maximum level can grow to the maximum level of the user's stamina. In the blink of an eye, that stick had grown longer like a wish-fulfilling stick, aimed straight at Chinsung's back and stabbed. Danger was near, but Chinsung still stood there rubbing his eyes and sighing. It wasn't easy. Suddenly, his hand holding the dagger reached back and blocked the other stick, causing it to bend. The person holding the stick gasped in fear because he didn't look but still blocked the stick. "This stick is good, it looks nice." Chinsung grabbed the stick tightly and pulled hard. On the other side, the owner was also dragged along without having time to recover. His eyes were sharp and cold as he smiled. "You guys already use sticks, so now I have to use them too to look good, right?" The person with the giant stick stood there bewildered, not understanding anything and did not notice a dark shadow rushing towards him. In an instant, Chinsung used his long stick to blow away the boy's giant stick. The giant stick was sent flying into the sky and then fell while everyone was still standing in place. In that blink of an eye, a pitiful scream rang out as the other person was crushed by his own giant stick. Chinsung didn't stop here and wanted to use it a little more. When the other guy heard that, he immediately roared angrily. "You think I'll let you use my stick? Never. So just hold the end of that stick, huh?" A horrifying sight of Chinsung holding a stick and dragging the other guy, constantly spinning him in the air. A series of surrounding students were blown away by this too-wide attack and someone angrily shouted to shrink Edida, "You idiot." But it was too late. Many students had lost their ability to fight, and so had the owner of the long stick. When they were knocked unconscious, Edida also disappeared and Chinsung angrily complained, "Damn, it would have been nice if he could use it a little longer. Now I have to get ready, right? I just finished fighting a group on the battlefield and there are still a lot of people left for Chinsung to freely use." He gently rotated the dagger in his hand, preparing to attack again. "I have to be ready because I don't know when the principal will attack. Everyone left on the field in case they sing to each other that what is that bastard number 300 planning to do, let's quickly surround him, we are outnumbered." The teachers standing above each had different faces, only the nurse and the homeroom teacher were silently congratulating Chinsung. "All in all, I didn't think he would go this far." The homeroom teacher said it himself because he knew that he worked very hard but he ignored his efforts all the time. After all, her edida was only at the top level and I ignored her and saw her as a student who would soon transfer schools. I don't know why you're only at the top level but are so strong, whether it's the result of your efforts or hidden talent, but I completely missed the possibility for you to become stronger. Last time Chinsung came before the homeroom teacher and asked if he thought there was a connection between souls. At that time, the homeroom teacher laughed at the naive question, but now that he thinks about it, he feels extremely bad. The teacher's role is to help his students develop. Right after hearing those thoughts of his students, the teacher was still convinced of his own prejudices. "I didn't even think about helping or advising you, but now Chinsung." Thinking of this, the teacher suddenly became so emotional that he burst into tears and shouted, "I'm sorry Chinsung." The principal standing in front was startled. "What are you doing suddenly?" The homeroom teacher ignored him and kept crying, "Come on Chinsung, tell them who you are. Chinsung, go ahead." The angry principal immediately ordered the bad platoon commander to drag him out. "What are you doing?" The platoon leader of the 10th squad, the commander, said to stop. Despite the repression from all the homeroom teachers, he still tried to scream to show them, "Chinsung, show them that with the effort of practicing, then what can I do?" Leaving this side, the principal grimaced and clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it, why did everything end like this? Excellent students who needed attention like Kim Esidon were killed. Kind of quick. And a worthless ostracized subordinate is attracting such impossible attention, he must be eliminated before the reporters arrive. Is edida combat more favorable for certain individuals? Close combat practitioners who use edida are having difficulty attacking at the same time. Is it because of the range of use? Are their data different? No matter how high its health and endurance were, facing so many people should have exhausted its stamina. Immediately he grabbed the flag and announced, "Let's get rid of all of edida, everyone, let's get rid of edida right away." His crazy action immediately made Insung pay attention. Chinsung was cornered and smiled when he heard the announcement. "Oh my god, principal, didn't you give me a 30-second warning? Even though I knew you would do that, you're too vile." Having finished speaking, he silently assessed the wall behind him, and this wall seemed quite thin. I don't know if it was because he was in a hurry or because he was saving money, but this was an opportunity. Chinsung immediately used his dagger to stab the wall so hard that it cracked in half. Something of that length was easier to break than the rocks in the training ground. Immediately rays of light from outside shone into the dark room through cracks in the wall. Very quickly the entire giant wall was covered with cracks. There was a loud noise and the whole wall broke, revealing the scene outside the room with blinding light. The students were squinted by the strong light but still did not forget to yell loudly, "Are you crazy? You smashed the wall just to blind us for a few seconds to escape." Chinsung immediately walked towards a piece of iron next to him, grabbed the pillar tightly and smiled, "So I have no intention of running away. Because you guys are the ones who have to run." As soon as you finished speaking, the mud in the room passed through that hole and continuously flowed out, forming a fast stream. The students were confused when suddenly their bodies lost balance. In the blink of an eye, a series of unprepared students were swept away by the mud flood in agonizing screams. Chudi was bewildered at the situation and couldn't believe it because that wall had just been built. 104 students were eliminated because they exceeded the limits of the battle when they were swept out by the flood. Now that the water inside the room was clean, Chinsung calmly took off his shoes, went barefoot and gradually walked towards the remaining opponents. There are still quite a few people there. Seeing your appearance, they were all scared and backed away screaming, "Quickly get into the squad and have to take down that guy." But when they fight, their feet are so heavy that it's hard to move, while Chinsung's speed keeps increasing. "It's because your shoes are filled with water, that's why they're heavy," Chinsung thought to himself. Everything changed so suddenly that the teacher was so angry that he turned red. His mother was so angry that she was so meaningless. Couldn't they defeat a kid like that? And Sung-ho silently observed and then reflected, this war was planned as a combat education lesson to train the ability to work in groups and solve problems appropriately. Due to the individual scoring system, students unconsciously prioritized their own safety first, causing their ability to make quick decisions to be reduced. They have an advantage in numbers but have not been able to promote them much. In addition, the principal's rapid change of the battle situation between using and not using edida is causing the students to gradually fall into chaos. The fifth trainee who acts as commander is blindly prioritizing the elimination of Chinsung. This is a completely random battle situation where individuals are graded based on their performance. The choice to focus on defeating Chinsung is a wrong choice. The prejudice against Chinsung, who they looked down upon as having a very low edida rank, was skewing their decision-making ability, the gap between his former and current fighting abilities. That difference is too big, even though this training was supposed to take place in chaos. But thanks to him, the second-year students learned a big lesson. Everything was out of control, but Sung-ho was satisfied with this result, so he smiled comfortably. On the field, more and more people were defeated by Chinsung, making the remaining people not dare to step up again. At this moment, it seemed like his physical strength had declined, so for a moment he couldn't stand. Taking this opportunity, they rushed forward. Very quickly, Chinsung was pressed down and surrounded by that group of people. That bastard could barely stand anymore and quickly pressed him down. What's going on? He's still resisting. We have 5 people, but how can he resist without edida? Hurry up, more people, come here quickly. More and more people are coming together to force Chinsung down, and the situation for him is extremely unfavorable. The principal saw that and smiled happily, right? He immediately lost his phone and dialed the number. The editor-in-chief of Edida Times seemed like he was coming here. Sung was still standing there, but in that condition, he would be eliminated before the editor-in-chief arrived. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed the phone number and called. The other end of the line quickly connected. The principal gave a flattering smile. Yes, principal of Hyundai High School, you can come in. If he called, he secretly thought that maybe it would be better if they used edida to make a better impression, so he immediately grabbed the spade and announced it to everyone. From now on you can use your edida. I look forward to the incredible efforts of the remaining students. Best regards. But the smile on his face suddenly disappeared when he saw the situation below the field. It seems like the students joined forces but couldn't suppress Chinsung. Hey, hurry up and go further. This guy is restrained and he can't move. One person in the group of people hurriedly shouted, are you trying to force me down? What if I get eliminated, you bastard? Wait, the crane is on top of me. The situation became chaotic when the group of people began to press on each other, causing Chinsung to seize the opportunity because their strength was no longer pressing on him alone. If you had tight coordination like the terrorists at the bank, you would have been eliminated, but these bunch of scoundrels don't have any team spirit at all. That side stood up and pressed it down quickly. Without blinking, Chinsung was pinned to the ground, and as he thought he didn't have enough strength with just his right hand. So let's add one more hand. In that moment Chinsung's remaining left hand burst out the edida power that he had hidden. Combining the strength of both hands, the energy in Chinsung's body was pushed to a much better level and easily blew away the people pressing on his body. Chinsung's whole face darkened as if his mind was once again invaded by that murderous aura. But luckily he was able to maintain his composure and smile. You guys are just fragile people. The principal's face darkened in fear and screamed, what the hell is that guy, while a few people walked in from behind. The principal heard the noise and turned around, but his expression was not very good. The person who just arrived was a man with gelled hair along with a few people holding cameras. Hello, principal of Hyundai High School, you're here, editor-in-chief. I sincerely thank you for allowing us to observe the important training session outside the school grounds. Haha, I should be the one who is grateful that you are interested in us Hyundai High School. It's okay because of the students' great efforts, I'm sure to return to this performance well.